sight. On the reel with Mac, it's movie night. Mac movie reviews hot off the press. From the cult classic gems to the Hollywood stress. Popcorn's ready, grab your best seat. Mac's the one-stop shop where the cinema meets. Heroes, villains, plot twists untold. Rom-coms, dramas, adventures bold. A critic with heart and a little flair. Mac breaks it down like you're already there. Mac movie reviews hot off the press. From the cult classic gems to the Hollywood stress. Popcorn's ready, grab your best seat. Mac's the one-stop shop where the cinema meets. Thumbs up, down, or somewhere between. Mac's the eye through the movie screen. Know what to stream or skip today. Mac's got the insight to light the way. Cinema meets. Lights dim down, click play, we're live. Mac's got the vibe where the movies thrive. Breaking it down, no script in sight. On the reel with Mac, it's movie night. Mac movie reviews hot off the press. From the cult classic gems to the Hollywood stress. Popcorn's ready, grab your best seat. Mac's the one-stop shop where the cinema meets. Heroes, villains, plot twists untold. Rom-coms, dramas, adventures bold. A critic with heart and a little flair. Mac breaks it down like you're already there. Mac movie reviews hot off the press. From the cult classic gems to the Hollywood stress. Popcorn's ready, grab your best seat. Mac's the one-stop shop where the cinema meets. Thumbs up, down, or somewhere between.
ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to our special July 4th live stream. I'm your host, Mac, aka Black Film All-Star, classics of all the Tyler Perry films. I am happy to be back on live. We're going to be joined here by some guests soon. My good friends, Dom from Talkin TV Podcast and Rod from the Infinity Film Podcast. They've been on the show before as we dive into the July 4th weekend. It has been a great weekend, folks. We, may not have a lot to celebrate, personally with the, whatever, it doesn't matter with political stuff, but it is good times we've had all. Hope everyone stayed safe. No one blew off their fingers with their fireworks, but we're into the summer movie season officially. We are in July, and right now we are getting into the biggest films of the year. We're getting Superman this coming Friday. We already got Jurassic World Rebirth, and then we're also going to be having the Fantastic Four in a few weeks. We already got films such as Megan. We got F1 out, and it's really, really excited. Next review should be Jurassic World Rebirth. But before we get into my guests here as such, reminder, y'all, we got 1 month. We got a sale going on. Mac, pass. Cue the promo.
Hey, what's up, ugly? Do you like free shipping? Do you like summer merch? Well, here's the Mac Movie Reviews Teespring store. Also, I'm just joking. You're not ugly. You're good looking.
I'm back on Teespring, and I'm doing a big sale for the summer. I got shirts, stickers, mugs, and every other apparel you'll need for that nice, hot Mac summer. And that doesn't sound weird at all, but buy my merch. It's pretty cool. If you go on Teespring, mmrteespring.com, link in the description below, you'll see all my new apparel, and I'm going to give you a hookup just because we're boys. So check this out. If you use promo code MMRSummer at checkout, you get free shipping until August 31st. You know how these shipping fees be getting you? They be trying to rob us all. I don't like that at all. But with this promo code, we're able to curbside that. So, you're welcome.
Sensational.
Use my promo code MMRSummer at checkout at mmrteespring.com. Link in the description of the video. The sale will be going on until August 31st. Rep your boy. If you buy something, I'll post it on Instagram if you tag me. So go wild. Go buy it. But here's the start of the video now. Buy the merch. Alright, later. You heard him. Buy the damn merch. It's promo code MMR Summer until August 31st. Big sale going on. Free shipping all around. It's all going to be fun, good stuff. And our first guest is here. My boy Rod can attest. This is a good summer deal. My boy Rod from the TheCinemaGallery. What's going on, man?
What's going on, my friend? How you doing?
I'm doing good. How you been?
Life's good, man. I have no complaints. I can never.
Hell yeah. How's your 4th
Especially when I'm on here. I have no complaints.
How's the 4th of July?
Quiet. Hung out with the family. Did my yearly rewatch of Jaws with my mom that we do every year on the 4th. So we did that, and saw F1 again. Saw Jurassic World twice. So it's been a good weekend, Mac. I'm not gonna complain. I can't complain, man. It's good.
Nice.
How about yours?
It was good. I house sat for my pops, and nice. I watched Goodfellas again on the good TV. We're going to try to attempt to see Jurassic World before the theaters get swamped this weekend for Superman.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've heard mixed things about Jurassic World. How was it?
All right. So now that I've seen it twice, in my opinion, Mac, it's not as bad as what people are saying it is. Mm-hmm. Like, it's not perfect by any stretch of the imagination, but I think audiences don't know what they want anymore.
Luke, what's up, Luke? Luke is giving his questions about why the hell you see Jurassic World.
Listen, if it makes Luke feeling better, I saw F1 again today too. All right, Luke. So if that helps Luke, hopefully that'll lessen the anger a little bit. But yeah, I just think it was a ton of fun. Like it takes a while for it to get going, Mac. I'm not gonna lie. It takes maybe like almost half an hour to get going. But once it does, like it's just classic Jurassic World fun. It's back to basics, which is never a bad thing in my opinion. I had a good time with that. I thought it was just a ton of fun. I mean, the characters are fairly one note, but if you're just looking for a fun time at the theater, and if this might be though, Mac, like the lowest kill count for a Jurassic World movie.
Really?
Not a lot of people die. It's more about the build up,
and
the suspense. But I had fun with it. I don't know. Sue me.
You watched the real F1. You hear me, Rod?
You watched F1 once, and then you watched the real.
But we are joined here by our other co-hosts. I guess this is the unofficial live stream dream team. Now, we have not all been together since probably when we did our DC tier list, but we're not doing tier lists anymore. We're killing ourselves with a year-long retrospective, and that's my good friend, buddy Dom, host of Talkin TV podcast, is
what
back.
Up?
There he is.
He's back.
Oh man, it's been a minute.
Us three chaotic beings. That's why I said we got to start at 6 o'clock. There's no way if we did 8 o'clock, we would have hit like 1 a.m.
Nope. We would be here like literally all night. What are you talking about? 1 a.m. We would be going straight 8 p.m. one day to 8 a.m. the next morning.
What was it like when we did the 2019 rod? Did we not end until like 1?
It was like 12:45. I was so tired.
Oh my god! I can promise you guys, I'm not going to be on for like 6 hours, but I mean, mostly because but yeah, 08's a fun one. Like, yeah, I got a lot of fond memories from this year. Not to step on your thing, Mac, but yeah, 08. When you said you were doing 08, I'm like, I wanted it on 2019. I wanted it on the A24 one. I missed both those ones, but once I heard you guys were doing 08, I'm like, oh, put me in for that one.
Yes. Dom, how you been, man? How's the 4th of July treating you? How's the channel going and everything?
Honestly, things have been going pretty good. I really can't complain. Slight boost of subscriber count. It's really funny. I attribute the recent subscriber boost to, there is this short that I uploaded 2 years ago when Succession ended, basically ranking all of my favorite HBO shows, right? And when I tell you the amount of traction that this short, which again, I reiterate, 2 years ago, I uploaded this short, Memorial Day of 2023. I am still getting comments of people arguing over which shows are better. Like, even today, I saw a new one. It's insane. So there's that. Luke and I actually, it's funny that I came in literally right as you guys were talking about Jurassic World, because Luke and I literally reviewed that, and it was more of a roast session, but like, we pointed out some good things overall. Really, I was just confused about, like, why did they think that they're going to sail from Barbados to Cape Town, South Africa, across the Atlantic Ocean, through dinosaur-infested waters, and think that everything was going to be okay. That's the number one flaw of the movie to me, before we get into all the dino stupidity, you know?
Dom, it's a movie. How are you going to make a movie you don't have the people doing that?
Because it's a Jurassic World movie, and I'm sick of the inherent stupidity of these idiots. It's like, I'm dealing with this shit.
It's like Lord of the Rings, where it's like, why didn't you just take one of the eagles to drop the ring into the volcano? Like, you gotta have the movie. You have to make it make sense. Just like, listen, that's like in
That's fantasy. This is supposed to be based somewhat in realism and in the real world. That's the difference.
It's Jurassic Park. Are you fucking serious for real?
Yeah, I am. And I'll tell you why. Because I saw a fucking tweet, literally, where a fucking elementary school teacher in like the 90s literally brought in a team of paleontology experts in order to determine the merits as to whether or not Jurassic Park could actually be scientifically feasible.
I need
Boom,
a damn
lawyer.
I need a damn brontosaurus in my backyard.
You know what's so funny? No, we're going. Sorry, not gonna. You know what's so funny about that sequence in particular? Like that's supposed to be at Dumbo in Brooklyn, which is literally 40 minutes from where I live.
What the?
Like, I didn't realize it at first, but then I'm like, wait a minute, that's a Brooklyn. I'm like, are you fucking kidding me? You mean to tell me that this brontosaurus is at Dumbo? I'm like, you mean to tell me that, like, I mean, I don't actually know if they shot it there, but I'm like, are you fucking kidding me? Like. And I don't know which Blade tidbit is funnier. The fact that Mahershala Ali got so screwed over by Blade that he had to do this movie for his paycheck movie, or the fact that Marvel sold the costumes for Blade to sinners. Like, I don't know what's funnier, but they're both hilarious.
That second one for sure. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. At that point, it's just, at this point, Sinners is Blade. That's it.
Pretty much.
Like,
Pretty much. It's like, why did they want to do it as a period piece? That's what I want to know.
Money, I don't honestly
to be different. Try something different, I guess. That's the only reason I can think of.
And then like Blade wasn't even gonna be the main character in it too, and I'm like, okay, that makes sense why Mahershala was pissed, because he's like, bro, I'm Blade. Why are you sidelining me?
There's only gonna be ever one Blade.
And he was right.
He was right. I called it. Right. I told you. I'm like, Marvel is never making that fucking Blade movie now because of that one line.
But
I haven't seen it.
Guys, we are going to get into a live stream like we did last time for our 2019 retrospective. And as Luke says, Dom has Felix Ross Hell yeah! I knew you and Luke were like the Lost Boys.
Literally. It was such a fringe idea too, because I was like, well, because you know what's funny is, and that goes all the way back to Chris Evanko, my former co-host, because he was the one who got me into Lost in the first place. And then when I saw that they were hitting Lost on its 20 year, I'm like, what if we did a Lost recap? And I asked Luke specifically, I'm like, dude, if we do this is going to be a big minimum 2-year commitment because of how many episodes there are. Are you down for this? And he said yes. And not only are we almost done with season 2, literally the thing that I said was we are going to have to, starting at a certain point, we are going to have to hit an episode of Lost every single week of this entire year with no breaks if we want to knock out season 2 and 3 for 2025. And so far, we have not missed. We are only 3 episodes away from the end of season 2, and then we're going right into season 3, and that's going to take us all the way through the end of the year. But where was I going with this? But yeah, so it was just a fringe idea, and now it's like the thing that's like propelling the channel forward. I'm like, it's kind of cool, you know?
Rod, we should do something with like Tyler Perry shows. We should
Nope.
every Tyler Perry show every Saturday. You and me, Tyler Perry live. But speaking of Tyler Perry, I don't know where there's segueing this. We're gonna be going month by month of 2008, and just a little background. 2008, in my opinion, rivals 2019 as like one of the best years in cinema. So many classics, so many like defining films of our childhoods and generations, and films that are still being used as formulas to this day. We'll get to some of them, but we're gonna go month by month, kind of go over the notable releases to kind of give a nice little like hit everything and hit everywhere. So it's not like we're categories. So we'll go like from January, December, and talk about some of the highlights that we may have remembered, maybe fondly or even badly. So are y'all ready to go?
Yes, sir.
Let's do it.
All right, we're gonna start with January, and let me tell you, we got
Dumptuary already. I'm already ready for it.
We got a good one, guys. We got January 4th. We got the horror movie directed by Eric Vallee, One Missed Call.
Never heard of it.
Never seen it.
It is horseshit. It's so
I'm
bad.
looking up this movie now. Oh my god, there's another movie that came out in 2003 with the same title.
It's a remake. It's a Japanese movie.
Oh man,
It actually
Eddie Burns, not Eddie Burns.
It's known for being one of the films that have 0% on Rotten Tomatoes.
Damn.
But moving on from that one, we got a bigger name that people may have seen, and that's Rod. We might like this one. First Sunday with Ice Cube and Tracy Morgan.
Why would you go to me for that one? Why me, man?
You know why?
Wow, way to racially profile, Mac.
Right, Don?
Come on, man. Automatically. Oh, Ice Cube. Oh, yeah. I'm gonna ask my fellow. Yeah.
Look at the title, Black Film All Star. I'm certified. It's fine. But yeah, First Sunday. That's a guilty pleasure movie for me because I have the DVD, but I think like it was just required, and you know I like Mike Epps. He's really funny, and him and Ice Cube have great chemistry. Like they did All About the Benjamins. So seeing them doing like a new movie together with like a lot of other all stars like Cat Williams and Keith David and everyone, just having them in this wacky comedy movie. That's obviously a homage to the Friday, but it's just for Sunday. It was pretty good.
You know, Mac, I haven't seen this.
It's true.
I don't plan to see it. But I'm glad you enjoyed it.
The next film we got, guys, did y'all grow up with VeggieTales?
Oh my god, I know exactly where you're going with here.
So do I. Yep.
We got The Pirates Who Don't Do Anything, which is based on their shorts from back in the day. Guys, I actually like this movie. Like to this day, I still watch this movie on DVD. Like I like the music in it. I like the story. The animation's pretty solid, but once again, if it's VeggieTales, you may have an opinion of it.
I remember seeing the trailers for this on TV when I was a kid. I never actually saw this movie.
So I think I did see this. I just don't remember anything from it, Mac. So I can't. I'll go based off what you say, Mac. Like VeggieTales meant a lot to me just because, like, when I used to go to Sunday school and stuff, we would always watch VeggieTales for some reason. But that's about it as far as my love for VeggieTales. But yeah, I lean towards you, Mac, on if it's good or not.
But we got a bigger name movie that came out the next week. with Katherine Heigl before her career went to shit. We'll get to that movie this year. We got 27 Dresses, y'all.
Oh, God. I remember this is an infamous Spill.com review where they, like, just absolutely despise this movie. It's one of their funniest ones.
I remember that.
Is this the... I always get this one mixed up with Bride Wars. Like, which one? I know the Bride Wars, I think, is the one with Anne Hathaway and Kate Hudson, right?
Yeah,
I always get those two mixed up.
That came out the year prior. That came out.
That's right. That's right. Yep. Yes. When the first time the Katherine Heigl destroyed her career by shitting all over Judd Apatow on Knocked Up.
Yep, pretty much. Yep.
Thoughts? It's 27.
I haven't seen it. I haven't seen it.
No, I haven't seen it, Mac.
Never had a desire.
Yeah. I'm not a fan of like wedding comedies. I think the only wedding comedy that people will still love is The Wedding Singer and Bridesmaids. So it's like, I think anything else that's kind of come between is just forgettable. And like I said, this is like Katherine Heigl. She didn't hit her peak yet, but 2 years later she did Killers with Ashton Kutcher. So
I actually kind of like that movie. It's not great, but I do like that movie.
I hate that fucking movie so much, bro. They have no chemistry at all.
It's okay, man.
I know, but that's what makes it funny.
A better version of that movie came out like 6 months later with Night and Day.
Night and Day, yeah, dude. You know what's so funny? Yeah. Bro, I watched I remember this vividly. We got both of those movies on the Netflix DVD, and we watched them like back to back. But I watched Night and Day first, and I think that's why I didn't hate Killers as much. I'm like, oh, this is just like a dumber Night and Day, but with Ashton Kutcher. So,
yeah. It's the same exact movie.
We got a film that was infamous. So we talked about 2008 being influential. This was one of the films a year after Paranormal Activity came out that really helped revitalize the found footage genre for at least beginning of the 2010s, and that's Cloverfield.
Yes. Okay. Finally, a movie that I've actually seen, so I can talk about.
It's my favorite movie of the year, Mac. This is my favorite movie of 2008. Oh yeah.
I don't know if you're being serious or not. That's the worst.
No, I'm being dead serious. This is my favorite movie of 2008. Yeah.
Oh shit! All right.
Wait, this is your number one?
Yeah, for me. Yeah.
Wow. Okay. Interesting. Yeah, I watched this movie. I'm trying to remember when exactly I watched this movie. I think it was like, I'm trying to remember if it was right around the time when Cloverfield Paradox came out. No. Okay. I remember now. It was about right around the time when Cloverfield Paradox came out, because I'd already seen 10 Cloverfield Lane, but I had not seen the original Cloverfield. So I watched that, and I remember really enjoying it. And remember when they tried to make this into a cinematic universe with Cloverfield? But like, do you guys remember the phenomenon where they revealed during the Super Bowl that they were dropping it on Netflix, and then everybody went and watched Netflix? Like, this was during the era of like the Netflix viral gimmicks, and then everybody hated it, and they never made another one. So much so that they ended up reformatting that movie Overlord into its own movie, because that movie Overlord was supposed to be a Cloverfield movie.
Yep, I remember that because I was in college when that happened.
Yep, me too. And that poor sap of a director is the same dude who directed Cloverfield Paradox, I should preface, not Overlord. It's the same dude that got stuck directing Brave New World, Julius Ona.
Yep.
That poor guy. I love
that poor guy.
Too. I like Overlord. That was a good like World War II sort of.
Decent. Yeah.
I think the thing with Cloverfield, like, we gotta remember it, like, Cloverfield helped with that ARG, like their viral marketing, because if you remember with Cloverfield, we didn't know a lot about this movie unless you saw Transformers when they just played that trailer.
Yeah. That's right.
There was no title.
That's right.
There was no title. All it was just the date, January 18th, 2008. And I remember people were like, oh, is this a Voltron movie? Is this a Godzilla movie? So it's that initial marketing that got people interested. And I think that's the legacy of Cloverfield, because, you know, rewatching Cloverfield, I do like it. Like, I can stand it. Like, my aunt, she threw up watching it, so that sucked. But
the found footage can be a little bit.
We got to weed out the weak. It's okay. But
it's true.
I think for like a monster movie, putting it in the perspective of just citizens, I think that's really unique. Like, it felt like an American love letter to Godzilla.
I agree.
They could have easily went the whole let's just follow like some heroic military dude for an hour and a half, but I think having it from the perspective of these regular people, you know, regular civilians, and like the whole found footage genre to me is kind of, it's dated now. Like I really hate the genre, and what like I think the last good found footage movie might be Chronicle.
Yeah, I think so.
But I think for me, Cloverfield this is the best use of the found footage genre, just because of what it did for just teasing the monster throughout, not getting a full reveal till maybe like 30, 40 minutes. And we get glimpses here and there, but just feeling that terror, that angst. Like, I read a review somewhere. It was like this felt like a 9/11 monster movie. I'm not going to compare Cloverfield to 9/11, but it kind of felt like that in a way. Just that dread that we could die at any second, and the ending just being so ominous and just it's a really terrorizing monster film. And it's probably to this day still my favorite. I know we've gotten plenty of monster movies out there now, but to me this will always be the one that just really gets me the most. And it's got poor characterization. Like, the characters are very one note, but I think it's just the tone and the atmosphere and just that dread of this monster terrorizing the city gets me, man.
I think the most notable thing for me looking back on this movie is how so much of the time, right, with monster movies, they get criticized for like not feeling big and epic in scale, right? Like that's the thing that Pacific Rim and the 2014 Godzilla get a lot of credit for, is making like the kaiju and monster figures and those feel really big and feel really epic in scale. Which again is part of the reason, again, why I understand why people like Jurassic World Rebirth, even though it's still a piece of shit, because say what you will about that movie, but at the very least, those dinosaur action sequences feel big and oh man, like some of the greatest like monster action that I've seen recently. And what's so interesting about this is this like takes the opposite approach, where it puts it from the perspective of us looking up at it, and even though it still has the goofy found footage gimmick, it still works in terms of selling the terror of just like being trapped in the city. Like, in a weird way, it's funny that you made the 9/11 references, because in some version of this, they're like, again, this is 2008, 9/11 is still very, very fresh on everybody's mind, and so in a way, this is one of like a couple different things that was like really doing the feeling of like feeling trapped in this like metropolis, which so much of the time is supposed to feel so big and so sprawling where you run, and this is the first instance where you feel like, the confinement, where it's like you have this thing and the military everywhere, and certain sections of the city are confined. You can't really see it because it's shrouded in smoke, all of that. Also, fun fact, directed by the Batman director, Matt Reeves.
Yeah.
Yep.
I do say I like it. Like, while rewatching Cloverfield, this definitely is an experience to kind of get that intimate feeling, because you mentioned with Jurassic World, I love Garth Edwards because he knows how to show scale when it comes with monsters. But like with watching Cloverfield, you're just like, holy shit! Like, you generally feel like you can't do anything. Like, you just feel like you're just waiting for just either death or just try to escape. And as the movie keeps going on and on, you're like, oh, they're truly fucked. It's something like, bro. Last thing about Cloverfield, don't do anything for pussy. Don't.
I was just about to bring that up. I was literally just about to bring that up, because the Spill.com review, dude, has one of the funniest all-time tidbits where Carlisle's like, did you see that girl? Oh my God, I would have gone back for her. If there's one thing we're dying for, it's a piece of ass like that. And then Corey's like, what's more beautiful than her? Life. It's like one of the greatest all-time Spill.com jokes.
It's like, okay, like, they're friends. They had a one-night stand because that's the beginning of the movie with the footage. But then, like, oh, she got mad at him because he didn't have feelings for her. But he's like, no, I really did love you. And then, they supposedly die. But then we have that image of, like, it's like, I don't even know. The Cloverfield lore is, like, its own video itself, like, doing a deep dive into everything.
Well, there's a little tease at the very, very end, like, after the credits, where it's like, it's still I think it's one of the guys or one of the characters survive, and it's like it's still alive. You can hear it in reverse or something like that. So
yeah, and it's like apparently J.J. Abrams didn't know about that because Matt Reeves put that in himself. Gotcha. So it's like I have no idea what's even going on with Cloverfield, because Dom, you're right. At the time, they were really trying to slap everything to Cloverfield, because I can guarantee you. But I remember when Paradox was supposed to be the God particle, and then they got changed to Paradox. And then 10 Cloverfield Lane, that wasn't even supposed to be like that. It was supposed to be something different. And I was like, okay, it could be a little anthology series, but they fucked that up. So I don't know. They said they're making another movie, so
I don't believe it's ever going to happen. That's never going to happen.
It ain't happening. That phase is done. That phase is done. Cloverfield Paradox killed it.
It did.
But guys, we're going from one movie to another, a spoof movie. Do y'all like Freeburg and Seltzer?
Oh, God.
How about Meet the Spartans?
Oh, Lord.
I see. I will say, I'll give background. At this time, I do remember people were getting sick of the spoof movie stuff, because I think, besides Scary Movie 1 and 2, which are like the best, I can't wait for the 6. We had Date Movie, Epic Movie. I think Disaster Movie came out the year before or this year, and then we would have like Vampires Suck.
They weren't. They weren't sick of spoof and parody movies, Mac. They were sick of these fucking idiots ruining spoof and parody movies. Because what are all those, other than the first two scary movies, what are all those movies you just listed off have in common? Those two fucking idiots. And it's only now, after those two have finally been put in wherever faraway place from Hollywood they are, after Superfast finally killed that off.
Oh my god, I forgot about that movie.
Yeah, exactly. Rightfully so. Are we finally getting parody back with Naked Gun, where they literally had to reset the wheel because those idiots killed it for 2 decades straight?
Well, I read with Freeberg and Seltzer, like a lot of the jokes they wrote in the scary movie, because they were the writers, they got a lot of their jokes got cut. So really, after the Wayans brothers left, that's when they kind of started going down. Yep. I think Meet the Spartans, I think it's the one I can tolerate maybe a little bit more, because there are some funny moments. Like the thing with these parody movies is that I think Mel Brooks said it best, is that the best parody movie is that when you don't need to know what they're referencing. And like it felt like a modern Family Guy episode of like references of like, especially of what was popular at the time. So you got Transformers, you got American Idol, you got Britney Spears, you got Deal or No Deal, you got like all the funniest part was that the singer from American Idol, he kicked him down the hole. He's like, I'm not gay. Like that, I would tell that's there's some moments that I'm like, that's actually funny. Or like Happy Feet was like, what you laughing at, cracker? I'm like, oh shit. But like it is so bad. Like it is not a good movie.
I don't remember if it was this movie or Disaster Movie that made Corey fucking invent the fuck you rating on Spill, but it was one of the two. It was just some old bullshit for like the first year, and then this. I think it was this movie that made them be like, yeah, this is. He's like co-host. He's like, I drank, I beat myself silly, I did substances that I have never done, and it still didn't work.
Oh, Rod, what's your opinion on Meet the Spartans?
Do I have to go?
You need to get this goodness, this Spartan goodness.
Oh my god!
So this was at a time when, I was still I was in middle school, and so we all thought these spoof movies were like the coolest thing to go see on the weekends because we didn't know any better. So I remember it was the year before, because I think Epic Movie came out the year prior.
Yep.
And
I think my friend Dustin showed me the first 10 minutes of Epic Movie, and I'm like, shut this shit off. This is one of the worst things I've ever seen.
Terrible. And I remember my mom took me and a couple of friends from friends I was with in middle school to go see this, and I don't think I've ever seen my mom that pissed after a movie. Like I remember more of just her expression than anything.
The mom is like, fuck this movie.
Yes. So yeah, Mac, these movies do nothing for me. Like even the first two scary movies, I don't have any attachment to. They're all just kind of like, I watch them once, I had a good time, and then I kind of move on with the rest of my day. I think honestly, actually, my favorite spoof movie is actually one we're going to talk about later with Drake Bell.
Yeah.
That one I actually
good. Yeah. That one's actually really good.
Yeah, man, superhero movie, but can I tell, real quick,
which I'm gonna make you guys laugh your asses off when I tell you who directed that movie.
The part when he had the pheromone spray on him, and you just cut to his foot, it was nail, and he was like, "Take it, bitch!" And it just stayed ingrained in my mind. I'm like, what is happening? It's like that. Oh my god! Oh, I can't wait for that. And to wrap up January, this was kind of when we thought that this series would probably take a break. It's Rambo with Sylvester Stallone, the 2008 version, which was the rated R version. And honestly, I remember at the time people were like, "Oh, this is a good return to form for Rambo," because I know that after 1, 2, 3, and the other ones weren't that well received. But then this is the one we had before First Blood, which I actually like First Blood. I know people aren't iffy about it.
You mean Last Blood?
Last Blood, not First Blood.
Yeah.
Last Blood. I like this one. I remember if you bought it, I think there was a video game that came out with it. It actually gave you a free copy of the movie. So I don't know.
I'm conflicted on this one. So obviously, again, people don't like Rambo 2 and 3. I like both those sequels. They're both cheesy. They're fun. They're products of their time. They're clearly not trying to do what the first one did, which was the first one was actually trying to be a pretty serious commentary, and then it ended up evolving into this action franchise. I absolutely despise Last Blood. My dad forced me to watch that with him, and I'm like, Dad, this is one of the worst movies I've ever seen. Why did you make me do this? And out of spite, I still have that movie as my worst movie of 2019, ironically enough. But Rambo, like, which again, it's funny too, again, because, you know, even though the franchise is known as Rambo, again, this is ironically the only installment that's called Rambo. Like, this is it. Like, this was kind of like a reboot. But this was during that era of, like, the late 2000s where it's like after, like, Stallone did his remake of Get Carter, Stallone had this, like, string of movies that was just so gratuitously violent. And then finally Expendables started to pull away from that once they started to do digital squibs. But this was still when they were doing practical things, and it was just so gratuitously violent to the point where it's just distracting from the actual plot. Like, besides the fact that it's the typical, like, formula that Stallone was doing with that Stallone and Clint Eastwood were doing with their movies, and then Taylor Sheridan basically adopted, which is where, you know, the at the time young, dumb millennials who don't know about the real world, you know, have to be basically saved or schooled by the old school guy, you know? And again, Taylor Sheridan has made a fucking career out of this because in every one of his shows, he always has to have, in this case now, the Gen Zer, the dumb young Gen Zer who has to be schooled by, you know, the fucking, you know, the old school guy, you know, the lawyer character who has to be schooled by Billy Bob Thornton and Landman, the fucking, you guys know what I'm getting at. And this was, I think, the worst example of that. And this is where it was the absolute peak, and it was also at the absolute bottom. So yeah, it's not my favorite.
Oh, it's a shame, man. Because Rambo, first one is like actually one of the best.
First one's a great movie.
Yeah, and it's just sad to see like it got the Jaws treatment of like we never really got a good Rambo film again. Like I feel like the last one was a missed opportunity to be like a retirement.
Yep.
Well,
the problem with Last Blood, it's just boring.
Yeah,
I fell asleep halfway through before and then, like, nothing exciting happens like the last 15 minutes.
Exactly, and then it just becomes super violent Home Alone, and then they pussy out at the end when they're clearly gonna kill him and be like, "Oh, is he dead? Is he?" And my dad, to the point where my dad is still torturing me 6 years later, being like, "They're gonna do another Rambo." I'm like, "No, they're not. Stop." He's moved on. He's doing Tulsa King now, which thankfully is actually really good.
Is that good? Okay.
Tulsa King is good. I will vouch for Tulsa King.
All right.
All right. Yeah. But let's move into February. We got.
Oh boy.
Y'all like Hannah Montana?
Oh god.
Oh god.
We got Hannah Montana, the best of both worlds.
You know, you're really not doing a good job of selling 2008 as a good movie
no,
so far. I understand we're still in the beginning of the year, but like.
We're in the trenches right now.
Yeah, this is before like the Lego Movie came in and like made February good for like a couple years before it went back to sucking.
So I've seen this movie.
We know.
Of course you have. Why else would you be talking about it?
So I will say, compared to like when they did like her actual movie like a few years later, I like this one more. Like I'm not a big fan of the concert movies, but you know, Hannah Montana being so big back then, I think that this was fine because this was in the same realm of like Jonas Brothers. This was before Big Time Rush, and like she was still number one. As I'm talking about this, I'm realizing how fucking stupid this sounds. I'm going to move on. I agree, Luke. It was peak television.
Oh man,
great. Let's move on. Let me see here. Guys, we have one of our first Oscar-nominated films of the year, and that would be In Brogues.
Yes,
directed by Martin McDonough.
Yes,
and with Colin Farrell and Brendan Gleeson.
This is still my number. I recently moved it down to my number 5 because I finally saw The Wrestler, but this is still in my top 5 best movies of this year. It's still Martin McDonough's best movie. It's absolutely seamless. Also, one of the most quotable movies of all time. It does that Martin McDonough thing where it toes the line between like super violent and dark and also being fucking hilarious so well. I mean, everybody in this movie is just firing on all cylinders. Colin Farrell, Brendan Gleeson, Ray Fiennes. It's an absolute crime against humanity that none of them were nominated for an Oscar. Particularly Ray Fiennes for all of his for his 2 iconic moments where he's slamming the phone, the wife yells at him, "It's an inanimate fucking object," and he's like, "You're an inanimate fucking object," and then later on, when Brendan Gleeson's making fun of him, he's like, "You're a cunt. You know, I've always been a cunt. You're never not going to be a cunt. You know, maybe I'll just go some more and have some more cunt kids," and he's like, "Hey, that's out of line. Don't you dare insult my cunt kids." I love it. It's great. It's great. 5 out of 5 movie.
You know, it's funny. I actually saw this, Dom, after because my first Martin McDonough movie was actually 3 Billboards.
Oh,
in 2017.
I'm sorry.
I love 3 Billboards.
3 Billboards is good, but it's such lesser McDonough compared to this. Is the thing.
So it's actually probably my favorite Martin McDonough movie personally.
Oh,
but
man.
So, but maybe I'd be different if I saw In Bruges first. Maybe.
Yeah.
because I did I watched this at home, and I mean, I had a great time. It's probably still my favorite Colin Farrell. It's probably my favorite Colin Farrell.
It's got to be Colin Farrell. This was the movie that brought Colin Farrell back from the brink, because there was a time in the 2000s where people were wondering, like, it was after Alexander and The New World and a couple of other stinkers that he had in the 2000s. People were like, oh, is Colin Farrell, does he still have it? And this is the movie that brought him back, because he famously also he won the Golden Globe for this as well, for comedy.
Right.
That's right.
So yeah, I had a blast with this. I mean, everything Dom said. I wouldn't personally put in my top like 10 of the year for myself, but it's a great freaking movie. I love it. I love this, Matt.
I love it too. Like when I first started reviewing movies, I remember I had heard about it because we used to watch all the Oscar-nominated films, and watching this and kind of going to Martin McDonagh's filmography, because I love Seven Psychopaths. I think Seven Psychopaths
is good.
Does not get enough credit. I love that, and also I like that we got a spiritual sequel to it with the Banshees of
exactly. And
like,
Inisherin.
That was like a spiritual sequel to In Bruges, if you think about it.
Yes.
And I will agree, Dom. Like this was definitely the movie that brought Colin Farrell back.
I think the best bit is at the end, when the whole impetus for the movie and the whole reason for why they're in Bruges is the fact that Colin Farrell shot a kid accidentally, but he shot a kid, and it's the fact that in their line of work, shooting a kid means death, and the whole point of the of being in Bruges is the fact that it's supposed to be Colin Farrell's like last like vacation before Brendan Gleeson is supposed to put him out of his misery. Two things obviously being ironic to kind of derail it, being that Colin Farrell is fucking miserable and just hates Bruges the entire time, and the second thing being that when Brendan Gleeson finally goes to kill him, Colin Farrell is already on the brink of like about to be committing suicide. So it's like already just like a series of like great happenstance, great human moments. My favorite bit is when Ralph Fiennes finally comes to Bruges and finishes the job. And fucking the thing that saves Colin Farrell after he's already been shot like 3 times by Ralph Fiennes. Ralph Fiennes about to get the drop on him. Ralph Fiennes did the exact same thing that got Colin Farrell in this mess in the first place, where he shoots through Colin Farrell and accidentally kills a dwarf that Colin Farrell's been friends with the whole time. But not understanding that the dwarf, thinking that it's a kid, Ralph Fiennes just goes and is like, well, you're nothing without your principles, and just shoots himself in the head. It's great. One of the all-time great movies. And the whole time, even as he's bleeding out, dying, Colin Farrell is still trying to be like, wait, Harry, no, it's not a kid. It's great. It's great. Like one of the greatest movies I've ever seen.
Give it a watch, y'all. Pretty good. And we'll move on to something higher quality. No, okay. That came out the same day. That's Welcome Home, Roscoe Jenkins.
How the hell did I know you were going to talk about this movie?
This is becoming like I'm seeing on TikTok. This is becoming a movie that is kind of becoming like a cult icon, cult status. I've noticed.
You would be the only person in the world to know that, Mac.
This is not bad. This is not a bad movie.
Yep.
Yes, yes, it is.
It's not bad.
This is one of those cases of its movies where it's like the Best Man Holiday or one of those movies. You're either gonna love it or you're gonna hate it.
I could not stand this movie. I will defend some black movies. I cannot defend this.
You draw the line with this shit.
Yeah, I do not like this movie.
My whole thing is, I'm like, oh, you got Martin Lawrence, Mike Epps, Cedric the Entertainer, and Michael Clark Duncan. I'm like, yeah, this movie knows exactly what audience it's catering to.
Yeah.
Well, it's like I think the thing that is problem is like when you really look into the movie, you're like, wow. If you think about it, his family's just jealous that he's the successful one. And it's like, oh, you forget where you from. You uppity now. You in the North making all this money. I'm like, wow. But I like
North. What is this fucking the Civil War?
Yeah, you're the North. You're part of the Union. I like how James Earl Jones was his dad. I think that was good casting. Because like I feel like he did a good job with that. But like this movie is just it's dumb, but it's funny at the same. Like it's a guilty pleasure. It's a Malcolm
D. Lee. Yep. Oh, and Louis C.K. is in this too. Oh man,
that's right. I forgot. Oh my lord.
Louis C.K. Nicole Ari Parker. Joy. I'm just looking through the cast. Monique. I'm like, I've seen my whole thing with this. I'm like, I've never seen any of these movies, but I have seen 15 movies that look exactly like this, and to my understanding, they're all pretty much like the exact same movie.
Oh my goodness.
Right,
well, let's move on to a few days later. We got a Doug Liman movie with everyone's favorite.
Oh, okay.
Youngling slaughtering man, Hayden Christensen, Jumper.
Yeah. I'm gonna let you take this one first, Rod, because
I don't want to. I can't stand this movie. I can't. This to me was the coming out, but what everyone realizing Hayden Christensen's not a good actor.
Yeah. There was a weird point in the 2000s where Hayden Christensen was like trying to have a career post the Star Wars prequels where he gave up because you had this movie and then a couple years later he was in that movie Takers with Idris Elba and Paul Walker, right?
I like that movie.
So and Takers is good. Jumper, I go back and forth because it's one of those things where the concept is really cool. And like because it's Doug Liman directing, the filmmaking is really good, but yeah, it really does live and die by that lead actor. And like Hayden Christensen was still getting that Anakin Skywalker out of his system, and it's not the best.
He's the weak link. This movie could have been something great.
Sick premise though, really sick premise. Because this is the same year as Hancock, if I'm not mistaken. So this was like the last year where they were like trying to do like alternative types of original superhero movies before they just gave up, and it's like, okay, it's all comic books from here on out.
So Tom, let me ask you this question because I remember seeing this and. This actor in the 2000s, so I would have replaced with Hayden Christensen. The 2000s was his era.
Okay, let me
almost. Hear it. Shia LaBeouf.
Yeah, I'm with it.
That would have been better.
I'm with it. And the only reason why Shia's not in this, I'm trying to remember which movie he was doing at this time that he couldn't do, because he was like doing back-to-back, like nonstop work in 07, but was it Disturbia or was it Eagle Eye that was this year that he came out with?
Eagle Eye came out this
So it was
year,
Eagle Eye. Okay, so that's why he couldn't do it, but no, I'm with it. And honestly, like, compared to, I kind of wish the Shia LaBeouf had done this movie over Eagle Eye, because Eagle Eye is just like another thing of, it's like, ooh, like, it's AI, but like, it was 2008, so like, nobody actually understood, like, their idea of AI was still like The Matrix, essentially.
Well, Eagle Eye also, and I like. I mean, we're gonna talk about it later, but like Eagle Eye had a great premise, and it's to me, it's like a stupid, fun action, like B-level kind of action movie, but it could have been so much more than what it ended up being.
My whole thing with Eagle Eye is for the longest time because I had just seen Transformers the year before and literally thought it was the greatest movie ever made. For me, I convinced myself that Eagle Eye was the sequel to Transformers before it ended up being Revenge of the Fallen the year after. So.
Oh God. Yeah. Okay.
I hope that we do a Transformers podcast at some point. Because man,
please,
you want to talk about letting me cook? Oh man,
I'm down for that, Mac. We gotta do that.
Come on, Mac. You know you want to.
Moving on. Let's go into the same day where we got a movie from Nickelodeon, because Nickelodeon barely does fucking movies anymore.
Yeah.
The Spiderwick Chronicles.
Ooh, I saw this in theaters.
I did too.
Really? Oh shit.
Yeah. I saw this in theaters. I like it. It's not great. It smashes all 5 books into one, which I think is a little bit of a jump, but I enjoyed this movie. I have fond memories of watching it. Nick Nolte as Mulgarath is an inspired casting choice. Seth Rogen as Seth Rogen, and I forgot who else voiced Seth Rogen is the Hobgoblin. I forgot who voices the Thumbletak. Yeah, I read all these books. I was a big fan of these. I'm a big fan in general, just like, folklore and creatures around that time. Again, this was the peak of Freddie Highmore. Like, Freddie Highmore was in everything. Like, he had the Willy Wonka movie. He had, the Finding Neverland movie with Johnny Depp. There's a couple others in there that I'm forgetting. So this is like the peak of Freddie Highmore. What's it called? Also, David Strathairn as the titular Arthur Spiderwick, which I thought was awesome. Martin Short, that's it, as Thimbletak, as the brownie. And then Ron Perlman also was in this movie as Redcap, which is Mulgarath's. So that's really funny to me. That's really funny to me that Nick Nolte was the main bad guy, and then Ron Perlman is his associate. I enjoyed this movie. Fond memories of it.
I don't remember much as Dom did from this movie, but I remember going to see this, and one of my earliest, like one of the things I remember most about this movie was just how much fun I had. Because, like you said, Nickelodeon doesn't make that many movies anymore.
I forgot too that it was a Nickelodeon production, also.
Yeah, and this was like at the. Would you say the peak, Dom, of Freddie Highmore's career?
I would say so. Yeah, I think he had like 1 or 2 more things after this, but I don't remember seeing him in a lot of things after this.
And I was like, why are we putting this kid in everything? And he was great. I think he played twins, right, in this movie.
Yep. Jared and Simon, famously. Okay. Yep.
So yeah, I just remember having a ball with this, and I was always curious why they didn't make another one. Now you kind of explain it to me, Dom, that they kind of put all 5 books in
literally because it's only 5 books and they smash it all together in one movie.
I think. Go ahead.
No, I remember Barnes and Noble's being ridiculously sold out of these books like around the time the movie came out too.
Yeah, and I remember this was kind of low key a big deal because like the whole thing that I remember from this era is that up until Percy Jackson kind of ruined that. Like any adaptation of like a kid's book that we love, no, it was Percy Jackson was the thing that ruined it. Up until So is that anytime you had an adaptation of like a kid's book that we loved, I think that this was like the first instance too, because like Harry Potter, when like we were still in the peak phase of Harry Potter, Lord of the Rings had wrapped up, so like we were kind of like trying to see like what the next big like book adaptation was going to be, and ironically this also being the year of Twilight, so that then inspired that whole era. But yeah, I just remember me and my brothers, and we had this one childhood friend of ours who like we were obsessed with these books, and like I remember when like we saw that the movie was coming out, we made like a whole big date to go and see it, and we were like comparing like it to the books, and like we were into this, and there was a moment in that year when we were like obsessed with the Spider-Man Chronicles.
Oh, sorry, I thought that was it. No,
It's fair. You never know with me.
The thing with like I see about Spider-Man Chronicles, I remember watching it. I did enjoy it. I wonder what would have happened if it waited after the Hunger Games, when that big YA boom of the 2010s to come out. Like, would it have been swept up? And it probably go the way.
You know what? You know what killed? Yeah, Divergent. That
Divergent
franchise
was what killed it.
Killed everything.
Yeah, it was Divergent. Now here's the thing. But now here's my question to you guys, real quick: is Twilight or Hunger Games responsible for starting that trend? Because I go Twilight.
Yeah, Twilight.
I go Twilight.
Twilight.
I know Hunger Games doesn't start until Twilight wraps up, but like that era of like 08 to 12, like Twilight dominated that shit. Like, there's a reason why they waited until 2012 to release the first Hunger Games.
Yeah, it was definitely Twilight.
It was weird too, because even that what was it? Oh, like 2 years ago, because Nickelodeon did Lemony Snicket's. Remember with Jim Carrey?
That's right. That's right.
And
yeah.
that was like,
Lemony Snicket. That was the first one that we were like, again, I also read all the Lemony Snicket. And Lemony Snicket did the same thing, too, with Spider-Man Chronicles, where they took the first 3 books and smashed it into one movie.
I remember that.
Yup. And then they did the Netflix series, which I was a little thrown off by the style of the Netflix series, but at the very least, that did all 13 books as its own like batch of like 2 or 3 episodes across each season.
I still haven't gotten around to watching that.
It's interesting, and Neil Patrick Harris is doing something different than Jim Carrey. I kind of still prefer the Jim Carrey version because it's still like that movie still looks and feels cinematic, but like the show is more faithful to the book.
Also, shout out to the GameCube game. I did play that as a kid. Yeah, that's all I got. So, but nah, it's actually interesting. A big what if. Also, shout out to the Golden Compass.
Yeah, but was not that year. The year before, but yep.
Yeah.
Also turned into an HBO series with His Dark Materials, which was 1,000 times more faithful to the books than the movie was. It was actually really good. Like, I heavily recommend it. If you guys are a fan of the His Dark Materials trilogy, go watch the HBO show starring Daphne Keane as Lyra. It's really good. Daphne Keane, James McAvoy, Lin-Manuel Miranda, and Ruth Wilson. Really, really good.
But as we go into February, I want to give a quick shout out to Step Up 2, The Streets, directed by John M. Chu. Also, Diary of the Dead with George A. Romero. That was very disappointing. But as we headed into the end of the month, we got the last big film that has become a cultural icon all these years later.
Oh, no.
And that's Will Ferrell's Semi-Pro.
Oh, I haven't seen Semi-Pro.
Really?
Haven't seen it.
I've seen this once. I haven't rewatched it. This is the basketball movie, right?
Yes.
Yeah. This movie's whatever.
This is the era of Will Ferrell's like, I'm gonna do a sport, and like some are well received. Like people, I think, like Blades of Glory, Semi-Pro. I forgot that this was a movie until you even told me. But then but this is also the year of Step Brothers as well. So
yes. Before we move on though from February, I do want to give a shout out to two quick movies, Mac.
What's up?
Be Kind Rewind.
Oh yeah,
solid movie.
Yeah,
yep,
really
solid movie.
And then, Max, I love my rom-com, so definitely Maybe with Ryan Reynolds. Also, it's pretty decent. That came out that same month.
Yeah, that's right. This was still like the era of like the Ryan Reynolds rom-com.
Mm-hmm. But it was a good one, I thought. So yeah.
For me, that peaked with Just Friends with the Ryan Reynolds rom-com.
Such a good movie.
Yeah, Just Friends is great.
Yeah.
But as we move into March, as I change the assets over here, we got our first big budget film with
please don't say it, man.
Roland Emmerich, 10,000 BC, y'all. You know the funny thing about this? I've never seen this movie, but it just looks so forgettable. Like it just does not feel like a Roland Emmerich movie. This just
I remember this being the movie where it's like, oh, this is going to be humans fighting prehistoric animals, and then it wasn't at all. The only good thing that came out of this movie is the fact that Stephen Strait landed The Expanse a few years afterwards, which was a great demonstration of his talent. I heavily recommend The Expanse. That's one of the greatest science fiction. That show is so good that Jeff Bezos himself saved it after Sci-Fi canceled it so that they could adapt the last 3 books for when the last 3 seasons were on Amazon. Great show.
Oh, it's still every time I go on the Prime Video to watch something, it's still heavily marketed on Amazon Prime.
Rightfully so.
But this movie sucks.
Your reactions, it doesn't sound like it was good.
I have only ever enjoyed in my life 2 Roland Emmerich movies. I don't count Day After Tomorrow because I've never actually seen that movie in its entirety, and that's Independence Day and 2012. And I only enjoy 2012 because it's so bad that I can laugh at it.
Okay, so here's the thing. I think 2012 was the year after. Yeah, 2009.
Yes, it was 2009. Yep.
I'm not gonna lie. I kind of dig 2012. I did.
It's fun. It's fun. It's not good, but it's really fun. Are you kidding me? The scene where the fucking earthquake is like chasing after Cusack as they're driving the limo and they're stuck behind the 2 old ladies that get smushed by the dog. I love Roland Emmerich's nihilism towards humanity has to be studied. It is incredible.
Yes.
Well, a lot of the films he adapts is like based on these like weird conspiracy theorists books. So it's just like I'm just like
the Mayan calendar revolution. Oh my god, I remember too because at the time. I'm about to let you guys into like a really really embarrassing part of my past. I remember like in the year 2012, a few years after the movie 2012 came out, when I actually was stupid enough to think that the world was literally going to end. I literally had this pact with this one girl where it's like, yeah, if the world ends, I will take your virginity. Clearly that never happened, but yeah, that is a true story from my very embarrassing past.
It's funny that you talk about Roland Emmerich, Tom. I think the last Roland Emmerich we've actually liked, White House Down. That was okay.
I didn't see that. I made the mistake of watching Olympus Has Fallen, and I hated Olympus Has Fallen so much. I'm like, I'm never watching.
Olympus Has Fallen, I think it's the better of the 2 movies.
Well, no, and that's the thing, guys. I hated Olympus Has Fallen, and then I'm like, wait, that's the better of the 2? I'm like, oh, fuck this. No, and unfortunately, I saw Independence Day Regurgence. I refuse to call that movie by its real name. I'm never watching another Roland Emmerich movie again, and I still haven't.
I think Move will destroy his career. Yeah.
Yeah, rightfully so.
Luke was ready that day. We all were. That was the day we
Luke, the early doomsday prepper at like 10 years old.
But another film that came out the same day.
Don't say it.
The Bank Job with Jason Statham.
Okay, I
never
thought
seen
you were
it.
going somewhere else with that.
Never seen it.
I'm getting that wrong.
Oh god damn it!
I think wasn't this the remake of a movie? I'm thinking of The Italian Job.
I think it's gonna be The Italian Job, right?
Let's see. It's based on a true story though. But yeah, I saw this and it just felt like another Jason Statham movie.
Mm-hmm.
But next up,
I've never seen it.
We got College Road Trip with Martin Lawrence and Raven Simone.
I knew it.
Oh yeah, this is another one I remember the trailer for.
They played this so much on Disney Channel growing up.
They
were like, because that's when Raven was still at his peak, and I guess Martin was trying to get a big comeback a little bit because he had kind of like tapered off in the 2000s.
Well, because the year before he did Wild Hogs.
Oh, yes, right.
So he was trying to have that Matthew McConaughey, and it wasn't really happening for him, Mac, because this movie's terrible.
Never seen it. Never seen
good.
it.
It's good. Just a generic. It's a TV movie, kind of generic for the theater. But they're like, we paid Martin Lawrence and we paid Raven Simone a lot of money to do this. So,
if this movie were made today, Mac, it would have gone straight to Disney Plus.
Oh God, yeah. This would have been given the Artemis Fowl treatment.
Oh God.
Oh yeah.
I have fucking horror stories for that movie. Good God, I watched it during COVID and I was like, thank God. But later in February, we actually got a movie that this started off the Dr. Seuss Renaissance, or like the kind of like let's make.
I think I know. I think I know which one. This is another one that I think I saw in theaters.
Well, let's make this movie animated instead of doing a terrifying live action. It's Dr. Seuss's Horton Hears a Who.
Saw this in theaters.
Jim Carrey and Steve Carell. This is generally like a good movie. Like, I like this better than the Lorax, and I have a lot of thoughts on the Lorax and shit like that. But this is actually a really funny movie.
You know, these Dr. Seuss like animated films don't do a lot for me, but I remember I don't despise these movies either. Like I remember leaving this theater and be like, yeah, I had fun. Like the last one I think that came out was what? The Grinch back in 2019?
Yeah.
Which I actually like that animated
2018,
movie
yeah. Yeah.
This is the same thing because I think this is Carrie and who else, Mac and Dom?
Steve Carell.
Yeah.
Steve Carell, yeah.
Yep. Steve Carell. Also, famously, Jesse McCartney voices his only son, who is what's it called? Who is mute for pretty much the whole movie. You know, it should tell you the power that Jesse McCartney had. But this also had a solid cast. This is also when Seth Rogen was being in every animated movie under the sun. Carol Burnett is in it. Will Arnett is the fucking the vulture with the Russian accent. Dan Fogler's in this. Isla Fisher, Jonah Hill, Amy Poehler, like bunch of people are in this movie. Yeah, I had fun with this one. This one's a good one. I really enjoyed this. Jim Carrey is really heartwarming. Horton Hears a Who, also always one of my more beloved Dr. Seuss books because yeah, you know, just who could possibly relate to nobody believing you, you know, but you know you're right. Who could possibly relate to that? You know, definitely none of us.
Was Lorax after this?
Lorax was after this. Lorax was 09.
Yeah.
Okay.
Or Lorax was 2012.
2012. You're really?
Yeah.
Why did I think it was 09?
But it was I liked it. It is very like one of those movies like you remember it, but you're like, holy shit, I remember. It's like a random movie you pop on. But it was just good. And I think like they found that formula because like what the story was when Dr. Seuss's widow saw Cat in the Hat, she's like, we're not doing live action ever again. Like this is genuinely terrifying. Like stop doing this. I think Dr. Seuss works better animated than live action. Like I know people are like, oh, I love the Grinch and stuff, but you know,
or all those idiots who are like, oh, the Cat in the Hat with Mike Myers is good. I'm like, no, it's not. I'm like, no, it's not. You were 3 years old when you saw it and you thought it was the funniest shit ever.
But the same what two films that come out the same day. Guys, we got a horror film, which is pretty underrated in my opinion. That's Funny Games.
So I didn't see this.
Oh, wait. The remake? The
Yeah.
Michael Pitt one? I thought that was 07.
No.
Nope, this is 08.
Really?
Yeah.
Huh. Oh, you know what it is? It's probably one of those things where it got such wide critical acclaim when it came out, the year that it came out, that, but yeah, no, you're right. It didn't get released in the States until March of 2008. Oh, wow. Why the hell is this an 07? Yeah, this is an 08 movie. What the fuck?
It probably had one of those festival releases.
That's what it was. That's what it was. Yeah. So I am still forever baffled by Michael Haneke's decision to remake his own movie. I don't know what the reasoning is, but I like the cast in this one, especially because, you know, it's Michael Pitt, pre-Boardwalk Empire, and before we all found out that he was fucking insane. Naomi Watts and Tim Roth are the married couple. But do you guys know who plays Michael Pitt's fellow burglar in this movie?
Who?
Brady Corbet, the director of Vox Lux and The Brutalist. That's him. Go look it up. Fun fact.
Right.
Yep.
That's
Academy
right.
Award nominated Brady Corbet is in this. I remember thinking that was really funny. Also, fun fact, me and him share a birthday. But
Oh shit.
yeah, but for me, what's so interesting about this as just like an experiment of a movie is the fact that, like, it really is kind of like torture porn if you think about it. Once you realize that, like, oh, this couple is not escaping this house because the burglars could just pick up the remote and rewind it every time they try to escape. And Michael Haneke has said that the whole point of it's like, oh, when he rewinds the remote the first time, that's when you're supposed to stop watching. And I'm like, but there's still, like, however much more of the movie there is. Like, we're not gonna not watch it. And yeah, I'm not a big fan of the original. I'm not a big fan of this one. Like, it's an interesting experiment, but it's a little bit too nihilistic for me.
I just remember I'm sorry, Matt, go ahead.
No, you're good.
I just remember because I actually just watched this for the first time, I think, either last year or the year before. So my biggest takeaway was always the two guys who are the burglars in the house and like terrorize his family. They creep me the hell out.
Yeah,
they really did a good job.
Both of them, just really unsettling eyes.
Yes.
Like, really unsettling eyes.
And so I actually kind of appreciate that they went the route of, you know, everyone dies or the family dies, kid dies. But I thought that there was a better home invasion movie that came out later this year that I love a lot more, which we're going to talk about. In my opinion, Mac. In my opinion.
We talking The First Strangers?
Yes.
Yep. How'd I know? Mac, you're one of those terrible horror franchises that you continue to champion every year. Every year there's a new installment that comes out.
The hell? I
thought you were talking about this. I thought you were talking about a Strangers movie at one point. I know you love the Saw movies and understandably the Final Destination movies because those are just hysterical. But I thought I heard you talking about the Strangers.
Hell no.
One
I
time.
fucking hate the Strangers.
Oh, okay. Okay.
We about to fight, Mac. We about to fight.
Good. We will throw down. Yeah, Funny Games. I like Funny Games too because it's one of the best uses of the fourth wall. Like you mentioned with the remote, that's pretty like, oh shit.
Yeah.
But I do like the part where he's like, hey, he looks to the audience like, hey, what do you think? Who do you got winning in this? They're gonna survive? You're on their side, huh? Like, oh, You're just shocked. Like, and they do that
Yeah.
multiple times. It starts to really like fuck with you.
Because if I'm remembering correctly, there's no hint of them breaking the fourth wall before he picks up the remote and rewinds it, correct?
I don't think so.
No, there was the hints because he talked to us when he asked them if we were taking they were surviving.
Yeah,
and then
I haven't seen this in a while. So
when he was telling Naomi Watts, "You're hot, you're cold," when the dog was in the trunk, he turned to look at the camera like, "I got her now." But a couple of weeks later, guys, we got a film that is kind of a cult classic now, and that's Drobit Taylor with Owen Wilson.
I've never heard of this.
I didn't think it was a cult classic.
People like this. People like this movie.
I've never heard of this movie. Directed by Adam Sandler collaborator Stephen Brill, who directed some of the worst Adam Sandler movies.
I've only seen this once.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I've only seen it once. I never considered it a cult classic. I was like, oh, this isn't their failed Owen Wilson movie, you know? That's fine.
It kind of was. Like, it was like, I like the concept of like these three kids hire like this guy who's like a burnout, but he's like a military guy to do kick-ass stuff. Like, it was kind of funny, and like I know people remember like the party scene when he came and like beat up the bullies, but it's one of those movies where it's like you will remember like, oh, that movie, and then you kind of forget about it.
It's okay. Owen Wilson redeemed himself later on, like December, I think.
Thank God.
Yeah.
But Rod, this one's for you. Meet the Browns.
You see,
another one of these. Man, I think Mac needs to get some kind of credit for like just being the worst racial profiler like of all time. He's got to get like some credit for that.
Listen,
pull a Tom Cruise there, being like, I think you are too much on the internet, or whatever that line was from the Final Reckoning.
I remember when Mac messaged me. I think it was last year we did it. He's like, "Hey, you want to do a Tyler Perry like Madea ranking?"
And you texted back, you're like, "Was I the first person that you thought of when you came up with this idea?"
My response was immediately, "Hell yes."
There's so many options to go with that.
That's on you then. That's on you then for him constantly doing that. You brought that on yourself.
Listen, I couldn't help myself. I wanted to talk about Madea goes to jail and all the classics, you know. So, Meet the Browns, though. I ain't gonna lie, Dom. It's a terrible movie, but it's fucking hilarious. I love this movie so much, man. It's so funny. And this was at a time, Dom, when like the four of us, me and my family, we would all go to the movies together because we used to go see all these crappy
all
movies, all of them together.
You're gonna laugh your ass off when you find out what the only Madea movie I've ever seen in theaters was. There's a reason why I've never went back.
I didn't know which one was it.
It's Medea's Witness Protection Program. Oh, it gets
the most boring Madea movie.
No. It gets worse.
Okay,
I was on a date. It's like one of the most embarrassing things. And ironically, that was the same girl that I made the virginity pact with 2012. There's a reason why like she never wanted to talk to me again. It was bad. It was really, I don't like to talk about this time in my life. It was really not good. 2012 was a dark year for me.
You know what's funny, Mac? I know we're talking about Meet the Browns here, but that Witness Protection, that's with Eugene Levy.
Yep.
That's when I saw that was the only time I think I've seen that many white people go to a Madea movie.
I was gonna say it was like a damn awakening. I was like, what the fuck?
I probably saw Dom. I was like, probably bumped into me. I was like, what the hell? Man?
I mean, I don't know. I was in Middletown, New York, so probably not.
Probably not.
Probably not.
Oh my goodness. But let's move on to a film that's less controversial, but still because of who's in it. 21, the one with Kevin Spacey. And everyone's like, that movie.
Yeah, that movie. Didn't this movie get like really hated on because like they recast all the Asian characters was based on with white people?
Basically.
I think so, yeah.
Yeah. Also, Jim Stewart is doing another very convincing American accent in this one.
The thing that was crazy about this movie is that it made a ton of money. Yeah. Like its budget was $35 million.
It's a solid movie. It's also an interesting cast. Kate Bosworth, Aaron Yu's been in a million things. Jacob Pitts, also known as Tim Gutterson from Justified, great show. Josh Gad's in this movie. Lawrence Fishburne. Yeah, it's a solid movie.
You know the funny thing? I can't stand Kate Bosworth. I don't think I've ever liked her in anything.
Yeah. I've only seen her in two things, this and Superman Returns. And, well, there's a reason why we've not heard of her since in anything.
Yeah.
So
she was good in that James Marsden movie. A couple years later after that. I forgot. It was like, I think that was a remake too. Straw Dogs.
I was going to say Death at a Funeral, the remake, but no, I was joking. I'm like, I know she's not in that.
No, she's not in that. Yeah,
no, James Marsden is in that, but not Kate Bosworth.
Yeah. But yeah,
At
no,
this time-
this movie's terrible.
This is what shit. No, it's like one of those movies where like you just see like, oh, that's in the bin at Ocean State Job Lot. Cool. It's like it has that cover of just being like, it's fine. Like I didn't think anything of it because it's weird because I think didn't we get like another card movie like around the same time, like a card counting movie, or am I like tripping?
Okay, so I remember A24 did one.
Well, there's the card. Grind. Well, there's the card counter, which is not A24, but that is like another like famous. But the irony being that we see like almost no gambling in it. So
I was thinking of Mississippi Grind with
right, Ryan Reynolds and Ben Mendelsohn. Yes,
yeah.
And then but that wasn't until 2015. So
okay,
yes.
But guys.
Oh,
we're at the end
Mac, whatever you're gonna say, no.
Every time he says it, that phrase, it's like he's queuing us up for something that's either really good or really bad.
This is a movie we talked about a snail dry humping a foot and saying, "Take it, bitch." We're ending March with superhero movie.
Great movie.
Before, like this is like actually like this is what Meet the Spartans wishes it could be, but. Superhero movie is like the perfect parody of all the superhero cliche. Like even before, like we talk about the films that inspired the superhero genre as we know today, like the two films we'll get to. This was parodying everything that came before that. So a lot of it was Spider-Man, the Batman movie, Superman, X-Men,
the X-Men movies.
X-Men.
Tracy Morgan having a different thing that he was writing every 5 minutes. Drake Bell accidentally leaning on his uncle, played by Leslie Nielsen's balls. Also, I'm saving this, but wait till you guys find out who directed this movie. This is one of the funniest tidbits I think I've ever seen.
I already saw it, so I'm like, holy shit.
So you know. Rod, do you know who directed this movie?
No.
Craig Mazin, the director of the Chernobyl miniseries.
You're lying.
Swear to God.
You're lying.
Look it up.
Hold on. Where's my calendar?
Also, again, a co-collaborator on The Last of Us TV show, which Neil Druckmann just exited. Understandably so. Who could have possibly foreseen that people were going to hate an adaptation of The Last of Us Part 2? One of the most hated video games of the last couple years. Who could have possibly seen that one coming?
Holy shit, he directed this, man.
He directed it.
What the hell?
I just broke Rod's brain.
He was like, you know what? We did that shit. I gotta work on a true story based on the Chernobyl nuclear disaster.
And it's one of the greatest things ever produced by HBO.
Yes. As is the first season of The Last of Us. But, oh my... compared to season 2.
Compared to season 2, yeah. But a lot of things are great compared to season 2.
But,
I have never seen a faster decrease in viewership on TV shows in recent memory.
What did they think was going to happen when they killed Joel off?
That's what I'm saying. It's like, wow, crazy. Who could have possibly seen one of the most negative receptions to any of your game, and you're like, oh, I'm going to do the exact same thing on TV, and everybody's going to forget it.
All right, so I know we're talking about superhero movie, but Dom, I'm going to tell you, man. When they do season 3, because that's going to be, I mean, they've already announced it's going to be about Abby the entire season, basically. Oh, boy.
I'm not watching it.
That's going to be the game. Like, I heard this rumor of the third game. It's going to be about Abby and Lev.
Well, the second half of the game, because what they're adapting is the second half of part 2.
Right, because they split part 2 into the 2 seasons, right? That's another reason why I didn't want to watch. I'm like, oh, wait, they ended on a stupid cliffhanger. Like, okay. But you know what's so funny, too, that I pointed out as well, which is that the irony is, so they cast Caitlin Dever as Abby, right? Which, again, it's like the most unbelievable thing. You want to talk about, like, just going against her first casting. But again, it's like the only person that would have been able to, like, physically portray the Abby from the games would be somebody like Gina Carano or Ronda Rousey, you know? Like, it just wouldn't work without anybody, because those are the only two that have that physique. But the irony being that if they switched Bella Ramsey and Caitlin Dever, I'm not saying it would be better, but I feel like it would almost work more. Where Caitlin Dever as Ellie and Bella Ramsey as Abby.
You know, it's funny you said that, because when Caitlin Dever got cast as Abby, I was like, I see her more as Ellie than anything else.
Well, that's the thing, because that was a direct response to the amount of people who had rumored Caitlin Dever as being cast as her for years. Like 4 years. It was her, and I forgot who the popular cast for Joel was.
Who was the popular cast?
I don't remember. I don't remember.
We talked about this too before too.
But I just, yeah. Who you talking about, Mac?
Wait a second. Hold up.
Yeah, because for the longest time, again, Caitlin Dever had been rumored for had been fan cast for Abby when they announced they were doing The Last of Us 4 years. I think like back when they were going to do it as a movie originally, before they did this as a show. Like Caitlin Dever has been like #1 on the cast sheet for like a long time.
Well, see, here
was it Gerard Butler?
No, it wasn't Gerard Butler.
God,
it was somebody
terrible.
else. No,
that would have been funny. Butler. That would have been awesome.
Oh,
no, God. Luke, it wasn't Nikolai Coster-Waldau. Ah, fuck, this is annoying me.
Or Jeffrey Dean Morgan.
Definitely not. Too old.
Bradley Cooper.
No.
No, that wouldn't have worked.
Joe Manganiello.
No.
John Berthenol.
No.
Jamie Lannister. Oh my God. Jensen Ackles.
Maybe. That's getting warmer. It's like somebody in that camp.
I got Dylan McDermott.
That would be good.
That would have been good. That would have
been good.
Yeah.
And I'm seeing here, this is on Reddit. Apparently, Matthew McConaughey was in talks.
That was when they were doing it as a movie. Yeah.
If that was a movie, I would have been on board.
Yeah. Matthew McConaughey, like if they're doing Last of Us as a movie. Jackman, no, it wasn't Hugh Jackman. He's too big. No, I'll figure this out.
Hugh Jackman did his version of Last of Us. It's called Logan.
Exactly.
But superhero movie, y'all.
Oh yeah.
Good spoof movie.
Yes.
Yeah, this is my favorite spoof movie, honestly, Mac. Because I'm a superhero guy, so everything they were doing in this actually like really worked for me. It's terrible, but it's so much fun. It's because it's basically a Spider-Man X-Men origin movie.
Yep.
And the guy playing, I forgot. You guys can help me out here. The guy playing Drake Bell's Uncle Ben,
Leslie Nielsen.
Oh,
Leslie fucking Nielsen, right. The OG spoof king.
Cracked me the hell up in this movie. Oh my favorite bit is with him and Kevin Hart, where I think Drake Bell's like still discovering his powers. So he shoots the nail gun, then Drake Bell catches is like, how the hell did you do that? It's like reflexes. He shoots Kevin Hart with the nail gun. And he's like, I don't know. Mac, I'm surprised you don't remember that part, Mac.
It was playing in my head and it started like,
that's funny.
My favorite joke in this film was when they had Miles Fisher, who like is like known for looking like Tom Cruise, and he played Tom Cruise's movie like, I can fly. Breaking news: Tom Cruise is dead after jumping off the building. Like that was like the funniest.
That's a great joke. That's aged amazingly well. That joke.
But this was definitely like the way to do a spoof movie because it didn't feel like a Friedberg and Seltzer movie. Like it actually felt like a love letter to both the superhero genre. It was very campy. Like it felt like a camp version of like Batman and I guess Batman and Robin just on steroids.
Yeah.
Were they ever going to do a sequel to this or no? Was this always going to be like a one-off?
I'd say one-off because like if you do parody of another superhero movie, what can you really do? Because I feel like a lot of the superhero movies parody themselves. But let's move into April. Let's start off with a movie I mentioned in my last review. I said George Clooney has some more misses than hits with his directing career. It's a sports movie with John Krasinski. It's Leatherheads.
Yeah, I've heard of this movie and never had any impetus to watch it.
So boring.
Yeah, Clooney really is hit or miss when it comes to directing, and this is one of the ones that I've heard is not good. And Krasinski kind of ruined all of his movie star goodwill. First with Aloha, that should have been the dead indicator when he's doing the fucking stupid like communicate with the eyes with Bradley Cooper. But yeah, the Quiet Place movies kind of ruined it for me with Krasinski. So
really,
yeah, I'm not a fan of those movies. I think the best one is ironically the one that he had nothing to do with, The Quiet Place Day One with Lupita Nyong'o. That's my favorite Quiet Place movie.
Interesting. Okay.
This was just so boring. Like I'm a sports movie guy, and I was like, oh, cool! Like a story about how, like a fictionalized story about the early days of football. You know, when they had leather helmets, and just like I'm like George Clooney's directing it. It could be really good. Maybe. And it's just so boring. There's like nothing. It's a sports movie, but there's also a romantic comedy drama movie, and it's like it just feels like a rejected Coen Brothers movie.
The irony being that George Clooney was in a movie directed by the Coen Brothers this year. That's one of their best movies.
That's true, yes. But we got moving more into April. Guys, we got a remake up ahead, and it's I'm not even joking. This is one of the worst remakes I've ever seen. That's Prom Night.
Oh yeah, this movie.
This is one of the like infamous for being like one of the worst remakes to a slash, because this was like the era of they were remaking every single 80s property, because we had the Texas Chainsaws, we didn't have Chucky yet because we were getting off Chucky, but we were like right on the verge of getting like Nightmare on Elm Street. We just got the Halloween movies with Rob Zombie, and then we were just gonna get the Friday the 13th movie. So this was kind of in that same range of it, and this movie sucks.
This is such like a classic, like late 2000s cast. You got Idris Elba just taking every role that he could, like post The Wire, where before he like blew up as a movie star. You got James Ransone, also from The Wire. You have the dude who would eventually go on to be one of the other vampires in Twilight, Ming-Na Wen. You have fucking what's his name, Jason from Friday Night Lights. Brittany Snow is the lead. This is such a late 2000s cast. This is really funny. I've never seen this movie, by the way.
Really?
I've never seen it.
You never should. It's
from what I've been told.
Well, it's funny because the guy who directed this did another horror movie the year after with the guy from Gossip Girl and Dennis Quaid called the Stepfather.
I've heard of that.
Yeah,
movie.
that's right.
I've heard of that movie.
And it's 10 times better than this, and it's still bad. So, yeah.
Oh man.
Yeah.
But let's move on to a David Ayer film that came out the same day. Street King.
Yes. Another fucking Spill.com classic. This one. I believe my funniest line is when like Keanu Reeves is crying over Chris Evans who's been shot to pancake batter.
I've never seen this movie. I just know that this is like a Keanu. This was before John Wick, so that whole period of his career, like post Matrix into John Wick, was kind of like just nothing.
Yeah.
Like
you had some interesting ones, like you had the Scanner Darkly that he did with Linklater, and you had the Matrix sequels are hit or miss. The Replacements I like, but yeah, this is getting into the Johnny Mnemonic era where it's like, yeah, things are starting to look rough, and this one's not great. It's not terrible, but it's another classic case of it's like, oh, the cop uncovers the corruption within the Special Forces unit. He has to team up with Forrest Whitaker, and it's like, it's a good cast, but yeah, this is David Ayer's reputation as a filmmaker has unfortunately kind of killed, I feel like, any enjoyment to be had from this movie.
Are you talking about The Tax Collector or Bright or
pick any one of them.
Listen, Tax Collector is a guilty pleasure. You got Shia LaBeouf. His name is Reaper at Holmes.
Oh God! What happened? Because he had End of Watch, which was so freaking good.
Yep.
And then Fury, also a really good.
You guys are forgetting one also that came out in between those two movies, also the same year that Fury. You guys remember that movie Sabotage with Arnold? Yeah. That movie's not great, but I enjoy that movie. That's a fun watch. But yeah, Suicide Squad is when it all started to go downhill. And that movie, again, like, well, I don't know. It's weird because, like, obviously, yeah, you have the whole Butcher director's cut, but I'm like, I also don't know if that movie would have been good regardless. But yeah,
there was no saving that movie.
There wasn't, but either way, like, he got fucked over royally with that movie. So
I just wish he would stop talking about it. It's been almost 10 years. He needs to shut up.
Hey, he saw it work for Snyder. He's like, it can work for me.
Yeah, that shit ain't happening. The Ayer fans are not like I said. The Snyder High fans are like a special kind of insane. So
yep.
But as we move into April, we got Forgetting Sarah Marshall with Jason
This is
Segel.
an April release?
Yep.
Yeah.
I always think if this is a summer release. That's interesting. It feels
like it, right? Yeah.
It does. Yeah.
This is part of that era when they were trying to make Jason Segel a thing.
Yeah.
Because this is right before he did the Muppets, where he got even bigger, and then he's kind of tapered off. He's not really been in a lot of stuff. Does he do more writing behind the scenes?
Well, Segel's got Shrinking now, which he's doing with Bill Lawrence on Apple TV. Really, really good. Yeah, okay. But this is like the prime How I Met Your Mother phase as well, where he was like doing How I Met Your Mother every week, and then he was also like appearing in like every Apatow movie that he could. Like Segel was riding high during this time period, you know, and his collaboration with Paul Rudd also, which ends up leading to I Love You Man the next year.
Love that movie.
It starts with the classic him shaking his dick at Kristen Bell, but then he ends up getting with Mila Kunis, which is even funnier. Like it's one of the few instances where like the dude gets fucked over by his cheating ex, but then gets to rub it in her face in every way. And also, how can we forget the introduction of Russell Brand? Also, a collaboration that would lead to another movie 2 years later, Get Into the Greek, in which every single person in that movie was either canceled or just outright hated.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Oh my God. The infamous P. Diddy chasing him throughout the hallways.
Even though this movie is not directed by Apatow, this feels very much like an Apatow movie.
Yeah.
Forgetting Sarah Marshall. Because this is Nicholas Stoller, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And this is actually my number 4. Number 4 from 2008. This to me is like, this is not prime. Like, this is not one of the gold standard of a rom-com, but it was in that era. I think Dom, you mentioned it earlier. We were getting either like a hidden gem or just a straight up shitty rom-com. And this was just one of those that really hit the mark. It was funny. It was heartfelt. genuine chemistry with the cast.
Because the problem right around this time period, and it's funny because I actually just finished reading Green Lights with McConaughey's memoir, and he was even talking about how like at this time like rom-coms were just again like because they were so dirt cheap and they were just releasing them every weekend. There were so many of them released during this era that you forget that like the gems, the actual like the really good ones kind of got lost in the shuffle, and this was one of the few that thankfully managed to stand out and like kept like people kept coming back to it over the year. And again, it's credit to the cast and credit to the story. Like this is a really solid movie.
I credit TBS and FX, so that's when I first watched this.
Yeah,
there you go.
Oh my gosh.
And then I finally got to watch the full. I just bought it, years ago and just watched it. And I was like, oh, I love this movie, and realized how much TV edits cut out of the actual theatrical release.
Yep.
And I think this was not my first Jonah Hill, because I think Superbad was the year before.
Yeah, Superbad is the year before this. Also, my birthday movie came out on my birthday. That 2007, Superbad.
Ooh. Yeah, I love Superbad's so good.
Superbad's good.
That's this year, right?
Superbad's 07, the year before.
07.
Forgetting Sarah Marshall.
See,
yeah.
That feels like 08. Damn.
Yeah, no, that's very much 07.
Paul Rudd's also in this too. And Forgetting Sarah
that's
Marshall.
right. Yeah.
Yep.
I'm not like a big rom-com fan, but I think Forgetting Sarah Marshall is one of those films where I was generally surprised about. That is actually a solid like rom-com film. Like, I wasn't expecting anything of it. It's actually generally like a very solid film.
And I'm not a Mila Kunis fan either. And this is probably some of my favorite performance. This and Black Swan, probably two of my favorite films.
Yeah.
But we got another wacky kind of comedy movie, and that would be Baby Mama with Tina Fey and Amy Poehler.
Oh yeah, I remember this one where Amy Poehler is Tina Fey's
surrogate.
Surrogate, yeah.
Yep.
This was like their first. Was this their first big collaboration for
I
movie?
don't know, because this is like also a couple years into 30 Rock for Tina Fey. I think Amy Poehler's still on SNL around this time.
Yeah, this was before Parks and Rec. I think.
Yeah. This is the year before Parks and Rec kicks off. Oh, I still remember another one of my favorite Spill.com. Every time I get a chance to drop a Spill.com one-liner on this podcast, I will. Where they're like, yeah, this movie couldn't be more for white women if it tried, or something like that. It's almost like Oprah. I forgot. Like, they did some comparison to Oprah too, and I thought that was really funny.
It's
this is what I'll say, because we don't get a lot of like R-rated comedies anymore like we used to. This is not a good movie, but I kind of like talking about movies like this. Just makes me miss that era of like when we were getting those R-rated, good R-rated comedies.
Mm-hmm.
And I think they've been trying to do a comeback, with like No Hard Feelings. What was that one that came a couple of years ago? The all Asian cast. Oh my god, Joyride.
Yeah, Joyride. Solid movie. Really funny. Really funny. And it had it sort of this year with Friendship, too. Listen, that may not be a conventional comedy, but man, my whole theater was laughing their asses off at that movie.
I have that on digital. I still gotta watch it.
Incredible. Dude, do yourself a favor and watch it tonight. You are going to text me later being like, Dom, what the fuck did I just watch and why did I laugh so hard at it? I guarantee you that's going to be your reaction. If you have ever seen anything that Tim Robinson does, like, it's the way that I phrase that movie is that it's the cable guy, but if the main character was Jim Carrey.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, I gotta watch this.
Yeah, you do.
Okay.
It's my number 4 of the year, still.
But I agree, Rod. We don't really get these rated R comedy movies a lot more anymore. And it's like we were in that era where like we were actually getting like, even if they weren't like classics, they're still memorable.
They're still making them, and I think just break them because they don't make any money.
Yeah,
so that's the problem.
Because you got to appeal to the audience of like, well, what if I have kids that want to see this too? So you make a PG-13 to kind of get it safe. But then you have a subject like this, it's just like, okay, surrogate mom, she's 37, hires a younger woman to be her mom or surrogate mom. And it's like, that's unique. That feels like a Judd Apatow plot right there.
Yeah. Did Judd Apatow produce this one too?
I don't know. Hold on. Was it 2.5 hours? Because if it was,
it was 99 minutes.
Yeah, no way.
Actually, this was a Lorne Michaels produced movie.
So that's right. There you go. It's an SNL production. Oh my god! Not to take away from this, but I'm just remembering the sequence in Joyride. I can't believe it's been 2 years since I saw that movie, but I'm still remembering the sequence in Joyride where it's like the sex montage where they're all like having sex with the basketball team.
All right, so
it's so good.
I took my mom to see this, and
no, dude. No. Oh my god. And we're fucking Stephanie Shu from Everything Ever All at Once can't have sex, but she accidentally did coke, which she says makes her super horny. So she's having the one dude fucking like use the fucking leg massager on the basketball, which is, oh my god, that movie's great. That movie's awesome.
I cannot see that with my eyes. Thank you.
It's so good. It's so good, this movie.
But the next film we got in March, we got the second movie out of this trilogy, Harold and Kumar Escape from Guantanamo Bay.
Should have been the last one. Truthfully.
April. I have not seen this. I have only seen the first Harold and Kumar movie, but I've heard very good things about it.
I still prefer White Castle, but this is a decent follow up.
I like this one more than the Christmas one, even though the Christmas one I still think is very entertaining. I always love Harold and Kumar because it's just one of those like just dumbass movies that it's just fun to watch, and it's just like, hey, we made a movie where we're high, we go to White Castle. What can we up the stakes? Let's go to Guantanamo Bay. Like Jesus Christ.
Also, the year that Barack Obama is elected president.
Yep.
Too. The irony there could not be better, too. Also, again, you know that we have these movies to thank for Cobra Kai, right?
Yes.
Really?
Yes. John Hurwitz and Hayden Schlossberg, two of the co-creators of Cobra Kai, are the writers of these movies.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yep.
Okay.
And they're making another one. They just announced it.
Yeah, they did.
So I don't know
another
what
Harold and Kumar? Cool.
Mhm.
I don't know what we're gonna do for another movie. Like, what can we do now? Harold and Kumar survived COVID.
Harold and Kumar try to assassinate Trump.
I was literally just done on stage of like assassinate a president.
Yep.
So.
It's like Harold and Kumar is so high that they don't even realize it. The next thing you know, they pull a Borat. They actually show the actual footage of Trump almost getting shot.
But what they did because
shit.
they just did the interview in 2014. Would they do that? Would they do that?
That's a good question, actually, because it's
That is
like
a good
it's a
question.
different of like if it's another country, but if it's our own
Right,
country,
that's
people get a little
the
bit-
thing. Are Sony gonna get hacked again, and the movie's gonna have to be pulled from theaters?
I mean, to be fair, they were doing us a favor because the interview wasn't that good.
I could not disagree more. I love the interview. I watched that shit 3 times on digital when it came out.
I think it's decent. I think it's okay.
I feel like I got the joke from the trailer. That was my thing. That's
The
why
slow-mo shot of Kim Jong-un getting blown up, the fact that they're bonding over Katy Perry, that shit still, like James Franco realizing that Kim Jong-un is evil in real time and then getting him to cry on the live stream. And also the fact that that's really my introduction to Randall Park, the genius that is Randall Park. So,
But guys, we're heading into May, and when we
Here we
talk
go.
about
Here we
generational months,
yup.
we got to start off with
Yup.
the one that started it all. That
Literally
pretty
the one
much-
that started it all.
Maid
if
of
it
Honor.
wasn't-
Yes.
If it wasn't for this movie, I don't think all of us would have met. Like
It's true.
when it started.
It's true.
And that's
No.
this is Iron Man.
Yes, sir.
And this was the kickoff for the Marvel Cinematic Universe. And just to give you some context clues, at this time, we didn't know that there was going to be a cinematic universe because Marvel was hush hush. They waited till the weekend when it was done to say, hey, we're going to do the cinematic universe because, fun fact, Marvel was a shit show going into 2000s. And they're like, wow, we really got to try something. And, at the time, the only other shared universe movies were the damn Universal monster movies, which I still love. So Marvel put all their equity and said, we're going to make Iron Man, try to make this the best film we can. If this works, we're going to launch an entire universe. So if this movie bombed, then Marvel would be no more. All the superheroes would be in different places. We might see Captain America in damn DC. Fox may have gotten some of the hands on everything, but this was the movie that started it all. And damn, what a good movie.
Yep. Question:
think
Did you guys stick around for the post-credit scene when?
No, I
for
did
that?
not.
Me neither. I didn't
Alright,
watch
so-
the post-credit scene until years later from this
Here's
original
what
Iron
happened
Man.
now. So I saw this with my family. Left my wall in the theater. Went back. Credits were about to finish, and all I hear is Robert Downey Jr. telling Jarvis to turn security on or whatever.
Right.
And that's the
That's
only reason why I
beginning.
found out.
That's
Yeah.
the beginning. Yep.
And I heard
Dude.
for the early screenings, they didn't even have that scene. They waited till
yeah.
it actually came out to
That
do
makes
that.
sense. That makes sense. Yep.
But
Again, this is one of the few franchises that I've been involved with since the beginning because famous, I did not watch any of the Lord of the Rings movies in theaters. I only saw the last 4 Harry Potter movies in theaters. I did not see any of the Star Wars prequels in theaters. So all kind of those pinnacle iconic moments of our childhood that we had the chance to see in theaters, I missed. So It was Transformers the year before, and then those are really the only two franchises that I have been in literally since the beginning. And with the exception of The Incredible Hulk, which came out a couple months after this, I have seen every single Marvel movie in theaters, except for the Marvels, which, it's the Marvels. Did I really need to watch that in the theater? Did I really need to watch that?
No,
Did I really need to pay money to go see that in the theater?
But I can tell you this, like watching Iron Man now compared to what the Marvel is now, it's like almost watching night and day, to be honest, because this feels such like a grounded movie in the Marvel, because at this time we didn't know that this was this whole universe. Like it felt, I think that's why whenever a film comes out in MCU that feels very grounded, it feels like kind of its own solo story, it'll get compared to Iron Man, because Iron Man, it worked in both being like a standalone in-universe movie, but then it could expand more into the universe, and kind of seeing how it's still paying off with plot points to this day, with like hints in Ironheart, which I did watch, which was
Ironheart references the fuck out of like Tony Stark and it's ridiculous.
I think I'll check out Wonder Man, because that seems like it could be fun, but I think with the exception of Daredevil, I'm done with MCU TV for the most part.
So I'll say this about Ironheart: it is not that bad.
No.
But that still doesn't sound like it's that high of a praise, is the thing.
But I would also not. You don't need to rush out to watch this, unless Sacha Baron Cohen's in this thing for like 5 minutes, and he's the best thing about this show.
But yeah, because it's Sacha Baron Cohen. Like, come on.
Because he's Mephisto. He's Mephisto. It's out there.
Finally, we got Mephisto. Only 4 years later.
Yeah, it took a time.
Better late than never.
And it's because Marvel. Mac, you've watched the show, right?
Yeah, I just finished it last night.
They did a very ballsy thing with the ending, which I was actually I didn't think they were gonna do, Dom, which was like because the character of Riri, yeah. It's a tragedy when you watch this. Like she does a thing you didn't expect her to do.
Oh, okay. I did some reading on it, so I think I know what you're talking about. Also, you guys heard the behind the scenes of where, in the original thing before Marvel's like great reformatting that originally it was. So obviously we know that Alden Ehrenreich is portraying Ezekiel Stane, Obadiah Stane's son, also tying this back into Iron Man with Jeff Bridges. And he was originally supposed to be the benefactor for the Serpent Society for Brave New World back when it was like New World Order, whatever the hell it was going to be called.
Would have been better for Captain America 4, honestly.
I don't know. After a certain point, I don't think there was any saving that movie.
He should have been the villain of this show. Whatever they were doing with Anthony Ramos was the worst thing about this entire show.
Yeah, he was wasted. I don't know what the fuck he was doing here.
Terrible.
Yeah.
And Morbius made an appearance in this show too. Back, I don't know if you caught that little Morbius.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Seriously?
Yes.
Seriously?
Yes.
Oh no. Oh no.
But yeah, they reference the hell out of like, hey, remember Tony Stark? He was I'm not trying to be like they say that like every fucking line.
Every line. Mm-hmm.
When they announced it in when she appeared in Black Panther 2, the whole thing was like, oh, I'm not Tony Stark, I'm Riri Williams. I'm like, oh god. And like I was just like, but it's not terrible. I know some YouTubers, and I'm not gonna name names, but we know who they are. They were like, they were like overly hating on it, but I'm like, it's not acolyte levels of bad.
Yeah, those particular YouTubers, I am still of the opinion that they were dead wrong about Wakanda Forever. For the most part, I tend to agree with them with the new Marvel, but Wakanda Forever was way too hated on.
But it's not terrible, but but it's going off the blueprint of Iron Man, and this was the movie that brought RDJ back. He did get a start with not Punch Drunk Love, Kiss Bang Bang, which I love that movie. It's like one of my
incredible movie. Incredible movie.
And just him is like one of the perfect castings for a movie, because if you look at Tony Stark and you just see any real life person, like you would think like Leonardo DiCaprio would live that life, but like RDJ has just become Tony Stark. Like that is his role to this day.
So much so that even Kieran Culkin's doing the Tony Stark now. That's his whole thing. Remember in the Oscars last year when RDJ gave the Oscar to Kieran Culkin and he came out to introduce him, he's like, yeah, Kieran, aren't you just doing me? Like, isn't that your thing? That was great. That was great. That's how I knew. I'm like, oh, this is already the best Oscars of ever, possibly, of the decade, easily.
So, Mac, you know this well. I've been reading comics all my life. So, yeah, Marvel was kind of in I wouldn't say a terrible state, but they were coming off Spider-Man 3, which was, we look back on it now.
Spider-Man 3. Spider-Man 3, Ghost Rider: Spirit of Vengeance,
I
X-Men:
I
The
let
Last
that out on
Stand.
purpose. I let that out on purpose. I don't want to
Oh
talk
no,
about
sorry,
that.
the first Ghost Rider. I'm mistaken. Yeah, the first Ghost Rider, X-Men: The Last Stand.
I kind of like the first Ghost Rider. That's like a guilty pleasure movie right there.
Yeah,
Please bring it back.
The best part of that movie is Sam Elliott fucking revealing himself as the old Ghost Rider. That scene is they're riding side by side. That shit is awesome. The rest,
yeah. So I mean, this movie had a lot. I mean, at the time it was Marvel's biggest risk, right? And it still is one of Marvel's biggest risks. I mean, you're getting a guy who is still trying to resurrect his career. You're starting with a B, maybe even C tier level comic book character. You got a guy, Jon Favreau, whose best thing would have been Elf. So I mean, you're going into this, and it's like, okay, this is a big risk, and like you said, Max, I mean, to this day, I mean, I don't know if any of us, the three of us, are friends. I don't know if I created an Instagram account. I mean, who knows what Marvel looks like today? I mean, with Jon Favreau get dead, yeah, maybe.
It's not even just that. This movie is responsible for, like, I would argue, like, cinephiles today on the internet. That's what this movie's responsible for. Because let's face it, all of that and the massive amount of fan appeal through the internet that these movies generated throughout the course of their run. All of that has led to the modern cinephile movement, and all of that starts with this movie.
Absolutely. I mean, to this day, I'm always grateful for what Kevin Feige did with this, and Downey as Tony Stark. I mean, Mac, you said it perfectly. Downey is Stark. He just is. I can't think of any better. There's a lot of good, like, perfect, castings for comic book characters. None better than this. I mean, we're going to talk about Ledger as Joker in a little bit, but I mean, this is.
If we're talking just heroes, it's between Downey, Jackman, and Reynolds as far as the top three greatest of all time. If we're including villains, then that's a different discussion.
I would agree. Yeah, I would throw in Evans as Steve Rogers.
Evans has definitely gotten up there for sure. Like, maybe not at the time when he was cast, but definitely over time. Yes, I agree. Evans.
By the time Endgame came around, it was.
I love this movie because the way I like it is that it's building up. Like, it doesn't show you him becoming Iron Man until probably at least 40 minutes of the movie, because you see when he makes the Mark I armor, which I still think is one of the coolest sequences. That's one of the coolest suit designs, like the entire Iron Man lore, like that big bulky ass suit. And then the silver one was pretty good as well too. But then when he got that hot rod flame on there, when he first went back to the Middle East, like that first scene when he was Iron Man back in the Middle East, I was like, and of course, the image that spawned many posters and wallpapers is when he shot the little rocket at the tank and turned around.
Missile.
And I was like, holy shit. But guys, let's face it, the one thing that's not aged well with this movie, Terrence Howard as Rhodey.
Yeah. And, next time, baby. We're still waiting. We're still waiting. Meanwhile, he's ranting and raving on Joe Rogan about what a genius he is and all that, and I'm like,
what would have happened if they?
Terrence,
if he came back, because
why didn't they just pay him the money? That's what I don't get. Why didn't they pay him the money? They hired him before they hired Downey. That's the crazy thing.
That's the crazy thing.
What I read is that at the time, because Downey was still getting his career back, he wasn't expensive,
right?
And like Terrence Howard, he came off Hustle and Flow and other movies, so he's the big name. But then when the second movie came out, Downey did Sherlock Holmes, he did Tropic Thunder, so his price went up.
Right.
And then, same thing with Mickey Rourke, who did The Wrestler, so his stock went up. So they went to Terrence Howard, was like, well, you did Hotel for Dogs, so I don't know if you're that expensive anymore. And he's like, well, I'm going to hold out. All right, let's get John Cheadle. He did a hotel movie, Rwanda.
Yep.
So it all balances out.
Listen, Don Cheadle is clearly the better roadie.
Yeah.
It's just so weird. It's so weird.
It's so funny. It's so funny looking back. The MCU has not done this too frequently. It's so funny, too, because obviously when they recast William...
he shows up. He's like, what up, man? I'm Iron Man.
No, that's not what he says. He comes in with the armor. He's like, I told y'all I'd be back.
That would be like the funniest multiverse thing, because they explained that Rhodey.
That's when they would have to end it. If they were to actually do something like that in Secret Wars, that would have to be it. That would have to be the last Marvel movie ever made. They would never be able to release another MCU movie after that.
Am I not mistaken? In Secret Wars, not Secret Wars, and Invasion, didn't they say the reason why Rhodey was different? Rhodey was different because he was a Skrull. That's why he changed his creation. So that whole time
that he was a Skrull, it's when he became a Skrull. Which
right. Well, the whole thing is they never state when he became a Skrull. Thing.
So here's the thing. So they did. The showrunner came out and said it was supposed to be after his crash in Civil War.
Oh,
which pissed off, including me, a lot of fans.
How'd that work?
Oh.
I mean, because he was in the hospital, so they could have easily.
He was in the hospital, so it would have been easier to like get the Skrull in to swap out for him. Yeah, because I mean, again, it's one of the many problems as far as why Secret Invasion sucked. But the whole thing that they tried to allude to was the fact that the Skrull infiltration had been taking place over like a period of like 20 some odd. It had been a while.
I mean, Secret Invasion's canon to me, but the whole Don Cheadle Brody thing and Secret Invasion, I just forgot that arc ever happened.
Yeah,
I did like
waste of time.
Yeah.
I love the villain too. I think Obadiah Stan's one of the better Marvel villains. I'm
Yes,
sad we
he
only
is.
got
Again,
up
the
for
irony
one
being that Jeff Bridges absolutely hated making this movie too.
Oh, yeah.
so
I
it's,
see
so,
those ways, like-
so it's a credit to him that he's as good as he is in this movie.
Well, this is during the writer's strike too, so they didn't really.
Yup,
get
they didn't have a
chance to-
script.
But like he did a great job. Like him as that suit he has is so menacing. Like I watch it now, like wow, that's very like seeing that in theaters was pretty intimidating. And like that last fight with him and Tony, especially like it wasn't the Tony we knew by Endgame because he was still like figuring stuff out. Like the suit was running out of power and he didn't have all the tools yet. And it was just really cool. And you know that iconic ending, I am Iron Man. It's
The
like,
first use of the sky beam. Yep, improvised by Downey on the moment. For me, the thing that I go back to with this movie, and I think we talked about this when we did our MCU tier ranking, was for me, it's the moment with Yinsen in the cave.
That's when Tony changed. Right
Again,
there.
that's the moment
when
when he
Vincent
changed.
dies, that's when Tony changed.
Yep. It's, that is stuck with me. Literally, again, 17 years since we saw this movie, and that moment is still stuck with me all this time.
It's funny because the two centerpieces of the MCU both had like older, like scientists helping them out. Because I mean, Steve Rogers and what was the doc? What was it?
Abraham Erskine, the Stanley Tucci character.
Thank you.
Yes.
I mean, his death changed Rogers too.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So.
And both of them again kind of gave them like their like onus too, as far as like Tony, it's like don't waste your life, actually care about other people. And Steve, it's like never lose. It's like never lose the again. It's so good. So good.
And I love how Yinsen came back in Iron Man 3 in the prologue.
Yeah.
It's not the same. It's just
we
like,
don't
hey,
need to
remember
talk
him
about
real
Iron
quick?
Man 3. We don't need to talk about Iron Man 3.
I love Iron Man 3.
I like
She got
Iron
some
Man 3,
funny
actually.
parts. The extras are the best part. So,
I just like Ben Kingsley as the Mandarin.
oh, you mean the not Mandarin?
I mean, you know, that's what we got guys here for. But Iron Man, iconic, love it. If you have not seen it, what the hell's wrong with you?
Who
Go
hasn't
watch
seen it at this
Yeah, who
point?
hasn't
Let's
seen
be
Iron
real.
Man?
Who the hell has not seen the first Iron Man by
Thank
this
you.
point?
Thank you.
But I remember the video game this was the era when we were still doing those movie-based video games. They made like the Iron Man game, and the first level was him escaping the cave, and they actually had RDJ be the voice, and that was rare. They did it a few times with like this one and the Thor game, and I don't know if they had anyone for the Incredible Hulk, but oh boy, we'll get to the Incredible Hulk.
Tony Stark built it in a cave with a box of scraps.
I'm sorry, I'm not Tony Stark.
And then
But
that guy
guys-
ended up coming back for Far From Home.
Mhm.
Oh shit, that's right. Yeah.
Yep, and you know who that is, right? That actor,
Who is
Peter
it?
Billingsley from fucking the
Oh yes! Oh my god!
Yeah, yep.
He's a producer.
from the Christmas Story. Yup.
He's a successful producer. If you look up his credits, he's been a
Yep.
part of like I was like, okay.
And also speaking of successful producers or directors, sorry, this is a quick tangent, but I was just doing this. I saw this random tidbit on Twitter that was like so ridiculous. I'm like, this can't be true. Brian Robbins, the director of Norbit,
Yeah.
is the CEO of Paramount. And we wonder why Paramount is losing its money and is being sold.
Well,
You know.
we should have had Norbit 2. We would be fine.
No.
I forgot Norbit came out the year before because I have so much
Yup.
things to say about
The
it.
movie that cost Eddie Murphy his Oscar.
Austria. He's like, hey, yeah, you.
How you doing?
Y'all, I want to talk about this movie. This one is near and dear to my heart. We always talk about live action anime films, and we're at a point now where they're fine. Like we've gotten some gems in the recent years, but dare I say, I think compared to the other one we'll get to, which is a pile of dog shit, Speed Racer
Yes.
is like one of the most underappreciated arts of everything, because this was a Wachowski. First of all, you got the Wachowski siblings, which is funny because they went from a movie which is black, green, and white to just this washing machine of colors.
Yup. So
That's
many
like,
colors
holy-
in this movie.
And I like the racing, the acting. John Goodman as the dad was awesome. And like the story was pretty solid. Like, this is actually like a faithful adaptation to the Speed Racer anime, and it's like
Good movie.
It is super good.
Really good. Really, really good movie. I really enjoy this. Cast is great. My introduction to Emil Hirsch And Christina Ricci as the sibling. I still can't get over why he has a pet chimpanzee, but whatever, who cares? It's great. Also, again, long before I ever started watching Lost, Matthew Fox as Racer X, his long-lost brother. Yeah, amazing visuals in this movie. Don't know how this movie got snubbed for visuals. Like, really, again, it holds up. Really good movie.
Yeah, that was my biggest takeaway was the visuals and the racing scenes. It was just a ton of fun, and I never watched the anime, so this is my first exposure to Speed Racer. And I was like, oh my god, this why isn't this getting like more love? This is great. I'm having a blast.
Yeah.
So I wish there was a follow up, but it tanked at the box office, right?
It did.
I do like the soundtrack was pretty good for it as well too.
Yeah. Real quick, I'm gonna go use the bathroom. You guys keep talking though. I'll be right back.
No worries. Ron, Speed. Look at the release date. This competition that Speed Racer had that day?
Oh, what happens in Vegas?
What happens in Vegas?
Oh my god.
That movie was. That's when we talk about the Ashton Kutcher rom-com. Like I got so. Is this another Katherine Heigl movie? Oh no, it's Cameron Diaz.
Cameron Diaz, yeah. This movie's ass. I hate this movie so much. This was
boring.
one of those blockbuster release movies, Mac, that I watched. Blockbuster was still around, so I was like, I remember my mom rented it, and I was like, all right, I want to check it out. This movie's terrible. It is so bad. Nothing memorable. No chemistry. Like, Mac, you can get everything wrong in a rom-com, but if you have the two leads have chemistry, you can. That's something. Mm-hmm. Ashton Kutcher and Cameron Diaz have nothing. Absolutely nothing. It's next, Mac. No.
It is such like a with romantic comedies. It is the chemistry that will make or break it, and they do not have anything.
This should be one of the poster childs of like what not to do for a rom-com is what happens in Vegas. Good lord.
But the next week we got the Chronicles of Narnia, Prince Caspian.
All right, so I actually kind of dug this movie, Mac, when I first saw it. Like, I haven't watched these movies in a while. But like those first two Chronicles of Narnias, it felt like Mac and maybe you didn't feel the same way, but it felt like they were trying to be two Lord of the Rings.
I agree.
It
felt like the YA version of Lord of the Rings.
It did, and they should have, because there's enough lore in the Narnia films, Mac, where they don't need to be like the Lord of the Rings films, but they were trying to be, and I thought that was a detriment to this franchise overall. But man, I gotta tell you, Prince Caspian was fun. The problem with these movies, Mac, they are so damn long.
Damn.
So damn long.
I think this one, Caspian clocks in 150 minutes.
Oh, like why? For what reason? Does this need to be 2.5 hours? None. No reason, Mac. But I was still kind of in my Iron Man high, so I was still going back and watching Iron Man. But I mean, I had fun with this. I did.
I think. We were talking about Spider-Man Chronicles about all those like book adaptation films. Mm-hmm. I feel like Chronicles of Narnia was definitely the bigger one before we hit that, Twilight. But then before Hunger Games, like this was the one franchise I was like, well, it was rivaling like Pirates of the Caribbean. I remember because didn't like the first one come out the same year as one of the Pirates?
I think it was 2006, maybe 2007.
I remember people were like,
maybe Dom knows.
What are we talking about now?
Chronicles of Narnia, Prince Caspian.
Yes, okay. I'm actually really glad that you brought that up. Also saw this in the theater. It's funny. So I haven't rewatched this one. I rewatched the first one, Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe. This is another. It's so weird how like 2008 is like the year where it's like every book that I read as a kid came out. It's actually kind of funny. But I have enjoyed every one of the live action Narnia movies. I don't understand the hate until I rewatched Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe, because there's a funny thing about Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe, and it kind of sort of continues into Prince Caspian as well, which is where I'm like, why is it that every actor from this movie went on to become big except for the main four? Because again, just to keep in mind for The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe, this is a cast that includes, again, Liam Neeson as Aslan, the lion, Tilda Swinton as Jadis, the White Witch, James McAvoy as Mr. Tumnus, James Cosmo pops up as Father Christmas, Ray Winstone is the voice of the Beaver, Rupert Everett, the voice of Prince Charming from the Shrek movies, is the voice of the fox. And it's actually really funny because I'm like, why does that voice sound familiar? And they're like, oh, that's literally, and then possibly my favorite stunt casting, R.I.P. to the late, great Michael Madsen, the voice of Mogrim, the wolf captain of fucking the White Witch's forces. And that kind of continues into Prince Caspian as well, where you get Ben Barnes as Caspian, Peter Dinklage as the good dwarf, Warwick Davis as the evil dwarf, Ken Stott, who's one of the dwarves from The Hobbit, voices the Badger in that movie. Even the fucking evil Caspian's evil uncle, I can't remember his name, but that actor Sergio Castellito is actually the evil Pope guy who's running for the Pope, the papacy in Conclave. The really evil, nasty, like super right wing one who calls like the attacking Muslims animals. That's Caspian's uncle in Conclave, but I kept wondering, I'm like, why is it that none of the main four, Georgia Henley, Skander Keynes, Anna Popplewell, and William Moseley, never went on to anything? And then when I rewatched it already, I'm like, oh, that's why. They are really bad. Like, really, really bad. Like, those four, and it does not get better. And also, I forgot as well, we get Reaper Cheap in these movies as well. The mouse voiced by Eddie Lazar in this one, and then who is replaced by Simon Pegg. And the next one, also, you guys, so the third one, right, that comes 2 years after this movie, Voyage of the Dawn Treader, right? So famously, you get the introduction of the Pevensy's cousin, Eustace, who was supposed to carry on, for the last two, because the way that it goes, right, is they skipped over a couple in the adaptation. There's 7 Narnia books, right? They skipped over. And also I forgot Jim Broadbent as oh my God, Diggory Kirk, the dude who takes them in when their home is getting bombed to shit. I'm a huge Narnia fiend too, so keep that in mind. But the thing that I forgot also is I'm like, oh, so they skipped over Magician's Nephew. They went right into Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe. They skipped over Horse and His Boy and went right into Prince Caspian. I'm like, okay, that makes sense, because Magician's Nephew is a prequel about Diggory Kirk, who, again, is a tertiary character in Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe. And Prince Caspian is basically a side quest that takes place... Horse and His Boy is a side quest that takes place during the Pevensy's reigns as kings and queens of Narnia before they end up going back home. But, and then the whole thing is that, like, only 2 of the Pevensies, Edmund and Lucy, come back for Voyage of the Dawn Treader. Peter and Susan do not come back. They're too old to come back to Narnia by that point. But you have their cousin, Eustace, who comes with them, who is supposed to carry the torch into the last 2 Narnia movies, Silver Chair and Last Battle, which they were planning on doing an adaptation of Silver Chair, and then it never got off the ground, which is why we're now getting the Greta Gerwig reboot on Netflix. Do you guys remember who played Eustace in Voyage of the Dawn Treader? Will Poulter.
Oh shit, that's right.
Swear to God, yup. Go back and look it up. It's insane to me following his career, because I saw every one of these movies in theaters when they opened. I saw Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe, this movie, Prince Caspian, and Voyage of the Dawn Treader in theaters. I always thought the Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe was the best one until I rewatched it recently. Now, I think it's Prince Caspian. That's the best one.
We just got a whole schooling on the Chronicles of Narnia.
I told you, I am a Narnia fiend. Like, fiend.
I am curious to see what Greta Gerwig's version of it too, and like a lot of people that read Chronicles of Narnia, like they're our age now. So like, will it hit that nostalgia at the right time?
Here's the thing about Greta doing Narnia, is that every movie that Greta has done, with the exception of Barbie, which is just like, she's like, yeah, this is a paycheck job that it'd be really smart for me to do. But her first 2 movies, every single one of her movies is all about like the clash of traditional Christian values with like being a modern woman. That's what Little Women is. That's what Lady Bird is. So, and the fact that, again, she's already making casting decisions that are, again, meant to piss off people, specifically Meryl Streep as Aslan, which, again, I'm not as off on that as a lot of other people are, because I'm not, again, it's the whole like, oh, does God need to be a man so thing, because we obviously know what Aslan is supposed to be. Like anybody who's read Narnia understands that, like, yeah, Narnia is a very not subtle metaphor for the Bible. So, I think in a weird way, Greta kind of is actually the perfect choice for this, because, again, Narnia is all about Christianity, and, like, basically, for lack of a better word, taking literally stories right from the Bible and essentially doing your own, like, kind of take and spin on it, but the whole thing about C.S. Lewis was very much about, whimsy and magic and fun, and, obviously there's the whole back and forth with that relationship that he had with Tolkien, where they had, like, a friendly rivalry back and forth, where Tolkien was so meticulous with how he outlined his world and made sure that there were, like, languages upon languages and stories and folklore, and C.S. Lewis is just like, no, I'm just gonna have fun. And if anybody needs an explanation, we're not going to do it. So I am interested to see Greta's thing, especially since that, unlike what they did, where with the original movies, they were kind of trying to pick and choose them, Greta seems to be wanting to do the entire series. So, yeah, like all 7 books, and potentially have them once be split into, like, do the Harry Potter treatment of 7 books, 8 movies. So,
well, I'll ask one more question with this one, and we'll move on to the next movie. Out of the 2 TV series adaptations we're going to get, which one do you think will be better, the Harry Potter one or the Chronicles of Narnia one?
Well, Chronicles of Narnia is movies, not TV shows.
This one's a TV show coming out, right? Or a movie?
The Greta Gerwig one is a movie.
It's a movie.
Oh, shit. I thought it was a TV show. Never
movie.
mind.
movie. And Netflix is like, this is like their next big like post Ryan Johnson Knives Out deal, where they're like, they are telling Greta like, yeah, you are in this for the long run with this one. Yeah, and as for the Harry Potter thing, I'm not watching it. So we already have Harry Potter. It's perfect. I'm not watching it. I have no reason to. Also, you guys saw the meme where it's like, yo, you're gonna have a black Snape calling her a white Hermione a mudblood. This is gonna be worse than the last like 3 Tyler Perry movies. You guys saw that one, right?
Yeah, I saw that.
It's so good.
The Harry Potter thing is interesting. I am gonna watch it. Dom, I'm with you though. Like Harry Potter's perfect. I still think it's too soon, but Harry Potter makes so much money because of the theme parks. Like it just makes too much sense not to.
It makes too much sense, but again, the hatred and absolute like Luke was right. I'm calling it. It lasts 2 seasons and then it gets canceled. I'm gonna be
because HBO is putting a lot of money into this.
Yep. Yes, they are.
That first season that's gonna be one of the most hyped up things, but it's also gonna have a lot of pressure on it.
Yep.
And I feel for those kids because for these kids playing Harry, Ron, and Hermione, this is like their first.
It's tough. I really feel bad for them. I really do because it is a different time that they are coming up through now.
Yeah.
Ugh. Well, we shall see more at 11. But later in the month, we got a movie that we've now retroactively said is the last good movie of this franchise. That's Indiana Jones and the Crystal Skull.
Oh,
that's
man.
a good movie.
Where this franchise should have ended.
Listen, you didn't like the aliens?
I don't like this movie, period.
So this is another movie that I famously saw in theaters. And
oh, God.
Yeah. Here's the thing, right? Everybody hates this movie because it went the sci-fi route instead of the traditional like supernatural route that had been made famous, And famously, this is also the one that Spielberg is. Even though Spielberg directs, like a lot of people credit George Lucas for this one as well, which is why a lot of people also don't like this. But here's what I'll say. Is that this is another instance kind of similar, ironically, to Percy Jackson. It's weird that I keep bringing that up on this podcast, where, again, we thought that the last one was bad until the new modern one came out. And I'm like, somehow this is even worse. And
you didn't like the new Percy Jackson?
No, not a fan of it. I watched one episode and I'm like, fuck this. Like, they're never gonna get Percy Jackson right. I'll just get the books right. But Dial of Destiny makes this movie look like a fucking masterpiece. Let me put it that way. And also, say what you will about this movie. This movie I think is actually good as far as placing like an end note on Indiana Jones. But man, poor Shia LaBeouf, he could not catch a break. He just could not catch a fucking break. I'm like, you look at the track record of like what this guy went through between like 2007 when he really blew up and 2010, 11, I want to say. And people are like, wait, you're still questioning why he had a mental breakdown? Like why he's completely and totally insane now? Like just look at everything that this guy went through between these 2 years alone. 3 Michael Bay Transformers movies, Indiana Jones and the Kingdom of the Crystal Skull. I would have a breakdown if that were me.
That's a hellish schedule, right there.
Yeah. And that's not even including Disturbia, Eagle Eye, Surf's Up, all the other movies he was doing in between. He was also in Fury. Yeah, no.
At the age he was at, too, was
he wasn't even 30 yet. He was he had like just turned 20. He was like 23 when he did fucking the first Transformers movie.
Yeah, he was still even Steven's boy.
Yup. Yes, he was.
Rod, why don't you like Crystal Skull?
Listen, Dom kind of already like the sci-fi route. I didn't really like.
Yep, that's what it is.
And the opening act I actually kind of enjoyed, and then they put him in a fridge. And I'm like, yes.
The infamous invention of the nuking the fridge meme.
Yes. And I'm like, what are we doing here? And it didn't really feel like an Indiana Jones movie to me. It felt like an action movie with Indiana Jones in it. And I get it, Indiana Jones is part action, but like I didn't feel any of the spirit from the original trilogy. And this is the first Indiana Jones movie I saw in theaters too, which was also, it's like, And I think the best thing about this movie, honestly, is the end credits. Like
what I give this movie credit for is this being the first movie that like really started to make you feel Indiana Jones' age, which is where like, you have the moment where he's like, Dad and Marcus are both dead. Like Sean Connery had retired. Like the guy who played Marcus had long since died. That's really where it hit me. Also, famously, this movie brought back Marion as well, who had not been in the last 2. Obviously, you had the reveal of Shia LaBeouf being his son, which again was absolutely nobody's surprise. John Hurt's in this movie. Cate Blanchett is the bad guy. Again, Cate Blanchett is probably the weakest part of this movie, but for me, I'll always remember two things: the red ant sequence, which is just hilarious in hindsight. Shia LaBeouf swinging through the trees with the monkeys, which, oh my god, so many problems with that sequence. I totally blame George Lucas for that one. I'm like, yeah, Lucas had a thing that he was high on off the prequels with the fucking the Nemoidians and fucking Watto and the Gungans. He had a big.
Like, oh, Shia, you're swinging with the monkeys.
Yeah, George Lucas with his racial stereotypes has really got to stop. But also for me, the creme de la Ray Winstone and going back and forth. It's like, oh, I'm on your side. Oh, I'm not. Oh, I'm on your side. Oh, I'm not. I'm like, okay, just like what are we doing here? But like, other than that, I'm like, I don't know. Maybe this was just as I was 11 when I saw this, but like, I didn't see like the big issue with like, oh no, they're doing aliens this time instead of like. But I'm like, how is that different from like the Kali Ma, him pulling like the heart out of people's chest, or like the fucking the knight that's like 1,000,000 years old, or like or the king or the fucking I'm like, how is this any different from any one of them? I'm like, yeah, okay, supernatural versus sci-fi, but like the one was never like inherently more ridiculous for me than the other, which is why I never hated Kingdom of the Crystal Skull the way that everybody else did. It's the weakest of the Indiana Jones movies, but that's because they'd already wrapped up and it was just them like it's kind of weird how in hindsight like 2008 is like the first year of them like trying to bring back all these legacy movies versus now that's just like happenstance, you know. But the difference is that back then it was like so few and far between that like now they're kind of like looked back with such with a little bit of nostalgia versus now it's like, yeah, that's every movie, it's like, oh, that's why movies are terrible now.
Poor Muttley, he got killed in Vietnam in the next movie.
Yeah.
I was like, Jesus Christ.
And we wonder why Shia LaBeouf broke down. Enough said.
Well, like that was the thing too, wasn't there hinting like he was going to be the next Indiana Jones? Like,
yes, and then they literally had him take the hat out of his hand.
Yep.
What could have been? Because I heard rumors before Dial Destiny, like it was going to be like Chris Pratt. They were asking him if he wanted to do it.
Yep.
And like Chris Hemsworth, but you know we got Dial Destiny, but. Yeah. But as we end the month of May, we talk about a movie that I fucking hate. It is the most overrated horror movie of all time.
You're wrong. You are so wrong.
Yeah, you guys could take this. This. I have never seen any of the Strangers movies.
You are so wrong.
Okay, Rod, you go first. I'll let you go first.
No, you are, because I want to rebuttal everything you just said. So you go ahead and go first.
I don't like Liv Tyler. She annoys me because like her voice is like, hey. Strangers are breaking in.
Oh wait, you don't like the Liv Tyler voice, but she sounds like this and everything. Oh, dude, my brother. After we saw the Incredible Hulk, my brother literally still to this day, when Brave New World came out and they found out, they're like, oh, Liv Tyler's back. They're like, we're really not watching this movie now. Like, we still make fun of her to this day from Incredible Hulk.
She watches 911 and she's in it, and I'm like, I can't watch this, Mom, because it's like I can't hear what she says. She's like, guys, we have to put out this fire. And it's just like, my thing with The Strangers, what I always got from it is that it's just it's a home invasion movie using the guys like based on actual events, which is like, okay. But there's so many decisions in this movie that are so dumb with the characters, especially like the whole cell phone stuff. When I'm like, okay, this is obviously 2008. We had that shit on us the entire time. Yeah. The fact it was just like coincidence, stuff that happens just to happen for the script. And like the fact of like, I asked people like, you know, you watched Strangers, right? Like, did you watch it at like 2 a.m. at Home Alone? Like, yeah, it was really scary. I'm like, there you go. That's the reason why people like it's scary. Like you watch a Home Alone night, stuff like that.
Yeah, so that's why it works, Mac. That's why it works. Now for me, because I didn't get to watch this in theaters. I watched this at home. I saw it at a friend's sleepover. Actually, we all watched this at like midnight, and it terrified the hell out of me. But like I always like had that fear of like being home alone and all that stuff and like turn on all the lights. I kid you not, Mac. I continuously had like lights on in my bedroom for like a good 2-3 months after I watched the movie. The Masked Strangers for me, they worked for me. Like I think they are the best part. The Strangers part of it works for me so well.
No, that's strong. That's the strongest part of the movie.
Okay, so then why are you bitching about it?
Because I just don't like the fucking characters. These characters like, Rod, they're not good. I hate who are the two people? I'm gonna look it up right now.
Scott Speedman and Liv Tyler.
Scott Speedman, oh man, post fucking Underworld.
I don't
2000s icon.
Their characters were just written so badly. They were written to be like, you're gonna be the fodder, and then it ends on a cliffhanger because it's like, oh, Scott Speedman's dead, but Liv Tyler's like, like no, she's still
does it really end on a cliffhanger though?
That's a cliffhanger.
That's not really a cliffhanger.
Yes, it is.
All I'm getting from this is like when Vin Diesel in Fast 5 was like, I remember everything about my father. But he says it like that.
And the thing with it too is like it spawned like one of the worst sequels, which is weird because I will say, no, go ahead.
It's god awful. It is so bad.
It's so weird because it's a tonal shift. Because I will say the tone and the vibe of The Strangers, it felt like it took place in the 70s, but it was in 2008. So it had that
true terror and dread, and they made Strangers 2 an action movie.
They're like, hey, Stranger Things is popular. Here's everything 80s references. And they don't even reference it like...
Oh, what, The Strangers Like Come at Night, the one with Christina Hendricks?
Yes.
Yeah, I remember seeing the trailers for that when I was in college. I'm like, nope, I'm good.
And chapter 1 is a shit show because they're like...
Chapter 1 is one of the worst things I've ever seen. It is.
They're like, do you want to know how the Strangers were origined? Here you go. And it's like
nobody asked for this.
It's almost like a beat for beat like remake of the first.
It is the exact same thing as the 2008.
Yeah, and like didn't they film it like back to back with the sequel coming out like later this year?
They did, and the fact that Lionsgate's still putting out the sequels, whatever.
I just didn't like. I didn't like The Strangers.
That movie's gonna bomb. And I'm gonna laugh. I'm gonna laugh so hard.
Let's move on.
You don't want to talk about Sex in the City? I'm surprised, Mac.
What'd you say?
You don't want to talk about Sex in the City, the movie?
No, please. Can we not?
Actually,
please?
And I do have a funny story with Sex and the City. So when COVID came around, I was really bored watching all these shows. I think HBO Max just launched.
Yeah,
and I was like,
Mac, come on. No.
I watched Sex in the City.
No.
And I'm like, you know what? This is actually
There's so many actual good shows to watch on HBO, and you watch that?
I watched it and then I got to the movie. I'm like, this movie's like sort of okay. And I'm like, because I went to a trivia night for Sex in the City, and I'm like, I got a lot of questions right. Everyone looked at me
won,
like,
didn't you?
I didn't win. I was like,
what?
But like, they looked at me like, you know, a little bit too much about Sex in the City. It was just like one of the things, like, oh shit, all right. And it's like, listen, COVID.
And you're like, this has gone too far. This has got to stop.
This is
the funny thing about this movie, Dom. This movie made so much freaking money.
Oh, I know. Oh, I remember, because my mom was one of the biggest Sex in the City fans. And fun fact, actually, when we went to see Transformers in the IMAX in Lincoln Center, guess who was also there watching it with her husband and her son? Sarah Jessica Parker. And guess who went up and started telling Sarah Jessica Parker and her son about where they could find Transformers toys online? This guy right here. It's one of my most like iconic celebrity encounters. I had, of course, had no idea who she was. You know, I'm like 10 years old.
Holy shit, you met Sarah Jessica Parker.
I met Sarah Jessica Parker. I had no clue who she was.
Like, who the fuck are you? I'm talking about Transformers. Get the fuck out of here.
She was like trying to like she was like trying to take her son away, but it was one of those weird instances where it's like, this is clearly a kid. So like,
oh my god.
It's like, and then my mom was like trying to like drag me away, and like, of course, I'm clueless because I'm 10. I'm like, what? I'm just like telling her about like the Hasbro site, because at the time the Hasbro site had like the Transformer displays where it would like show the toys transforming in front of you. So
get away from the streets. Keep talking about Hasbro.
Dude, trust me, I got stories from my childhood and adolescence that would leave you guys traumatized for days.
That's my next goal. If I ever meet a celebrity, I'm going to talk about, like, can I tell you about why Blockbuster closed down? I know the true secret. It's like, you're like, what the fuck is wrong with you? Like, don't worry about it. I don't want your autograph.
Didn't Randall Park and like Melissa Fumero do a thing about the last Blockbuster, or it was like a show or a movie and it got canceled?
It wasn't good. It was like the novelty. It was like Blockbuster, but like a parody of it. It wasn't.
Wow.
It was
moving to June, we got a film that would define DreamWorks post Shrek, and that's Kung Fu Panda.
Kung Fu fucking Panda.
It's funny about you post Shrek, because they were looking for their next Shrek after, especially after Shrek the Third happened. They were like,
oh yeah,
yeah, right, yeah, right.
And they got Shrek Forever After, so they're good.
Yeah. Well, now, guys, remember Shrek 5 is coming out next year too.
Oh,
with Zendaya as Shrek's trans daughter. Yeah, goddamn right.
Shrek is life.
Goddamn right.
I love Kung Fu Panda. It is one of the most, like, I always praise How to Train Your Dragon as like one of the best, like, beautifully pleasing DreamWorks movie next to like recently The Wild Robot, because they do a good job with visuals. And with Kung Fu Panda, this is a love letter to all the Kung Fu movies. And think about casting Jack Black as a panda, like
perfect casting. It's perfect casting.
School of Rock. Like, this was the movie that launched them into that mainstream again. Like, he was already there, but like this solidified it.
Yeah, because he already had Nacho Libre. He had already basically like solidified himself as far as like the king of kids movies, but this is the beginning of that for sure. So fun fact, before Avengers Infinity War, this was the first movie that I could quote from front to back. That's how many times I watched this movie. I love this fucking movie. Still in my top 10. It's an inspirational movie, honestly, because it's the movie that tells all the fat kids out there, yeah, you could be something too, you know? You could eventually become the Dragon Warrior. Also, can we talk about the cast outside of Jack Black? This is a cast that includes Dustin Hoffman, Angelina Jolie, Jackie Chan, Lucy Liu, Seth Rogen, David Cross, and one of the all-time underrated villain performances, Ian McShane as Tai Lung himself, before they goofed him and fucked him over last year with Kung Fu Panda 4. One of the all-time scariest villains, too. Also, like, charming and subtle. Also, like, the secondary voice, like James Hong as his dad, Randall Duck Kim as Master Oogway, Michael Clark Duncan, rest in peace, Dan Fogler as the messenger bird. Oh, it's so good. Like, for me, it's like, you know, what Luke brought up, the bridge scene with the Furious Five versus Tai Lung, when fucking he comes in and he's like, I heard that he is a warrior who fell out of the sky on a string of fire. And they're like, Poe? And he's like, so that is his name, Poe. And then the payoff at the end when he finally sees him and he's like, you're the dragon. He's like, you're a panda. He's a panda. What? And then, but then it's that underestimation that allows Poe to be, and then of course, one of the greatest all-time endings. He's like, you're just a big, fat panda. Oh, I'm not just a panda. I'm the big fat panda. He's like, the Wuxi finger hold. Oh, so you know this hold. What? That's impossible. You're bluffing. Oh, I never taught that. Oh, I never taught you that. He's like, nope, I learned it myself. Skadoosh. All-timer. This is an all-time, like, dude, guys, do not get me started. I will quote this movie from fucking front to back. Like, and I love this fucking movie.
You forget about the quote on the bridge that people have made memes about when, like, you're working in retail and the customer's like, I want to fight you outside. It's like, finally, we're the opponents.
Our battle will be legendary. It's great. It's great.
This is definitely a movie that has good messaging because we find out with the Dragon Scroll is nothing to it. Like, it's just a reflection. It shows, like, it's you. And it's like, oh, shit, that's actually a deep-ass meaning in a kid's movie.
There is no secret ingredient.
Yeah, like it is. I will say, like, the cast was really good. Like Angelina Jolie as Tigress, that's like one of her best roles.
Yeah,
like the way she has great chemistry with Jack Black, and it was like they explored more of it in the second movie, which Kung Fu Panda 2 is like
Kung Fu Panda 2 underrated, very underrated.
My favorite of the franchise.
Yeah, it's a lot of people's favorite of the franchise, and for good reason.
But with Kung Fu Panda, like it's just from start to finish that CeeLo Green, everybody was Kung
Fu fights. Oh, it's great. It's great.
This was just, I think Kung Fu Panda, like still this day, is a really good movie.
Yeah, agree. Also, her like very underrated Hans Zimmer score. Very underrated Hans Zimmer score.
I forgot the Hans Zimmer did the score.
Not gonna lie, even though I knew it wasn't gonna happen, when I saw Hans Zimmer live back in February, I was kind of hoping he would play the Kung Fu Panda score. He didn't, but still, it would have been awesome if he had.
But let's move on to the complete opposite, or depending on how you feel about it. Adam Sandler, you don't mess with the Zohan.
I have still yet to see this movie, but I remember thinking the trailers were really funny.
Yeah, funny trailers. Terrible movie.
Listen, Steve Schirripa from The Sopranos loves this movie, so... Not that that's exactly a ringing endorsement.
No, I don't think so. It's so like I think from the trailers you just get the joke of it.
Yeah,
and it didn't help that we had Bruno the year before, and I thought this was like a Bruno movie, and I was like, I don't know why. I was like, you don't mess with the Zohan.
No, because Adam Sandler is doing Sacha Baron Cohen. Adam Sandler knows what he's doing with this.
And this was like Adam Sandler, like. I don't know what was going to, like, this is like downhill because Jackie Jill came out a few years later before he had that resurgence in the 2010s with Uncut Gems. Like,
well, it's weird how the timeline goes because you have this movie, and if I'm not mistaken, Bedtime Stories is also this year as well, which I kind of enjoyed. Then the following year, you have Funny People. Then 2010 is the first Grown Ups, and I think that like 51st Dates is in there somewhere. And then Jack and Jill is 2011, and that's where things really start to go downhill.
God, Jack and Jill, that's...
Yep, enough said.
But I like it. It's a nothing movie, but hey, you want to talk about a nothing movie where nothing's happening? The Happening. M. Night Shyamalan. Yeah, my favorite quote. We can't just sit here as uninvolved observers. We're not going to be one of those assholes in the news that sees a crime and not do something. We're not assholes. Now, this was the movie that M. Night Shyamalan has kind of gone back and said, no, I made it bad on purpose. I'm like, bull.
No, you
shit.
didn't. No, you didn't. So bullshit.
It
may seem that way in hindsight, but not.
My sister saw this when this came out in theaters. So she's 10 years older than me. And she said, like, they thought it was a comedy. Like everyone,
I mean, they're not wrong.
Like, they're like, oh, it's so disturbing and everything like that. But like when you watch this, shit's a comedy. Like Mark Wahlberg's playing a science teacher, for fuck's sakes. Like,
do you guys remember who plays the army guy that runs up when they're like all marching through the fields?
Oh,
do you know who that is?
He's in Succession, right?
That's Jeremy Strong. That's Kendall Roy from Succession.
Okay, yeah.
It's so great. It's so great. Yo, what the visual? I watched this movie a couple years ago when I was doing my M. Night Shyamalan ride, and the visual of the dude getting eaten by the lions. I don't remember the last time I've laughed that hard watching a movie. It's so good.
Dumb because it's like they're taking care of John Leguizamo's daughter, and this lady at the diner is like, "Oh my god, you with the child next to you! Look at this graphic thing." It's just a guy getting like, it's like the whole movie is just like, oh, the trees and the plants are getting toxins. It's just like this is like peak Shyamalan. His dialogue was just like utterly like the guy's like, you like hot dogs, right? Hot dogs get a bad rap, or it's like it's just a peak. What the fuck am I watching? And it's like
was it this or was it Lady in the Water where people turned on Shyamalan?
It was Lady in the Water.
Lady in the Water. This was like
the apex, and then you had Last Airbender 2 years later, which like okay, that's just him saying fuck you to the audience. Like he just does not give a shit at all. Like you can tell that he was so like invested in these movies is the thing, and like. I don't know, the happening in a weird way, like I understand what he's trying to go for with climate change, but it's so goofy and dumb, and it really is the apex. In a weird way, he's kind of got like a better grasp on that now. Like in a weird way, like with movies like Old and A Knock at the Cabin and Trap, one of the most underrated movies of last year. I feel like he does have a better grasp on it, but how could we forget the Oscar caliber dialogue of, you know, if we're both going to die, then I should tell you something. The other day I went into the pharmacist's office. There was a really good-looking pharmaceutical worker behind the counter. I went up to her and asked her for some cough syrup. I didn't even have a cough. Gems. Great stuff. Great stuff.
What about you, Rod? What do you think about The Happening?
I have no thoughts on The Happening because this movie's god-forsakenly terrible. It's terrible. It's Last Airbender is still worse, but
Last Airbender is worse.
My whole thing
is trying with this. He's not trying at all with Last Airbender.
No, he's not. And my whole thing though is, you know, I didn't think about it back then, but I look at like marketing and stuff a lot closer now than I did when I was this came out when I was 12 years old.
Yeah.
Why would you release this the same weekend as The Incredible Hulk? Why would you?
Oh God, that's right. That's right. Oh my God.
What were they thinking?
Well, they were still promoting it as like, from the director of The Sixth Sense and Unbreakable and all that. So like they were still like,
which shows you the power of those two movies. The fact that almost a decade later, he's still getting movies sold off the power of those two movies.
Mm-hmm.
Incredible Hulk. What the fuck are you thinking?
Which, by the way, I will still defend The Incredible Hulk as one of the best Marvel movies. I love that movie.
But like, the thing I did like about The Happening, which is a weird sentence to say, I like the deaths.
The deaths are good. Yo, when that gun comes out, they shoot the two kids. Like, also, this is right before, like, this was still while Spencer Breslin was, like, a bigger name than his sister, Abigail Breslin. So,
my favorite death was when the construction workers were jumping off. They're like, it's raining men, hallelujah. But, like, the last part of this movie is, like, the worst with Betty Buckley. Was like, you were going to kill me and rob me. What? No! It's great. Like, it becomes, like, a big, like, what am I watching? And then,
Cinema.
Like, one of the girls, actually, I don't know if y'all know, one of the girls in the beginning of the movie, the opening scene, that's the girl from Cabin in the Woods.
Yes, I did know that. The Kristen Connolly or the blonde?
Kristen Connolly.
Yep, House of Cards girl. Yep, I know her.
That poor girl. I know Chris Stuckman told the story when he met her at a screening for an M. Night Shyamalan movie, and he asked her about it was the Cabin in the Woods, and he asked her about The Happening, and she had like a look of like,
she had that
fear.
Look of like,
it's like, oh shit. But speaking of the same weekend, Rod, we had The Incredible Hulk.
Yep, the second MCU release.
AKA, that's not Eric Bana.
Yep. Still AKA, a good movie though. Still a good movie.
AKA, what happened? Our Edward Norton.
Well, it's the fact that he basically took over the whole script and basically co-directed the movie, and Kevin Feige was like, nah, that's not how we do things here.
That's how we do it here.
Yep. And if we have him to blame for why the current Marvel machine is the way it is, because he took such control during that movie and was like so annoying to be around, like, and so ornery about it. It's the classic thing of trying to apply an auteur sensibility to a big budget blockbuster where they're like, yo, we're all here to do a job, and he's like, but like, are we really getting to like the humanity of what this character's like? And everyone's just like wants to fucking put a like put him in a truck and load it full of bullets. You know, it's one of those things.
Listen, with this one compared to the 2003 one, which the 2003 one's getting a lot of like buzz for like, oh, it's actually a really good movie. I'm like, not really.
Not really.
I don't like the angry Hulk. It was just a weird choice to be like, we're having a thought piece movie about this green monster, and there's Hulk dogs, and Sam Elliott's in it. But this one was just fun because it's pure action. And I'm gonna say this, and I'm gonna be controversial. I've always thought this. Edward Norton is such a better Hulk.
So I've heard this argument before. I understand the credence, and what I like what he's doing in this specific movie. But when I think about him teaming up with like Downey and Evans and Hemsworth, it wouldn't have worked. It wouldn't have worked.
Been too much. You think with the way Edward Norton is, he would have had like a bigger.
Yes,
he would have been
Edward Norton. If there's one thing that I have learned about Edward Norton, it's that he does not do well when he's playing with an ensemble like of multiple people. Like the only other instance where it worked was the Italian Job, but that one he's the bad guy, so he's by himself for most of that movie.
I thought it was good in Birdman. I think Birdman.
I like Birdman.
Again, but Birdman, the thing about that is that's a parody of himself. That's why that one works. Everybody in Birdman is doing parodies of themselves. Like think about it. When is Edward Norton is always playing off of somebody else. Brad Pitt in Fight Club, fucking Richard Gere in Primal Fear, Eddie Furlong in American History X, Barry Pepper and Philip Seymour Hoffman, and really most of 25th Hour he's by himself. Edward Norton does not do well playing with an ensemble where he is not the center focus, which is why, again, it works. His thing works for this movie. It would not work for if they'd brought him back for the Avengers, and Ruffalo is a much, much better team player. The irony being that Ruffalo was one of the people that they were considering for this movie, not to mention the fact that it's funny that you bring up the Ang Lee Hulk. Do you know how incredible it would have been? I'm not saying it would have saved the. I'm right. I'm not saying it would have made the movie better, but if they made this, would have been the ballsiest choice ever. Balls, pun intended, because it shows a shot of the Hulk punching one of the mutant dogs in the balls in the 2003 Hulk movie.
Cinema.
If when William Hurt tragically R.I.P. died, they brought back Sam Elliott as the new Thunderbolt Ross for Brave New World.
Oh my god, that actually would have been like, because what's weird about this one is because is it technically a sequel to the 2003 one?
It's weird because it's one of those things where, like, I think at the time when they were trying to conceive of it, because you're right, it ends with him in the jungle. But then the beginning, the opening scene is basically like a retcon of the whole 2003 Hulk. So it's one of those, like, yes and kind of things. So, because, like, I don't know. But again, like, this, even though it's funny because there were so many things that happened in this movie that would later get explored. They eventually bring back Tim Roth as the Abomination for Shang-Chi and She-Hulk. They basically, again, Brave New World is basically a continuation off of this, where they finally bring back Tim Blake Nelson as the leader and Thunderbolt Ross, turning into the Red Hulk, essentially. Like, that's the joke of Brave New World, is the fact that it's an Incredible Hulk sequel.
My whole thing with this movie is, like, this is basically an apology for 2003's Hulk. Like, hey, we're sorry. We're gonna give you the Hulk action you really wanted to see in that 2003 movie. The human stuff, we're just gonna throw some nice pretty faces in there and have at it. But you're here for the Hulk action, and finally gave us that. Like the entire stuff in Brooklyn, so much fun.
Yes.
The college campus scene is great.
Yes.
All the human stuff though, it's pretty wooden. It's kind of dull.
It's all right. Like I said, there is certain stuff. Like Tim Roth is legitimately good in this, I do think.
Yes,
and
absolutely.
like the effects with the Hulk are still a little bit wonky. Like they're still trying to figure out how to make that look good. But again, and the thing that I really give this movie credit to as well is I think this movie of the two solo Hulk movies that we got is the one that pays the best homage to the TV show, the Bill Bixby, Lou Ferrigno TV show, for sure. I think. Also, can we give a shout out to this director, Louis Leterrier? Famously, he's got one of the most underrated filmographies. So this dude has directed the first two Transporters, the first Clash of the Titans, not the sequel, but the first one, which I will still give credit is not bad. Now You See Me, the first one, Grimsby with Sacha Baron Cohen, and again, took over Fast X mid-production from Justin Lin. Could not save that movie, but still, underrated director.
I do like The Incredible Hulk because it does tie in the fact that he was learning to control turning into Hulk, because that was in Avengers where he's like, I'm always angry. And you even see the hint of that at the end, because I think I like the ending when he was like, days of the incident, you see him turn green, like that's where I was like, damn, I wish I saw that Hulk. And the fact that we're never probably getting a solo Hulk movie.
No, we're never, it's never happening.
You're like, yeah, we got you too.
What's never happening? I'm sorry, I missed that comment.
Another solo Hulk movie.
No, it's never gonna happen.
Never gonna happen.
So like Brave New World, we'll put all the Hulk characters not in a Hulk show.
Pretty much.
Well, the Russos kind of made it almost impossible to even do another Hulk movie right now with what they did with Hulk.
Yeah.
They kind of made it impossible at this point. So.
Well, the best thing for Hulk, a solo Hulk movie, would necessarily be like World War Hulk,
which we already got with Ragnarok.
Yeah. Like him, that would have been a great solo movie.
Yes.
Kind of explaining his absence from Civil War. He was doing World War Hulk.
Yes.
Like that would have been better. But and of course, this movie is infamous because, with Iron Man, we didn't know about a post-credit scene, but this one, they gladly showed you that Tony Stark was in this movie. They promoted the hell out of that post. They're like, don't worry, he's in this movie, like we promised. And,
yes, they did. Also,
you guys know make any sense.
Also, you guys know about the deleted scene in this movie that's referenced in Avengers, right?
What is it?
Where, so famously in Avengers, right, you have the thing where he's like, but you can't kill me, I tried, and he tells a story about how he tried to kill himself. That's a deleted scene that was in this movie where it shows him in the Arctic, he tries to kill himself, and then it shows him like turning into the Hulk, and he like literally spits out the bullet.
Do you think they cut that because it was too dark?
Yes, 100%. 100%.
Yeah. Also, there's an Easter egg in this movie. I heard that when he was in Antarctica, you can actually see Captain America's shield.
Yes, that's true. Mm-hmm. That's true.
So, but like, it doesn't. Yeah, right. I don't know how it makes sense that Tony knew about the Hulk, because like, even when Tony came around,
recruiting him in the first place, it doesn't.
Well, the whole thing there were a couple of chronology whiffs there, where it's like Nick Fury's the one putting together the team, but then why is Tony Stark approaching Thunderbolt Ross and everything? I think that was based on basically like a whole thing of it's like Tony Stark was basically telling him to like, the whole thing is like Tony Stark was like being an emissary sort of for Nick Fury at that point. And he was like, back off, because this is before the events of Iron Man 2, and Fury's like, yeah, you're too much of a liability in the loose cannon. We don't need you.
Well, remember, timeline wise, this, Thor, and Iron Man 2 all take place
around the same time. Yes.
Yeah. But good video game too. Ultimate Destruction. You can make boxing cars out of cars. That was badass.
Yeah. Also, good final fight with the Abomination, dude. When the Abomination is digging his fucking claws into the Hulk, you're like, you feel that, like, yeah.
Ugh.
But also, we got the infamous. It's the only time we got the Hulk smash. It's the only time we got it.
We got the Avenger. Oh, him saying Hulk smash.
Him saying Hulk smash.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
It was pretty funny though. Like, one thing is that he's like, "All right, I'm gonna control." He falls off the plane, just splashes into the ground.
Could you imagine if that? And so much so that Taika brought that back and parodied that in Ragnarok.
Yep.
Like, that's actually funny. He's like, "Oh shit."
Yep. It's great.
I just love seeing Loki's face in Ragnarok. Like, once he sees Hulk, like, shit, I gotta get off this planet, man.
Yup. That's great. It's great.
Like, next up we have is a spy comedy movie directed by Peter Siegel, and that is Get Smart with Anne Hathaway and Steve Carell.
Underrated movie. I enjoyed this movie. It's not great, but also incredible trailers for these movies. Incredible trailers for these.
Completely agree with Dom. This is so underrated. My only issue with this, it goes too long.
It's a little too long, and also they really hammer in the point of The Rock being the bad guy. But also, like, Steve Carell and Anne Hathaway legitimately have great chemistry. Also, again, this is the peak of Steve Carell in The Office, and like this is really when he could like do whatever he wants. And the fact that he chooses to do this movie, it's really good movie.
Yeah, I love this movie. This is one of those movies too, Dom, where I was like, I really want a sequel.
Yeah,
I really did.
Yeah, deserved it too.
I'm surprised it hasn't gotten a sequel or anything.
Yeah, it's really good. This was very close to making my top 10 for Steve Carell when Dustin and I did our Steve Carell Hall of Fame back in 2023.
If he wasn't doing The Office, Mac, this would have gotten a sequel.
Yeah, I agree.
Shit. Okay. Well, let's talk about something that didn't get a sequel for good reason, and that's The Love Guru with Mike Myers.
The movie that single-handedly killed Mike Myers' career.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Not The Office. The woman who plays Benson.
Who, Mike Myers or Steve Carell?
No, the woman who plays Benson in Law and Order. I'm forgetting her
name.
Mariska
Hargitay?
Isn't she in the Law? Yeah.
I think so.
Yes, she is. She's uncredited as herself.
Isn't Vern Troyer in this movie too?
Yes. He's Coach Punch.
Dude, when they had Ben Kingsley doing the India thing, I'm like, we gotta stop. This has gone too far. Mike Myers has gone too far.
These movies that he did post Austin. This was just because I was reading it like this is like a cut Austin Powers thing. They'll have him appear. Like, it just felt like he's like, I don't want to do another Austin Powers movie, but I'm gonna give you Austin Powers. Yeah. Austin Powers, because we didn't take him seriously until he did like Bohemian Rhapsody.
Well, he had the cameo in Inglourious Basterds 1 year after this.
Okay, I'll give him that credit.
Yeah,
but I didn't like The Love. It's fucking shit. Let's talk about something that's not fucking shit. Wall-E.
Yes.
Top 5 Pixar.
Yep. Top 5 Pixar. Top 5 movies of this year.
1000%.
Yep.
This is basically a silent film for like an hour.
Yes.
Yeah.
Literally.
Oh my
It's
god.
beautiful.
Yeah. Made me cry so hard.
Yep. Yeah, literally. So let me put it this way. So I hadn't seen this movie in a couple years, and during COVID, I was working at Walmart, right? And they would always play the movies on like repeat, right? So first they had on Space Jam, and I worked in the electronics section, so I would watch those movies on repeat like over 150 times. And Space Jam was fun. But after a while, I'm like, I talked to my boss. I'm like, or my coworkers at Walmart. I'm like, yo, guys, can we change this, please? And they were like, all right. And
I
then
need
they
better
replaced
stuff
it with
to watch.
Yeah, literally. And then literally, it didn't matter. Every fucking, I watched this movie 150 times on loop, on repeat. And let me tell you something. Every time he gets crushed by the thing at the end, I literally was like, ugh. Like, I felt that in my core. Like, absolute fucking masterpiece. Like, absolute masterpiece of a movie. Rightfully won animated feature that year, too.
Yes.
This didn't get Best Picture, though, did it, Dom? Nomination?
It did not get a nomination. Up
Should
got the
have.
nomination the year later. This one did not. Because remember, this was the Dark Knight year as well. They were still doing 5 Best Picture nominees.
Oh, man, if they did 10, both those movies would have got.
Well, the funny thing too, also the thing about 08 is 08's a weak Oscar year, but it's a great blockbuster year. So all my favorite movies from this year, with the exception of The Wrestler and Rachel Getting Married and Bronson, are all blockbusters.
You know what? It's funny. I have 3 blockbusters in my top 5 because I don't consider The Strangers or Forgetting Sarah Marshall as blockbusters.
This is the blockbuster.
Yep.
Blockbuster Strangers. Wally. Wally is like amazing. Like, it is, like, you're right. It is a silent movie for like a damn hour.
Yeah.
And like, it's a love story, but it's so cute. And it's like, we're definitely not heading towards that future at all. You know, it's definitely not a reflection of where we're going.
No,
Definitely not at all.
Definitely not with the big fat people and the chairs and everything. That's actually some of the funniest parts of the movie. It's just like,
I remember famously my dad hated all the animated movies we watched as a kid because he never liked animated movies because he didn't have good animation growing up. But famously, my dad loves 2 Pixar movies. He loves this movie and he loves Ratatouille. He loves Ratatouille because he loves cooking, and Ratatouille, and again, the fact that Ratatouille was even like praised by Anthony Bourdain as being like one of the greatest cooking movies ever made, that should tell you something. And he's like this movie because he's like, oh wow, he's like, this movie is like really on point with like where we're going, like as a species, and he wasn't that far off. I'm trying to find my review of WALL-E because like I remember like when I re-reviewed it, this would have had to have been 2021. Like, man, it was. I'm gonna find this. You guys keep talking about it, but I'm gonna find.
So here's what I'm scared of, because I think this movie's perfect. I think it's a masterpiece. Here's what I'm scared of, guys.
Another shitty mediocre Pixar sequel to this.
I think it's gonna happen.
Oh,
because I think
really,
Pixar has really
not.
shit that has not been doing well with their original films.
Yeah.
And Iger has made it very clear that he is prioritizing sequels over originals.
Yep.
I will not be surprised if the next couple of D23s if he announces that WALL-E's getting a sequel.
Yeah.
What would you do for a sequel?
Them repopulating the Earth?
Yeah, that's what they would do.
Yep.
I'm
Human
getting
Machine War.
I'm getting vibes of like Megamind in the Doom Syndicate, and that scares me. That's where we could go.
Well, because it's Disney, it wouldn't be that bad, but
that's true.
Yeah.
But also another thing what I found interesting is that they actually use Macintalk for Otto.
Yes, that's true. And let me tell you something. Otto scared the shit out of me when I was a kid.
Because it was obviously it's a homage to Hal from Space Odyssey, and like what really got it like to be terrifying was when the captain was looking at all the past captains, and Otto was just menacing in the background of all of them. Like, we see where it goes. And also shout out to Fred Willard. He had a cameo as like by and large, which is
as the by and large guy. Also, again, shout out to Jeff Garland as the captain as well.
Mm-hmm.
That's right. Yeah.
Yep.
This is Wally's. I love Wally.
Yeah, Wally's great.
And it is also my favorite bot is the guy who keeps trying to clean everything. He's like,
Mo. Shout out to Mo. Poor Mo.
He's like, stop. He rubs his face. He's like, ah!
It's great. It's great.
Oh my. But let's move into July, and guys,
what a month this was.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Big month this year.
Well, let's start off with a big month with a movie which I call wasted potential, and that's Hancock.
Is it wasted though, or was it just ahead of its time?
I think it's ahead of its time, and there should have been a follow-up.
Yeah, I'm with it. I'm with that.
Because if you think about what The Boys is now, this is essentially Hancock would have fit in right now.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
But I think the thing I heard people say is that it should have been rated R.
Yeah.
It
This was definitely a PG-13 movie that should have been rated R.
Absolutely. And it's weird because the week before this, I think Wanted came out, and Wanted was
Yes.
Oh yeah, shit, we forgot about Wanted. Oh my god,
Wanted. Dude, I was about to say, I was waiting this whole podcast to talk about Wanted, and you fucking skipped over it.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Oh my god, let's talk about Wanted. Yeah, the James McAvoy.
Oh my god,
that was the movie that put James McAvoy in the map.
Yep. Yes, it was. Oh my god. I think. Oh, dude, I know I've said this about every single one of these lines, but oh man, the Spill.com review for this. Holy shit. I think it's like is like, yeah, this movie is like Harry Potter for Columbine kids, I believe is what Martin said about this movie.
I shouldn't be laughing at that.
Oh my god. Oh, their review of this was so good. It was so good. Listen, this is the movie that gave us curving bullets. I lost track of. Literally, I have this movie to thank for the perfect metaphor when I describe how I dodged COVID when I graduated college. I graduated college spring 2019, 1 year before COVID, spring 2020. And I'm like, this is the bullet that is COVID, and then this is me curving around it. I have this movie to thank for that.
They parodied that so fucking much.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah, this movie was great. I love Wanted. Angelina Jolie had a great freaking year this year because she had
she did. Yeah, she did.
Oh my god, she had a really good year this year.
Yep.
Yeah, this movie's great. And Morgan Freeman as the villain.
Yep.
Shoot this motherfucker right here.
Oh, it's great. It's great.
Morgan Freeman.
I like the
Common Chris Pratt. He smashes the keyboard into his face.
Oh.
Terrence Stamp is in this. Good movie.
Yeah.
Oh man. Also, this is one of those directors with one of the most like insane names ever, but he's actually like directed like a decent amount of good movies. This is Timur Bekmambetov. He directed The First Unfriended and Searching.
Two great
One
movies.
of those movies is good.
I think both of them.
I like Searching better, but no, Wanted. My favorite part was Wanted when he told his boss off, and Chris Pratt was like, "Yeah, dude," and he just hit him with the keyboard and he just said, "Fuck you." Yep. I was like, "Oh my god!" And the ending is good. It was based on a comic book, right?
Yes, it was. Mm-hmm. It was. Yep. Oh, dude, the scene in the beginning when fucking David O'Hara, who he thinks is his dad, is getting chased, and like the scene where he like jumps through. Oh my god, that is like one of the most ridiculous scenes I've ever seen. But it's
why
so
didn't we get
awesome.
a follow up to this?
I don't know how much money it made. That's
I don't
thing.
think it made the money.
I think there were rumors of a sequel, but like I don't think it made enough money. Also, never mind what I said about the director Timur. This dude is also the same dude who directed Abraham Lincoln Vampire Hunter and the Bender remake with fucking Toby Kebbell.
It made $342.5 million or $75 million.
So it wasn't the money.
Also, it wasn't the money, so that it was just the quality then. Also, okay, so I have it. So a sequel was announced shortly after the film's release, but was ultimately stalled in development. Yeah. Also, I'm sorry. I love that this did put McAvoy on the map, but that accent is tough. That accent is really tough.
Oh god, yeah. I think he didn't know how to do it yet.
He really didn't know how to do it, but he got it by the time he got to Split. But yeah, he was still learning it.
Mm-hmm.
But no, Wanted's awesome. Hopefully we get a sequel like Dread. Maybe they'll come out the same year.
I think it might be a little too late for it. Yeah.
But back to July, Hancock. Yeah, it was. Hancock
saw this movie in theaters.
Do you think Iron Man coming out the month before or like 2 months before really ruined people thought it was gonna be? No, you don't think so? Because I always heard people like, well, if Iron Man didn't come out, Hancock would have been like. Good.
I go back and forth. I think there's a lot of different things that kind of screwed this. I think it was the fact that again, this was during the phase when Will Smith was really, really trying to be serious, but it's like people were just like not willing to give him a chance because it was after The Pursuit of Happiness when he gets the nomination, and he had this and 7 pounds like right around the same time, and it's just like that phase of like he would like it's 1 year after I Am Legend, which they fucked the theatrical cut of that up by not doing the original novel ending, and yeah, it was just one of those things where it's like people were just done with Will Smith like being too serious, and I think that's what ultimately screwed this movie. But again, script written by Vince Gilligan, the same year that Breaking Bad premiered too. So
I think, and I can't. I don't want to say it's one of the reasons why, Mac, but I mean, you're talking about this is 2 weeks before The Dark Knight was coming out. I mean, the craze for that was already like no one's thinking about Hancock at this point.
Yeah,
I just think that I'm sad we didn't get a sequel, but at the same time, I didn't really like the reveal that him and Charlize Theron are like these gods, like immortal beings. And
well, if anything, I wanted to see more of that, but then in a way, like the problem is the follow up to that is the Old Guard, and I'm like, no thanks, we don't need more of that. We don't need more of that.
But the Old Guard 2 just happened.
I love how everybody is like, oh, the Old Guard sucks with the sequel. I'm like, yeah, it was never good. I watched that during COVID. I'm like, wow, that's how we were really starving for content during COVID, because that first one is terrible.
I'd never watched it. I just wasn't.
I didn't mind the first Old Guard. Like, I wouldn't say it's a great movie, but I had fun with it. The sequel just ruined everything about that.
It looked like shit. So, yeah, that was during. Also, isn't it weird that like that there were like 2 Netflix movies that came out in 2020 where Harry Melling, aka Dudley Dursley from Harry Potter, was the bad guy, Old Guard, and fucking Devil All the Time.
Mm-hmm. Oh, that's right.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. And then he gets killed by Jason Clarke and Riley Keough, who are a traveling pair of serial killers. Devil All the Time is really good.
You know what? I need to go back and watch it because I had
Devil
a
All the Time is really good. Like,
really,
really good. Like, in hindsight, I'm like, why didn't that make my top 10 of that year? Like, that was really good.
2020 was just a weird year.
It really was. We were just taking whatever we could get. Although people were and still are wrong about Tenet. That movie's a masterpiece.
I agree. Top 3 movie of the year for me.
Good.
I love that movie.
Good. Awesome.
Yeah. The next movie we got is Hellboy 2 and the Golden Army.
Let's go! The better of the 2 Hellboy movies.
I don't care for his movies. I don't care for his movies. I'm gonna let you guys have it. I can't.
It's the better of the 2 Hellboy movies. This is the one where we get like the extravagance, the scale. This is where we get like the insane production design. This is where we get the Naswada, the spear fighting prince. This is where we get fucking the spirit gnome. Yeah, I like the first Hellboy a lot, but that's just a precursor to this movie, which is where Del Toro gets to go large.
This is Del Toro to a T. Just he's like, I want to show all these fantastical elements and supernatural, and I have a crush on Selma Blair, so
I had a crush on Selma Blair in 2008. I don't still have a crush on her. Let me put it that way.
No, I do. I don't. But like this movie definitely. What's sad about it is that we never got that third movie because this was setting up. This was obviously the middle point of the trilogy because they expanded on it a lot because the first one was solid, but this one definitely expands more of the lore of Hellboy and dives more into the comic books, a lot of the lore and stuff. And they were definitely setting up for like the big third one. Yeah. Because like that, I guess, exposition from the death pretty much was saying like, yeah, shit's gonna go down if he keep him alive, you have his baby. Yeah. Like you're gonna like
babies,
like,
plural.
Oh yeah, babies too. But I gotta say, this movie made me realize Seth MacFarlane is super talented. Because
that's what I was also gonna talk about. Dude, Seth MacFarlane. I didn't even know that was him.
Johan, the part me and my mom watched the part is when Hellboy punched him and he went in the smoke. He's like, damn. So and he whooped his ass with the locker.
So good.
And it's like,
good. I miss this Guillermo del Toro. I'm not going to lie. I hate modern day Guillermo del Toro where he's trying to be like, oh, it's Guillermo del Toro. It doesn't work. Shape of Water sucked. Nightmare Alley sucked. Pinocchio was actually good. I'm not going to lie. I'm a little bit worried about Frankenstein. Crimson. Oh my God. Have you guys seen Crimson Peak?
Yeah.
The movie that he did with Tom Hiddleston. That movie has to be seen to be believed. But yeah, I miss this era of Guillermo del Toro. The Blade 2, Hellboy, Pacific Rim, Pan's Labyrinth, Del Toro. That was our peak Del Toro. I am not a big fan of the Del Toro that we have now.
I liked his Pinocchio movie. I did.
His Pinocchio movie was good, but that was but again, that's animation. And my whole thing is it's like his take on animation just in general is a lot different. And I think it benefits his sensibilities more. Because his whole thing is he is ultimately like he is a guy that like makes like cool ass kids movies. And when he's trying to make movies for adults, it's just there's something that's missing there. It doesn't work.
But with Hellboy 2, I liked how they expanded on the characters as well. Like Abe became more of a fleshed out character.
Abe Sapien is the MVP of this movie for me.
And it's just sad. Like we're never gonna get that third movie. Like I don't count the David Harbour Hellboy. We talked about that last time, Rod.
What about the Jack Kesey Hellboy that like were released right online?
What? No, I just we ignore that one. It's just like it's just sad, and I like it because it's just so much fun to watch to this day.
Also, the fact that these are like Ron Perlman star vehicles is just awesome. Because like, when else are we gonna get Ron Perlman as the lead of a movie?
That's true, actually. Yeah. Quick shout out to Journey to the Center of the Earth. I've never watched.
Saw that movie in theaters. Had a blast with it. Had a blast with it. Really fun movie.
It was one of those movies I've always seen in a DVD bin, but just never watched it.
Yep. It's a fun movie. It's not bad. Also, oh wait, like low key, like a weird Brendan Fraser because you had this and you had Inkheart also, which I don't know if we're gonna cover Inkheart, but that's another weird adaptation of like a book that I watched as a kid, and that I really love those books. The problem is it was the beginning of a trilogy that then never happened. So,
but guys, it's time to talk about probably much the movie that everyone's been waiting for.
Yes, sir.
The movie that would define a generation
yep.
of pretty much what Batman should be. And that's Meet Dave with Eddie Murphy.
Oh, you got Dom and I hyped up.
Fuck you, seriously.
Which is funny
I am still
actually,
having to fight with people who are like younger than me from acting school who are like, Dom, Meet Dave was so good when you were a kid. I'm like, because you were 5 years old when you saw that movie. Of course you thought it was good.
Meet Dave. The funny thing is, it did come out a week before Dark Knight, so this had no chance.
Yeah.
But it was just such a weird movie because, like we mentioned, this was right after Norbit. And like it's just weird.
Hold on, time out. Did you say Meet Dave had no chance because of the Dark Knight? This movie had no chance because it's called Meet Dave and had Eddie Murphy. No. But
I understand the thought process here because it's good counter programming to Dark Knight because Dark Knight was primarily for like teens and adults, and this was like for like little kids and shit. So it was during that time of counter programming. Also, I will never forget the trailers of this. It's like Eddie Murphy inside Eddie Murphy. Like remember that for all the trailers for this? Yep.
Sounds like hell right there. But like
literally,
this was like a weird 3-movie stretch for him because he did Norbit, then he did this, and then he did 1,000 Words.
1,000 Words didn't come out until like a couple years later, though. That's the thing. Yeah. It was shot around the same time, but it wasn't released until like 2012.
And it's like, what are you doing? Like he had that, and then like he took that break and he did Mr. Church, which was a failure to be serious. But then
and then he's like, I'm just gonna go and redo the hits, where he's doing Coming to America and he's doing Beverly Hills Cop 4.
Dolomite was good. That was
Dolomite was good.
Great, yeah.
But yeah, Meet Dave sucks. Gravity Falls is the parody of that better, where they all kill themselves.
That's crazy. That's crazy.
Let's talk about The Dark Knight.
The unequivocal best movie of this year.
Holy shit. You want to talk about the gold standard of Batman movies?
Gold standard of comic book movies.
Listen, this movie, and it's funny because, Mac, we talk about comic book movies a lot on my podcasts and stuff. And it's funny we're talking about this now because we got Superman coming out this week. DC has
this was the peak of DC. Let's get that out of the way.
And set this DC.
The fact that the only remotely and I'm not. And Dark Knight Rises obviously is still great, and I will defend that movie to death. But the fact that the only remotely great movie that we got post this is Man of Steel should tell you everything you need to know.
So DC has had some hits.
James Gunn's Suicide Squad too. But.
Yeah, Dark Knight Rises, like you said, I think Man of Steel is fantastic.
Man of Steel's great. Man of Steel's really
I love
great.
the first Joker movie. I do.
It's not good. I love Joker Folia, I do. That's a misunderstood masterpiece, but we'll come back to that. Yeah, I said it. And trust me, I can defend my point too. And trust me, I can spin this movie in a way that you will watch it with an entirely different point of view. But anyways, keep going.
I don't want to anymore. All
right.
Yeah, he broke us, man.
You really broke me there. You did.
Misunderstood masterpiece.
Okay, Don, we're gonna have a sidebar conversation on Joker too, because I want to hear this. But
all right,
this is still the gold standard for comic movies. It's not my favorite comic movie anymore, but this is still the gold standard. I mean, the DCEU basically tried to be what the Dark Knight was. I mean, Man of Steel is basically. I mean, Nolan's influence is all over Man of Steel, for better or worse. I mean, I can't. It's weird calling this a comic movie because it's not really a comic movie. This is a crime.
It's Nolan's homage to Heat, is what this is.
This one, Batman in it.
Yeah,
and Batman's like the 5th interesting character in this movie.
Yeah. So again, Aaron Eckhart is Harvey Dent. Maggie Gyllenhaal is Rachel Dawes.
Speaking of Aaron Eckhart, my God, has his career not recovered.
Yeah. Do you want to talk about another instance where his career peaked?
Yes. What do you mean? Battle of Los Angeles was great, and I Frankenstein.
My name is Adam.
What's funny is that Battle of Los Angeles is like a guilty pleasure movie.
It is for me too. It is.
Battle of Los Angeles, is actually kind of good.
The Dark Knight is definitely a police procedural. This really showed Nolan grounding Batman, and we all remember Batman Begins. That hint of hey, there's a new player in town. You see that car, oh shit,
and then the trailers come out, and you hear the voice, and you hear Heath Ledger's voice, and he's like,
people were scared.
Magic trick.
People were scared because we didn't know if Heath Ledger can be Joker,
right?
But then though that the shots came out with him and the makeup. It's like, he looks too happy. But then he's like starting tonight, people will die. It's like, and then remember, speaking of I Am Legend, if you saw that movie in IMAX, you got the bank scene. They played that before, and that's where everyone was saying.
And it's kind of funny that we're talking about this the weekend the Jurassic World Rebirth came out, where famously people are only going to that to watch the Odyssey trailer.
Which is funny because I did remember I met people who said like I literally just went to see I Am Legend and walked out after I saw the big scene.
I'm gonna rewatch this movie after we're done with this, just so you know.
I'm thinking of doing the exact.
I really am. I'm like, I think I need to rewatch this movie.
But this movie is just the writing is strong, the action's great, and of course Heath Ledger is legitimately the MVP of this movie.
It's the only performance I've ever seen that rivals Marlon Brando for the greatest in Godfather for the greatest performance of all time.
It is such a shame that we never got to see what his character would have been like in Dark Knight Rises.
Yes, but I'm also glad that we didn't, because we'll forever have it like enshrined. This is like the perfect enshrinement of his performance.
And it's like, Christian Bale, he's at his peak, was like, it's that whole interrogation scene.
It's so good.
I lost it.
It's cinema. That scene is cinema.
He goes, does Harvey know about you and his little buddy? He's like, look at you go.
I wanted to see what you do, and you didn't disappoint.
Wait,
I'm
5 people die.
Yeah.
I'm curious what you guys think. Do you think Joker knew who Batman was?
Oh, yeah.
I don't know. I'd like to think that he figured it out, but by that point, he didn't care.
Yeah.
Like he said, like when Reese was going
to
reveal, he said, I don't want to know.
I don't want to know. That would ruin the fun.
I think he already knew, but he was like, he was so crazy. Even if he said anything, I don't think people would believe him.
Yep.
Which actually, that's the thing with this version of the Joker. There's always that theories of like, how did he become the Joker? And there's always that theory that he was an Iraq veteran. That's always very good with the planning and the explosives and everything, even though it was bullshit because he's like, do I look like a man with a plan? Like, sir, you've had like 3 plans. You've had like a ton of plans.
I love the contradictory nature of it because to me, like that was like, so all right, so no offense, I've let you guys talk enough. Like this is my number 3 favorite movie of all time. I'm sorry, this is my number 3 favorite movie of all time. The only 2 movies that I have above this are the first 2 Godfathers. This is, to me, it was watching this and Batman Begins back to back. I did not see this in theaters, but I watched this about a couple years later. I watched these 2 back to back, and these were the movies that reaffirmed, yeah, Batman is my favorite superhero of all time. Batman is one of the greatest comic book characters of all time, and the Joker is, like, specifically this version of the Joker is, like, it was the first time that, like, the Joker had been terrifying, ever. Because if you think about it, too, the Joker up until this point was only ever, like, funny. You had the Jack Nicholson Joker, which was funny. You had the Mark Hamill Joker, which was primarily funny. This is the dude that made the Joker fucking scary, and it worked. Like, there are points where you feel like you're watching a horror movie. Also, this is the movie that really turns Nolan into who he is, because this is the first time where he starts using IMAX to start to dictate the rest of his career. It's also still funny to me how this is, like, hit this weird, like, post-revisionist phase where because of how good this movie is, you have all of these fucking people who go back and are like, oh, is it really that good? Nolan's made better movies sans, like, Interstellar. It's like, no. And the problem is, too, is that now there's enough kids that weren't born or weren't even alive when this movie came out, so they don't understand kind of the feeling, the aura in the air of when this movie came out. So you're seeing this weird, like, post-revisionist movement of, oh, is The Dark Knight really that good? It is that good. It's the greatest comic book movie of all time. I don't care. Nolan could make, like, the next Godfather. It will still never be as good as this. This is his magnum opus, ultimately.
So, only movie I have ahead of this, because I am an Interstellar, like, lover.
But I love Interstellar. Interstellar's right behind this for me at number 2.
So you're fine, because I have Interstellar then Dark Knight. It's like neck and neck for me.
Oh, okay. So you have those 2 like going back to back. Okay.
Yeah.
But again, also, this is the movie that reworked the Oscars, because the reaction to this not nominating for Best Picture is what gave us the 10 Best Picture nominees, which we still are doing to this day.
Iron Man changed Marvel, but this changed the genre forever.
Yes. This is the one where it's like, oh, this can be like serious and for adults.
Yes, we can make this like not just about silly capes and costumes and stuff like that. Like,
and the problem is that every time that they tried to do that afterward, they could never get it as good, which is why they trended back towards less and less serious as time went on.
Yes, and like I said, Batman. I mean, it's the Dark Knight. It's about Batman, but like I said, it's this movie's so
Ledger's
great.
movie. It's Ledger's movie.
It's Ledger's. It's Eckhart's. Gordon,
I love Bale. Bale is still my number 1 Batman of all time. I don't care what people say about Keaton or Affleck right now. Bale will always be my number 1 Batman, but you're right. Batman Begins is Bale's movie. This is Ledger's movie and everybody around him.
Yeah. It's funny because I think Bale's best performance in this trilogy is Rises.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I can see the argument for that. For me, I still go Begins, but I see the argument for Rises. Because for me, Rises is all Hardy. That's the thing for me with Rises.
That's interesting. Yeah, I can see that. But with this, like, what I remember most from this movie, because like I have a whole story. I don't want to get into it today, but like the cultural impact. I remember, like, I forgot what restaurant we were sitting in, but it was like CNN and like all these talks, like news talk shows talking about Batman, and I'm like, years ago, you would never see this.
Nope.
It transported us back to the cultural impact of the 1989 film.
Yes.
Yeah.
And like I remember, because we went to like a 12 o'clock showing on a Friday in IMAX, because we were actually out of town and went to go see this, and I didn't even know what we were seeing at the time, guys. And just like this is like still back when we had to like wait in lines while the other show was still going on and waiting for them to clean it and everything. And sometimes I kind of miss those days. Most of the time I don't, but I mean, it's just like this was such a like how Endgame was like a cultural.
It was a cultural moment.
A moment,
it was.
like yes. And Don, when you see, I wish you had the chance to see this in theater.
Dude, you know what the thing really sucks? It's two instances of movies that I like. If I had been a year older, I would have been able to watch it. It was this and Revenge of the Sith. If I had been a year older, but I was 8 when Revenge of the Sith came out, so I was just a little too young, and I hadn't even turned 11, so that I was still 10 when this movie came out. And it was again, my parents just thought it was going to be too scary. That's all it was. But if I was just a year older when both those movies came out, I would have seen them in theaters. And yeah, but look, the way that I see it is I still watched it a couple years later in theaters, and it still impacted me as much as it did. So
there was a showing a few years ago in India, and someone filmed the ending, the ending was amazing. And when, Gary Oldman said he's a watchful protector, The Dark Knight, people were cheering. Yeah. I was like, holy shit, this is like its anniversary. People were like, this movie still, because that ending like monologue, I was just
powerful.
Like, it's like, we'll hunt him because he can take it. That epitomizes
it. Take note, the Gotham deserves, not the one that it needs.
Take note, Zack Snyder. That's how you make
guys,
Batman the anti-hero you want. He doesn't have to kill people, because we mentioned Aaron Eckhart a bit, but his turn to Harvey Dent was actually very good.
Yes.
After he burns, you're like, oh shit, like that's and like
there's a reason why this movie was nominated for visuals.
Like when you see when he first because you can tell he's very fiery, he's feisty. But when Gordon came in, he's like, hey, what's that name y'all have for me, Eternal Affairs? Like, say it. And I was a kid, and he's like, sorry. I'm like, oh shit, okay. Yeah. And you saw that face, you're like, shit. Yeah. And then I remember
I like what you said though, back like his descent started before his face even got burned in the first place. Like you already saw the slow descent into Two-Face.
For me, and this is one of the most underrated moments of this movie, because everybody can quote almost every one of Joker's lines in this movie. Like we already have done that, but for me, it's the moment when when Joker's with Two-Face in the hospital, he's like about to send him over the edge, and he puts the gun in his hand, and he's like, introduce a little anarchy. And everything becomes chaos. And you know the thing about chaos? It's fair. And then he lifts up the coin, and he's like, you live, you die. And he holds a gun up to Joker's head. Yeah. Like, oh, now we're talking. I'm like, let's fucking go. Dude, and then he blows up the hospital as he's dancing around with that very famous improv moment where the switch didn't go off at first. Oh, man. Oh.
The part, okay, we got to talk about a Black Sheep. Maggie Gyllenhaal was recast. Did that throw it off from Katie Holmes? Did that throw
me off?
Because it's a different performance for sure. I don't dislike Katie Holmes. It's different for sure, but I don't know. It's like the one thing that I could go without, because for me, like Bale and Katie Holmes, say what you will, I thought had decent chemistry. Even if Katie Holmes wasn't that good, they still had decent chemistry, and I just felt like it wasn't there. Which again could have been part of the point, because the whole point is it's been enough time now where even though Bruce still wants to marry Rachel, Rachel is like, I've made the decision to be with Harvey.
Yeah. Even who was Jeremy Johns when did a retro review for it? He said Katie Holmes looks like she had to sleep with the DA to get the job. Well, Maggie Gyllenhaal, was sleeping with the DA, but she can get it on her own. But
also, outside of the main cast who in this movie, the amount of bit players that Nolan got really good actors for, Chin Han is Lau, Eric Roberts is Maroni, freaking Michael Jai White as Gambol is in this movie too.
Enough from the clown.
It's great. It's great. Fucking what's his name is the Chechen. Also, guys, another really underrated detail from the bank heist that really, really makes it great. It's Nolan's signature stopwatch, the tick tick ticking noise. Yes. And also that he said all of Dunkirk too, where it's just going throughout the whole thing. William Fichtner too is as the bank owner too in the beginning. The amount of insane cameos in this movie, it's absolutely nuts.
The part I think Joker's introduction into this film is perfect because I remember we were in elementary school and you had kids that saw this. They would describe it like he slammed this guy's head into a pencil. I go, no way. It's the part where
No,
he's
but
like,
then you get the intro at the bank, and it's like, I believe that whatever doesn't kill you simply makes you stranger.
but I'm going to hell for
man.
laughing at Rachel's death because like it's okay.
It
Harvey,
is
it's okay.
funny. It
He's
is
like-
funny.
Because you see the fan, the timing was off because you see the fan first
Yep.
before the explosion.
Yep.
Because
But
she
it doesn't
goes-
matter because it still works.
She's like, some. I was like, God.
Yep.
damn.
So Tom, before we move on, I got
Yes.
because there's only one villain intro I love more than this one.
Okay.
Thanos and Infinity War.
It's up there. It's between
Yeah.
those two. It's between those two. It's between those two. I go back and forth all the time. I still give the slight edge to Ledger just because we've never seen anything like that, but I will give it to Thanos. Dude, literally, again, there's a reason why Thanos is like my favorite Marvel villain. Like, again, I could quote, literally, no joke, I'm not kidding. That monologue is the reason why I got into the competition that then led me to acting school. So famously, it's 2 monologues, right? So I did the McConaughey from Wolf of Wall Street monologue. That was the monologue that I did at the showcase that got me noticed by the person at acting school, which is why I got the scholarship. But the thing that got me into that contest in the first place was the Thanos monologue from the beginning, his first lines of the movie, which I recited off the dome.
I would have said the one for show was like, he was like, this does put a smile on my face. Just punched a person doing it. Like,
Yeah. But that wasn't even in the movie.
It wasn't
That wasn't even in the movie. That was
It was
only for the
funny.
trailer.
It was funny because it's just like this does not put a smile on my face, but
Oh,
it
man.
makes sense with the character because
Greatest. Okay, guys, real quick. What's the better trailer, Infinity War or Endgame?
Infinity War.
Yeah, that trailer, dude. When that
I
first
think-
trailer dropped and with all the different voiceovers, it's Nick Fury, Tony, Vision, Nat, Thor.
Well, here's the thing.
Yeah.
I because they're 2 different trailers. Infinity War, they needed to nail that trailer just
Yeah.
because that
Just
I
as
mean,
like introducing like the threat of Thanos,
Yes.
and they fucking delivered.
Endgame, all they had to do was like here, just a whole bunch of throwback scenes from previous
Well,
movies.
yes,
and
but the thing
emotional
about
impact.
Endgame that I give credit for too is especially with like as they would go on with the marketing and like really emphasizing like even though we all knew they were coming back, emphasizing like how many people had been killed because of
Yes.
Thanos, and the whole thing is like the Avengers' stubbornness and refusal and inability to move on. That was like gonna be like them saving the day, you know, and also the fact that again because the original team was all split up in Infinity War. Which I called also. I called early on that I'm like, I don't think Tony and Cap are going to meet up at all in this movie.
And I'm
Infinity
glad it
War.
didn't.
And,
I'm
then,
glad
and
it
it
didn't.
worked. It worked because then when we got the original team back in Endgame, I'm like, that's it. I'm like, there's a reason why they wiped all the new secondary people off the board because Endgame is going to be an homage to the original 6. And that's exactly what it was.
I think too with not Infinity War. Wait, which movie? Dark Knight.
So like, what are we talking about again?
I was like saying we're talking about all these generational movies. The Dark Knight, I think definitely tells the best themes with a superhero movie, especially about morality and like human nature. Because the thing that makes
And really
Joker,
how thin the line between order and chaos really is.
because the thing that it kind of encapsulates this movie is Alfred's speech when he says like some men
Just want to watch the
just
world
want to
burn.
throw a burn. And like honestly, when you watch this movie, you're like the Joker really didn't give a fuck. He was like, if I
You could
fail,
argue that that's the world we're living in right now.
like he wanted to just burn everything to the ground. And like even at the end, when he's like, you think like I was gonna end? This was gonna end when you caught me or killed me?
Yep.
Like, no, dude, I already got what I wanted. And even
Yep.
like that was still being felt into the 3rd movie and
Yep.
being used that to push everything over. So Dark Knight, amazing film.
Yep.
A film that's good but had no chance that weekend was Mamma Mia.
Yeah.
Came out the same
Which
day.
again, major cult following because let me tell you something. All my musical theater people will not shut the fuck up about Mamma Mia. So I've never seen it, but
It took a while because of how the Dark Knight craze, but like once the Dark Knight craze kind of fizzled out, which I mean it took a while because I've been in theaters for months.
Yeah.
But I applaud them for trying to do counter programming. I would have maybe waited like another week or maybe release this hand in hand with Hancock. I don't know. It felt its placement was weird, Mac. And like, why would you release this the same weekend as the Dark Knight? I don't know why you would do that, but there's a fan base for Mamma Mia, like I'm saying, and because
That's true.
oh yeah.
it's a big fan base, and I had never seen the play, so the movie to me, I didn't really care. I actually like the sequel more. I forgot what it was called. The sequel to Mamma Mia.
Mamma Mia, here we go again.
Yeah, here we go again.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like that movie more, but man, this movie actually made some money too.
It did.
Yeah, it did. It
This
made a
movie makes
lot
it
of
big.
money.
Yeah. So
And then we got the same day Space Chimps.
Next.
Next. I'm with him. Next.
Not a big Andy Samberg animated.
Not at that time, no. I mean, don't get me wrong. This is post Hot Rod, but this is like before like the Lonely Island really caught like mainstream fame. So yeah, not a fan. Not a fan.
Our last big release for July came out a week later, and that's Step Brothers.
One of the best comedies.
I have a very controversial opinion. I'm not a Step Brothers fan. Yeah.
You know what though?
Yeah.
Here's the thing with comedy, it's all subjective. Like it is the most subjective genre there is.
You know what it is too? It's the fact that this was the most talked about movie in all of high school for me.
It was
that, and it low key ruined the hype. And also, it was the fact that I've seen Will Ferrell do better movies. I've seen Adam McKay do better movies. I like the other guys more. I think the other guys is better. I'm not saying that Step Brothers isn't funny. That's not what I won't go that far. But it was one of those things where like I just watched Talladega Nights. I'd watched the other guys. I love both those movies. Those movies are fucking hysterical. And I'm like, okay, I'm finally gonna watch the Step Brothers. I'm finally gonna do it. And I'm like, okay. Like, the funniest scene in the movie to me is everything that Adam Scott and Catherine Hahn are doing. They're hysterical. But everything with, like, the main cast, I'm like, it's a bunch of 40-year-olds that, like, won't move out, and we're supposed to, like, praise this? Like,
yeah.
Okay.
It is one of those Adam McKay movies. I feel like it's a little overhyped, but it's still funny. Like, I will say the other guys is much funnier than it. And, like, I think it's just memorability, because I'm going to say it with another film that we're going to talk about with a comedy that I feel like is a little bit overrated. But I think Step Brothers is like, I know people are like a sequel. They want a sequel so bad. I don't want a sequel to Step Brothers.
Here's my thing with the Step Brothers too. It's like this film starts strong, but man, it fizzles out when it gets to the conclusion. By the time it was over, I was kind of glad it was over. I was like, man, it's not funny anymore. I think they took the story a little too seriously. It just,
You're talking for other guys?
No, Step Brothers.
Step Brothers. Yeah, I agree.
So.
But moving on into also special shout out to the X-Files, I want to believe. But moving into August. August is usually that
my birthday month.
Hey,
yes, sir.
August is usually kind of around the dead time because we just got out the blockbusters. But I'm looking right now, dude. Let's start off with the Mummy, Tomb of the Dragon Empire.
I don't hate this movie. I don't think any of the Mummy movies are bad. And listen, compared to fucking The Mummy with Tom Cruise, this movie's a fucking masterpiece.
Yeah, that is true. That's very true. Yeah.
I think it just lost steam after the first one. Like,
it's not as good as the first two, for sure. The first one is like an underrated masterpiece, but yeah, no, it's yeah, I like this movie. It's good. Jet Li as the bad guy.
But let's talk about a movie that has a director who would go on to fuck up Halloween and The Exorcist, Pineapple Express.
Yeah, this is another comedy from this year that people fucking love, and I'm like,
that was the other one I was mentioning that I feel like is a tad bit overrated.
I agree.
It's a tad bit overrated.
I agree. Yeah. I agree. It's not. I've seen better Stoner movies. I've seen better Seth Rogen movies. I've seen better Danny McBride movies. A better Danny McBride movie that came out this year. It's you know what it is. This worked because at the time, like, we hadn't had a Stoner movie in a while. Like, I feel like we had the 90s and early 2000s with How High, with Half Baked, with all that. We hadn't had Stoner movies in a while, and this kind of brought them back. But, like, again, it's really not that funny. Like, also, Strange Wilderness came out the same year, and Strange Wilderness, I think, is way better and way funnier.
I just don't.
I like Zack and Miri make a porno better than this movie.
It's one of those movies, like, I know people are like, oh, I put this over Superbad. I was like, what the fuck? I was like, what?
Nah.
How did you do this? I'm like, there's no way. Like, I don't know. Pineapple Express, I get that it's funny, but once you kind of watch it the first time, it doesn't get funnier.
Yeah, exactly.
I like Craig Robinson in this movie, though. He's like,
Craig Robinson's good. Craig Robinson's good.
My favorite's like, dinner's gonna be cold tonight, asshole.
That's good. Also, I'm sorry, but like Seth Rogen, not only Seth Rogen dating a high schooler, but Seth Rogen dating Amber Heard as a high schooler has not aged well at all. At all.
Oh, God. But, guys, let's talk about the real movie of August. And Luke brought it up before. Who was I going to go to? Because this movie is Tropic Thunder.
I got the perfect transition for this. What do you mean, you people? Rod, go.
This was the movie that Jen Sears, who can't take a joke, try to cancel RDJ for.
Still, I am still fighting with people to this day. Still to this day about the brilliance of this movie.
This is like Ben Stiller at his peak with writing, and with Justin Theroux being a co-writer as well too. This is like the biggest like fuck you to Hollywood that we still have not seen. Like this feels like the end of an era for comedy because I'm gonna say
make the argument that this movie killed comedy. I mean, we still had some great comedies after this, but this movie kind of killed comedy.
It did. I think it did.
What else do you do? But this has
an did everything in this movie, Mac.
you got Jay Baruchel, you got Brandon T. Jackson before
as Al Pacino. When the Vietnamese dude is getting up and he's like Carito Way, Dog Day Afternoon, Donnie Brasco. He's like, man, that's a completely different dude. Fucking kills me.
Jack Black. This is like one of Jack Black's best roles.
People only laugh at me for my farts.
Like this is like, and the crazy thing is like each character plays an archetype, and you can kind of place like if they're not parodying anyone in particular, but you can tell like, oh, you're probably reversing that. Like with who do you think Ben Stiller was parodying? Was Tom Cruise?
It was a combination of a bunch of different people. Tom Cruise, Sylvester Stallone, Arnold Schwarzenegger. He was parodying all of them.
And RDJ was definitely like
clearly Daniel Day-Lewis. Clearly Daniel Day-Lewis. Oh my god, fucking no. You guys were talking about how like I was saying how like I could quote Kung Fu Panda front to back. I can quote this movie front to back. Like you name any scene from this movie, I can like fucking McConaughey being the you make me happy, or when like Ben Stiller is talking about like he's like, hey, how the adoptive process goes, and he's like, it's all right. And he's like, well, at least you got to choose yours. And he looks at a picture of him next to like a kid that looks nothing like him. Fucking also, early Community insert. Shirley from Community is his secretary.
That's right, yeah.
Oh my god, dude, when he's when he's like, he's like, man, I would throw some shit. He's like, we get some crawdads up in here. And Brandon G. Jackson's like, oh, yes, sir. And that's how we all talk like this, sir. It's like, this is the greatest comedy ever made. This is the greatest comedy ever made. Comedy peaked here. This is my absolute favorite comedy of all time.
It throws so many curveballs. Like the fact they killed Steve Coogan off when he stepped on the landmine, and they're like, they still think of the shoot. And he's like, yo, assholes, this motherfucker's dead. He's like, this don't no goddamn motion picture. It's like, then why are you still a character?
Why are you still a character? Man, I don't bring character until I've done a DVD commentary.
And he did. He was in character the entire commentary.
Until he had the mental breakdown at the end.
It's like and the genius of RDJ's character that people were like, oh, he's just blackface. Here's what makes it funny. It's a white dude playing an Australian who got skin pigmentation to play a black dude from the 70s Vietnam. If you don't find that there's so many layers of irony with that, and the fact that throughout the whole movie, him and Brad T. Jackson's like, it was like, what?
I'm like, they have an actual black guy in the movie calling out how ridiculous he is. Again, another one of the greatest lines in the movie where he's like, man, maybe because I wanted to represent, but the only actual, good black part they cast with Crocodile Dundee. He's like, don't you dare insult that man. That man's a national treasure.
The best scene in this film was when they were going to save Ben Stiller. And they're talking about, you got people waiting at home, and it was revealed that Al Pacino, Brandon T. Jackson's character, was gay. And he's like, what's her name? Lance. So here, Lance. He's like, Lance.
What the fuck did I just hear?
He's like, it's okay. No, it's everybody gay once in a while. It's Hollywood. And of course,
Jack Black. He's like, Alpa, if you let me go, I will suck your dick right now.
It's like, I told you, I love the pussy. He's like, I'll swallow the gravy. Come on, buddy, get over here.
Like, stroke the balls. Work the pipe, crank the shaft, swallow the gravy. Let's do this.
Fucking so coked out. But we can't talk about this movie without talking about Tom Cruise.
Thank you.
Oh my goodness. It's still Tom Cruise's best performance. It's Tom Cruise's best performance. This
is obviously Harvey Weinstein.
Yeah.
Like legit.
1000%.
Yeah.
Like it's the scene.
This is Flaming Dragon. Okay. Flaming Dragon, fuck face. Why don't you turn around and literally go, fuck your own face?
He's like, so good. It's just like Zoom. He's like, I will fuck you up. Oh. He's like, can you see who that was? And the second goes like, go fuck yourself.
He's like, we do not. The United States does not negotiate with terrorists.
And then the ending too. Matthew McConaughey just comes in like, I got the TiVo.
You want the TiVo? I got the TiVo.
I will say like. this does the cliches of like when Bill does like I can talk to these people, and then he comes back and the little kid.
I was so wrong. I was so wrong. And then he like chucks the not at all obvious like stunt like fucking ragdoll off the bridge, and then
like,
you just see the kid crawling out of the river, just sitting there like pouting with his
he's like,
fucking hands in front of him.
Blow the fucking bridge. And it's like, oh my god. But the also Nick Nolte in this movie was awesome.
Oh,
mm-hmm.
Everybody in this movie is great. There's not a single badly used person in this movie. Also, again, with McConaughey with Cruise as well. It's like, so you want me to let my client and best friend of 5 years die for some money and a G5? Yes. A G5 airplane. Yes.
Now I kind of want to watch this now.
Dude,
Damn.
greatest comedy of all time. Greatest comedy of all time.
I was 8 when I saw this. You know how I saw it? We rented it on our PlayStation 3. That's how old this is.
Wow.
So we rented this and Kick-Ass on the PlayStation 3. And
I remember this is one of the few movies. This is one of the because my dad had the thing where he tried showing us all the comedies that he loved when he was younger. The problem is that like there's only really a few of those that really hold up, like the classic, like the Airplanes, like all the Zucker ones, the Mel Brooks one. Those hold up. But he was trying to show us like Porky's and Revenge of the Nerds and Better Off Dead, and a lot of those movies don't hold up. But then I started showing my brothers some comedies, and I showed them the Edgar Wright ones they didn't like as much. But then I showed them the first Austin Powers. But yo, when I showed them Tropic Thunder, that was a bonding moment between us because I can't remember the last time the three of us watched the movie and laughed as hard as we did when we watched that movie. Because we were already a couple years into the MCU at that point, so we pretty much knew everybody in this movie. We knew Ben Stiller, we knew Robert Downey Jr., we knew Jack Black. Oh man, that was I have such fond memories of this movie. Again, I can literally quote this. I can quote the entire Robert Downey Jr. fucking Oscar speech, never go full retard speech.
I like the best line is we're supposed to be a unit. Suck my unit.
Suck my unit.
He's like, fuck yourself. But moving on to August, we got.
Oh man, we're still in August. That's the other thing too. My birthday month. That's how you know. That's how you know. We always would get one banger August movie every year. Fun fact: Guardians of the Galaxy, the first one, August movie.
That's right.
We got Death Race with Jason Statham.
Oh yeah, this is a fun movie. It's not bad.
I love it.
It's fun.
It's so bad, shit insane. My favorite part. Tyrese is a joy.
Tyrese Gibson. Tyrese Gibson in between, right before he came back to the Fast and Furious movies, at the peak of Transformers fandom.
When he pushed his navigator's like, get the fuck out of my car. It's like, get the fuck out of my car. And I remember the trailers just had it. And he's like, dong. It was like, oh shit. But I like it. It's like it's Twisted Metal before we had the Twisted Metal show.
Yeah.
And good Ian McShane performance as well too.
Yep. Ian McShane. When has Ian McShane ever been bad in anything? Let's be real here.
That's true. Also, another August movie is The Long Shots, directed by Fred Durst with Keke Palmer and Ice Cube.
Why, Mac? Why?
It's Fred Durst with Ice Cube. It's just weird.
Mac, you and I are going to have a long conversation about the amount of black movies we choose to discuss on these live streams from the here on out.
Also, another shout out. We mentioned Fast and Furious. We got a Vin Diesel movie with Babylon AD.
I was hoping you weren't going to mention this.
Yeah,
Mac.
again, these next couple, I'm mostly just going to be like on radio silence until like I hear a movie that I actually want to talk about. Because yeah, this is where, like I said, there's a reason why 2008 is not a great Oscar year. So,
but we are getting into the good stuff because remember we mentioned the shit that was the Friedberg and Seltzer movies. We got a disaster movie in August.
God damn it, Mac.
Two for the price of one. Fuck this movie.
Is.
Fuck this movie.
They parodied Wanted like months after it came out.
Yep.
Which is like because it was the scene where Kenan Thompson, which is weird because Kenan Thompson, I was like, what are you doing in this movie, man? It's like Curve the Bullet. I was like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
But this one had all the parodies on Iron Man, Hellboy, like Enchanted. Which, although this does have a funny joke, it's like head on, applied directly to the forehead. Head on, apply. I said head on, bitch. But like it is so. This is like the worst. Do you think this is the worst one that they've done? The Friedberg and Seltzer.
Well, because they only had the two more after this, right? It was Vampire Suck and Super Fast, and then that
Vampire Sucks is really terrible.
Vampire Suck is really bad, really bad.
Oh man.
But
this is up there. Vampire Sucks though. That's that movie.
Oh, that sucks.
Yeah.
Literally.
Literally.
Yeah, literally. It's like the Donald Glover joke from Community. One of the funniest jokes ever. It's like, Britta, you're like a fun vampire. You don't suck blood. You just suck.
But let's move into September.
Let's do it.
Give a shout out to Igor, the John Cusack.
Oh yeah, I never saw that, but the trailers that look cute.
It's a fun film. My mom and I love this movie because it's one of those weird phases. I feel like did the Tale of Despereaux come out around the same time?
I think so. Tale of Despereaux was like either this year or the year after.
I thought it was 2007.
I thought it was 2009.
Let's look it up.
Let's see.
I like it. It was pretty cute.
No, it was 2008.
Oh.
You're right. 2008.
I thought it was 2007 for some
December
reason.
of 2008. Yeah, it was a Christmas movie. That's why.
Okay.
It was a Christmas movie.
But as we move into the same time, a movie that came out the same day is Lakeview Terrorist, the one with Samuel L. Jackson.
Never seen it, but I've heard good things about this one.
It is good. I low-key love this movie. It's just, I mean, Samuel L. Jackson's basically playing an angry black dude, but it's great. I loved it. I loved it.
Oh, this is one where he's terrorizing he's the cop that's terrorizing the interracial couple. That's Kerry Washington and Patrick Wilson. Yeah, I remember this. Oh man, wait, isn't this the same year that he's in? Oh, what's that fucking god awful comic book movie that he did with Scarlett Johansson? The Spirit, isn't that this year too?
Oh no, I thought that was 2009.
I thought that was this year. I could be wrong, but
let's fact check. No,
it
2008.
Yep, 2008, where he plays the octopus.
Again, Christmas movie.
Oh my god, that's right. Harvey Specter himself, Gabriel Macht, is the lead of that movie.
That was before Suits, right?
Yep, that was before Suits. Suits is not until 2011. It's so funny, like whenever I would see him in like things like pre-Suits, like I was watching Love and Other Drugs for the first time, and he pops up as like one of like the rival salesmen. I'm like, oh my god, Harvey Specter. What? Like I know what his real name is. His real name is Gabriel Macht, but he will always and forever be Harvey Specter to me. Like he's never not gonna be Harvey Specter.
Did you watch Suits LA?
No.
Good.
No, I did not. I like, come on. Look, Suits is not a great show, all right? But it was one of those things by virtue of the fact that it worked because of the time when it came out. Like, do you really thought I was going to watch a shitty spinoff with Arrow, who is not going to have any luck post-Arrow success? Nah.
I thought it was great, Dom, up until Mike got arrested. Then after that,
that's from what I heard. That's what I heard is when he goes to jail. Like, because they have 2 more seasons, and then he leaves and the show because fucking Meghan Markle left the show because she got married, and yeah.
Yeah, it got bad after.
Yeah, and I heard Meghan Markle's like really pretentious and shitty too in real life. So
yeah.
But Lakeview Terrorist, guys, it is an angry black man terrorizing an interracial couple. Truly one of the, especially like that. It is tense. Like it's actually a very tense movie.
Doesn't this kind of remind you of like that Russell Crowe road rage movie that came out during COVID?
Unhinged.
Yeah, that one. It kind of got similar vibes, right?
Is it Unhinged?
I think so. I think that's what it is. Unhinged.
I feel like no, because with Lakeview Terrace, there's like story behind why he's terrorizing this couple. Like he already has that premeditation towards it to target them. Right. But like in Unhinged, he was already on the verge because he already did that shit in the beginning of the film. It's just him. He's like, I don't think you ever heard of a bad day. You had that was like pushing him over the edge. And he's like, okay, next person that pisses me off, I'm gonna make their life with me out. But like the ending I did like because it's that standoff when the cops came and the cop was like, "That's okay, I'm LAPD." He's like, "I don't give a shit if you're a Pope, asshole." So, and then Patrick Wilson, he was pretty much taunting him. I was like, "Yeah, your wife left you for a white dude. Fuck you, Abel." And then Samuel L. Jackson just took out the other gun and he got shot. I'm like, oh shit! Like seeing Samuel L. Jackson play a bad guy like for the first time in like a minute, it was kind of like, oh shit. And it's like, it's a solid movie. One of those movies like definitely falls under the radar.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. What are your guys' thoughts on the Shaft remake with him and Jesse T. Usher?
Yeah.
It has moments, but it's a bad movie.
Yeah, it looked bad, but like it does have some funny lines.
Yeah. The trailer is the best part of that movie.
Yeah. The funniest part about that is the fact that like Jesse T. Usher got The Boys like 2 years after that movie came out.
Thank God.
So,
that man was struggling with some of these movie roles.
You remember what was that Nickelodeon movie that he did that ended up getting turned into a show where they were like the 3 video game players and then like the video game thing started to come out? You remember that
Cartoon
movie?
Network. That was Cartoon Network.
That was good. Level Up. I like that movie.
I keep forgetting that. Oh shit, A-Train was in Level Up.
Yes, he was. That's where I first. And then he was in Independence Day Regurgence.
Oh, that's right.
Yep.
He played Will Smith's kid.
Yes, he was.
But actually, moving on to another movie that we mentioned before, Eagle Eye with Shia LaBeouf.
Yep. There we go. Yep. Very quick. There it is.
I've never seen this movie.
Eagle Eye. I've never seen it either.
it's a decent B-level action movie. This is still kind of in that Shia LaBeouf's peak, I guess you want to say, where he was in literally everything from Disturbia, which is first of all, how great is Disturbia?
Disturbia really
Transformers,
good. Really good.
Indiana Jones. It's fine. I mean, Billy Bob Thornton's in this as an FBI agent. Rosario Dawson's in it. Michelle Monaghan, I love Michelle Monaghan.
Good cast.
So, yeah,
good cast.
It's just it's a fine action movie. I think it probably should have been a TV show, truth be told. It probably would have been a better TV show, but it's fine, Mac. I think if you got nothing else going on, you might enjoy it. You too, Dom. But I'm gonna rush out to go watch it.
Oh my God, the girl in Level Up is Amy Carraro, who's the super hot Mexican chick who teams up with John Hamm to rob houses in Your Friends and Neighbors.
Oh, we're in the Level Up diet. We should do a stream.
Sorry, I went down a rabbit hole on that one.
We should do a stream of
really good show. Definitely not for certain really good looking actresses in it.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if y'all grew up with the Cartoon Network live action era, but we should do a live stream just talking about all those live action shows like Bobby Says, Tower Prep, Unnatural History.
Tower Prep and Unnatural History. Those were some bangers. I watched both of those shows.
And then like Dude, What Would Happen, which was like the teen version of Mythbusters.
Yep, those shows were good.
Mm-hmm.
But let's move into October, which I'm looking at October. Not a lot of stuff. I mean,
yeah, that's the rumor. Everybody always says Oscar season starts with October. It doesn't. That wasn't the case until recently. It's November and December. Those are Oscar months.
Unless y'all want to talk about Beverly Hills Chihuahua.
Okay, so I'm looking at it now. There's like 3 or 4 movies on here I truly did enjoy.
When is Rock and Rolla? Guy Ritchie's Rock and Rolla.
That was October.
Okay, that was this month. Yeah. That was like one of my first Guy Ritchie movies that I watched. I really dig that movie.
Rachel Getting Married is another one I did enjoy.
Top 10 of that year for me. Anne Hathaway's best performance. She should have won the Oscar for that this year.
Nick and Nora's Infinite Playlist. I
haven't seen it, but heard good things about it.
It's good.
I've heard very good things about it.
And then Mac, it really went under the radar. But there's a sports movie that came out this year.
Ernie Davis, The Express.
Yes.
I watched that and I love it. That's a story. Like, I'm surprised they don't tell that story more, because that seems like an interesting story about the first Black Heisman winner, and the fact that he never got a chance to play in the NFL is just incredibly sad. And the actor, Ernie The Express. Rob Brown. Yeah, the Ernie Davis story.
Dennis Quaid.
Okay,
it's good.
Like the fact. Rob Brown, he's a good actor. The fact that his career didn't really take off after Coach Carter, I was kind of sad.
Oh, that's right. He was in Coach Carter. That's right. Yep.
But I love.
Wait, did we talk about Madagascar 2 yet? I know we talked about Kung Fu Panda, but
that's November. I'm pretty sure.
That's November. Okay, I wasn't sure. Okay.
Also, give a shout out to fuck this movie. I hate Quarantine. Quarantine sucks.
Quarantine's bad.
I don't even know. I've never even heard of this.
You know the Spanish film Wreck?
No.
You've never seen Wreck?
I don't think so.
It's the movie where it's a newscast and they're in this apartment building and there's like an infection going on and they're filming the whole thing.
Yeah, I haven't seen
it. It's like one of the best found footage movies of 2000s.
Interesting.
And Quarantine. Oh, go ahead, Rob.
No, go ahead, because I'm gonna talk about Quarantine. So go ahead before I go on my phone.
With Quarantine 2, they were pretty much saying like it's never been done before, but when you watch it, it's like shot for shot Wreck. And Wreck's a great movie. Like, of course, they're like, no one's ever done anything like this before.
They always do that shit. They were always doing that shit at this time with like American remakes of foreign films.
So there's 2 films on here one I haven't seen yet, but when I first joined Filmsprogram, everyone was talking about Cinco, New York, and I was like, "Do I need to watch?"
Yeah, this is another famous one from this year that I have not seen, but I need to.
I didn't see it, and then this was Mac. This was still one of the best performances of the year. Changeling, Angelina Jolie and Changeling.
Yep.
I love Angelina Jolie, but she changed my entire worldview of her with this movie. Like, she was great. I loved her in this.
I have not seen this movie, but I've heard very good things about it.
Performance over movie, but it's still a good movie.
Okay.
I don't know, Mac, if you feel the same, but yeah, that's kind of how I feel about it.
I do like Changing Lanes. And then another movie in October 2. Fuck this movie as well. Max Payne.
Haven't seen it. Have no desire to see it.
I completely forgot. This was like 1-2 years where we had the Timothy Olyphant Hitman movie, and then we had Max Payne.
That's right.
Max Payne with Mark Wahlberg. But so weird, like because at this time they were trying to get Mark Wahlberg to be Nathan Drake, but he's just like, I'm gonna do Max Payne instead.
You know what this director did 5 years later, right?
What do you do?
A Good Day to Die Hard.
Well, there you go.
Oh yeah,
there
John Moore.
There you go. Enough said. Said.
The first movie, the first R-rated movie I was able to see legally.
Legally.
Yeah, legally.
Yep.
But then W was actually a very good. I like that.
I haven't seen it. But Josh Brolin does seem like kind of perfect for George W, especially considering too that you know the kind of the Nepo complex is also going on with him too as well, because his father was James Brolin, who was a pretty prolific actor back in the day as well. So that kind of works. Although James Cromwell as George Bush Sr. is a little weird.
I haven't seen W in a while. That's a good movie though.
Another thing too that I like as well. Another movie in October.
Uh-oh.
Oh no.
Guys, we had the ending of a trilogy, and that's High School Musical 3. The only one in theatrical release.
No.
Guys, listen, we're all in this together.
The best thing about this weekend is you had that movie, and then you had Saw come out that same weekend.
What a weird counter. Like the thing with this one, first of all, I was
they actually released scary movies at Halloween.
Halloween, yep.
Dude, what's crazy is that I was in a Mandela effect because I swear that this movie came out like 2010, 2011. I did not know it was 2008.
Me neither. And this shows that Mac is the youngest one here. The fact that he was able to do that. And Rod, you and me are just being there being like, come on, man.
Like, listen, High School Musical was such a cultural impact because the thing with it is that the first two movies on TV did numbers. So they're like, well, this already has a fan base. They're old enough to go to the movies. Let's just make this in theaters. And I don't know if it even did well. Did it do well in theaters?
Let's fact check that.
It did $252.9 million out of his $30 million budget.
That's pretty good. You know, because you all those fans that grew up with the first two. I like the first one. I haven't seen any of the sequels.
Second one's good. Second one's fun. Now we're talking about Saw. We were High School Musical. Saw
I haven't
5.
seen any of the Saw sequels after the second one.
Saw 5 is it's the beginning.
They all blend together after one. Yeah.
That's what I like 2 because 2's the one with Donnie Wahlberg, but yeah, the first one is the unequivocal masterpiece. The shocking amount of Lost alumni that are in the first one. You know, you got Michael Emerson, who's Ben Linus. You got Ken Leung, who's Miles. Cary Elwes, fucking what's his name? The director doing one of the worst American accents ever.
Lee Winnell.
Yeah, exactly.
He's like, what's your name? My name is very fucking confused. What's your name?
I will say that the one that came out, what was it, 2 years ago, Mac?
Saw X.
Saw X, yeah. I
heard that one was good. I heard that one was good.
Because it's back.
Wait, guys! You mean you didn't like Spiral from the Book of Saw with Chris Rock?
Fuck you! I hate that shit.
That was my number one worst movie of that year.
Kristen
was 21,
right? That movie. I'm like,
that was 21. Yep.
I was like, Kristen, what movie did you watch? I did not like the movie at all. That movie
was so bad that literally we had to go back and record a podcast immediately afterwards just to roast how bad that movie was.
I get what they were trying to do to be like a spin-off, to think about like, oh, it's in the same universe, but that just didn't work.
Yeah.
It's supposed to be Chris Rock. He's like, I need everybody on this case.
This shit is crack-a-lackin'.
And like, I will say, I wish we got more Samuel L. Jackson in that movie.
Yeah, I agree.
I think Samuel L. Jackson.
Criminal underusage of Samuel L. Jackson. Yo, the ending pissed me off.
Yeah, so annoying.
But Samuel L. Jackson and Saw in the Universe, missed opportunity. Also, shout out to Tinkerbell. That came out this month as well, too.
Oh, Jesus.
And then we end the month off with, I love Kevin Smith, but I'm going to not, Zach and Miri Make a Porno.
I like Zach and Miri Make a Porno.
I do too.
I did not like it.
It's fine. It's nothing incredible. It's way better than a lot of the movies he did after this. But yeah, this is his last like solid passable movie, I would say.
And then let's move into November. Now this is the
Oscar time.
Yes. So here's a movie that you probably saw in school and traumatized you: The Boy in the Striped Pajamas.
Yep.
Holy shit!
I still haven't seen this.
Yep.
You are
the precursor to The Zone of Interest.
Yeah.
Oh wait, no, I did see this.
Could you imagine trying to show kids in school today The Zone of Interest?
Oh God.
I
Dude,
have not seen the Zone of Interest still yet.
It's amazing, but it's like it's a tough watch. It's a tough watch.
I remember when they played this I think they played this in English class because this is based on a book.
Right.
And I remember everyone was just freaking. I didn't watch it in school, but I remember all my friends that saw it, they were just freaking the fuck out over the ending. Like, I think the ending with this movie is just like the biggest like gut punch ever. And it's like, this is a very depressing ass movie.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. It's sad.
But it's really good, actually. It's actually a very solid film.
Shit.
Let's get happier. Madagascar 2.
Let's go! I saw this movie in theaters after a swim meet. I was really, really excited to see this. I love the first Madagascar. Also, underrated sequel. It's really good. Really fun voice cast. Tragically, again, one of the last things that Bernie Mac was in before he died because he had Ocean's 13 the year before this, and then he had this, and I believe, what was the one that he did with Sam Jackson? Soul Man, I think was what it was called.
Yeah. Oh, that's actually a good movie.
Yeah, Soul Man I've heard is good, man. R.I.P. Bernie Mac to a real one. Every time I see a clip of the Bernie Mac show or, the infamous clip from Head of State where he comes off the train and starts smacking the shit out of everybody who he comes across. Oh, man, I miss Bernie Mac.
But Madagascar 2 is really good.
Yeah, it's really good. It's really, really good. It's really... the fact that they give the old lady who beat the shit out of Alex a whole-ass character arc in that movie... And you got a whole-ass boxing match between her and Alex in this one.
The definition of on-site.
Also, super fucking, on the nose as far as, the whole, Marty with zebras. We all look the same and sound the same. I'm like... I don't know if this is this movie being clever or this movie being really racist, but either way, and of course, how could we forget the cinematic classic Moto Moto, voiced by Will I Am.
I like him big. I like him chunky.
I was
girl, he's like, damn girl, you huge. Fucking Casanova over here. I was like, good God.
Can we still talk about the fact that Melman the Giraffe is David Schwimmer's best performance in anything?
Yeah. I feel like, yeah.
I hate Ross. I don't like Friends, but I hate Ross with a burning passion.
Girl, you huge. I did like the penguins were at their best with the chimps. The crash sequence of it is the good news is we're making a landing. The bad news is it's a crash landing.
The penguins are consistently the best part about these movies.
And it's I just think that this movie definitely was a good continuation. And honestly, I like the third one. I think the third one is a little underrated.
Third one co-written by Noah Baumbach.
Oh, that's right.
Yup.
I think if the series ended here with them just staying in Africa, I think I would have been fine with that.
Yeah. I would have been fine with that too.
I like the third one, though. The third one is good, and I like the voice cast members that they bring in for the third one. Francis McDormand, Martin Short, Bryan Cranston, Isla Fisher. The third one is where we get Afro Circus. That's where we get the...
my God, dude. I have a story with that. So, I was 13 when that came out. It was just about to be summer break. And I remember when that first trailer came out in school, circus, Afro circus, and they just everywhere. And to the point where I think after the movie came out, they just posted 10 hours of circus Afro. I'm like, what the hell?
Also, that third one, the best use of Katy Perry's firework I've ever seen in any movie ever. That sequence is phenomenal.
But y'all, we don't stop there. Repo, the genetic opera, my personal all-time favorite musical.
Never seen it.
It is great.
I've never even heard of it.
It is awesome. Paul Sorvino is in this movie. Paulie from Goodfellas, and
trained opera singer too, as well.
And for you kids out there, Carmen from Spy Kids is the main character.
Really?
Yes. Alexis Vega.
My God. Alexa Pena Vega, as she's married to Carlos Vega from fucking Carlos Pena Jr. from Big Time Rush. Yep.
And this is such a fun throwback. It's an homage to Rocky Horror Picture Show and just rock operas. It's awesome. I think the director liked my review of it. I did one year for Halloween. It has a passionate fan base. It almost rivals Rocky Horror Picture Show. I give it a watch.
Okay.
Halloween comes around, give Repo a watch. But we're not done yet. We also got Role Models with
great movie.
Underrated movie.
Underrated movie. Yep. It's really good. It's really, really good, this movie.
Rod. Oh, yeah, sorry.
Yep.
Yeah.
Also directed by David Wayne of Wet Hot American Summer fame.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Yep.
Oh my. But this is the weird period of time with Sean William Scott. His career was This is before Goon, which I love Goon. I think
Goon's good. Goon's really good.
He was still trying to find himself post American Pie.
Yeah, definitely.
But moving on to the next movie, Soul Men. You need to watch that.
Soul Men. There we go.
It's like, it feels like a movie where you think Samuel L. Jackson and Bernie Mac should have done a movie like years ago.
Yeah.
Like when they were like, now they get their peaks, but like starting like in the 2000s, like when the Bernie Mac show was really big, like it would have been perfect.
Yeah.
It's just, this movie is like, it's not like a classic, but it's definitely just more of like seeing Samuel L. Jackson and Bernie Mac interact. It's just amazing.
Yes.
And their chemistry throughout the entire movie is just what carries this film.
Yep. Could not agree more.
And then we're moving on into three big hitters. Movie that came out on my birthday by a director who just had his long-awaited sequel come out, and that's Slumdog Millionaire.
Yes. So famously, my thoughts on this movie are, it's still a great movie. It's just the Dark Knight of it all that ruined this. But this is a very, very good movie. Now, Danny Boyle would not be able to direct this movie today, for sure. But I gotta say, as far as like being probably the best representation of like class struggle warfare in India, I think this was like the like go-to when it came to like describing that.
I think like this was a very it was weird. You had a British dude doing a movie about Indians, and it's just like,
well, I mean, considering that the Brits colonized India, you know.
You know, Jesus Christ. But this introduced us to Dev Patel, who had a hiccup with Avatar, but bounced back, I'd say.
He even admitted, he's like, I know this is going to be a piece of shit, but like, I can't turn this down. Like, I get a chance to play Prince Zuko. Like, not even just money. He's like, I get a chance to play Prince Zuko. Like, Dev Patel has always been ahead of the curve. And I got to say, too, his directorial debut that he did a few years ago, Monkey Man, I actually kind of like that movie.
Monkey Man's good. It's like
Monkey Man's
underrated.
good. I like that movie.
I'm sad it didn't get enough love when it came out.
Same. Yep.
But like, what I like about Slumdog Millionaire is the style that it's shot.
Yeah. Again, Danny Boyle and Anthony Dodd Mantle. Those two are a really, really great team.
And now we get into what many say is the worst Daniel Craig James Bond movie, and that's Quantum of Solace.
Still have not seen it.
Boring.
Yeah,
that's all it is.
It doesn't look good. It's famously a bad writer strike movie. They try to use the action sequences to overcompensate, and yeah, it's like they barely have a script.
Coming off of like Casino Royale, it's just a shame of like, we're getting, because was it like a rumor that Tarantino was gonna do this one?
Maybe.
I heard like he was attached to it, and there's like, hell no, they said no, we're not doing a Tarantino James Bond movie.
They missed out.
It's so boring. I don't like. It's a good video game, but this is just like everyone's like, damn, because everyone was still a little iffy about Daniel Craig. But I think we had next. We had Skyfall.
Yeah, Skyfall was next, and that's what brought it back.
Oh, perfect. And we have a Disney movie that actually, to be honest, rivaled WALL-E for me. Bolt.
Bolt's good. I don't love it. I still like WALL-E and Kung Fu Panda a little bit more as far as this era of like the late 2000s Disney. Because we had Meet the Robinsons the year before, and then Princess and the Frog the year after. And Princess and the Frog and then Tangled the year after is kind of what kicks off like the new Disney renaissance of the early 2010s. But Bolt's solid. I like it.
With Bolt, I like it because it's just something else. Like, we got John Travolta playing a dog, and you get like all these different like voice casts and everything like that. It's just like
specifically a dog that thinks he has superpowers, but he doesn't realize that he's on a TV show. Like that's a funny gimmick.
It is cute. I think I like the animation. I like the globetrotting aspect of it, and it's a movie where like it feels like a Pixar movie, but Disney made it. And it's like the start of the era where Disney was making some like Wreck-It Ralph and stuff like that. Like, it was weird to just see Disney starting to make these movies that Pixar would make.
Yeah, although I will say, Mac, what are your thoughts on The Wild with Kiefer Sutherland?
I
kind of like that movie. I rewatched it, and that movie has a batshit cast. It's like Kiefer Sutherland, Eddie Lazar, Janine Garofalo, Richard Kind, and the lesser Belushi. And then you got fucking the bad wildebeest that want to be meat eaters, voiced by William Shatner and Patrick Warburton. I kind of like that movie. It's not good, but I do like that movie.
It's weird because it was obviously like a twin film of Madagascar.
Yes,
and like
very much so.
The reason why The Wild, I have it on DVD somewhere, but it was off-putting to me because it was realistic animals, so it kind of made it a little scary. The lions look kind of fucking terrifying, but it's just hearing Kiefer Sutherland be like and I will say I remember Squirrel curling, which
Right. Yep.
like, it's such a bad. I wonder if they're gonna ever make that live action The Wild. Remake.
Yeah.
But that was during that era where this was not the Disney Renaissance we know. But yeah, we got the big Kahuna. We got Twilight.
Oh Jesus!
Here we go.
I came back at the wrong time.
movie,
Yeah.
the movie that
Well,
ruined fucking an entire generation of young teenage girls.
I don't know if do y'all watch this YouTuber? Her name's Gabby Bell.
No.
Have you heard of her? She does she does Gordon Ramsay stuff, other like lifestyle. When she talked about the Twilight movie, she made a parody song, and it says, "How can I choose between you and a werewolf? My dad says I'm crazy, but he doesn't know anything. I hate this town, and I'm pregnant." Just encompassing the entire Twilight movies. And dude, I try to watch Twilight. My friend, shout out to Kelsey. Hi, Kelsey. I try to watch the Twilight movies. The first one, it is so fucking boring.
You know what the worst part is that all of the Twilight sequels had decent directors, right? So this first one is directed by Catherine Hardwicke, who famously directed actually a couple of decent movies. She did Lords of Dogtown. She did 13, which was her directorial debut. She did okay, some not so good ones after. She did the Red Riding Hood with Amanda Seyfried and Gary Oldman. But the sequels, New Moon is directed by the Weitz brothers, Chris and Paul Weitz. Eclipse is directed by David Slade, the director of 30 Days of Night. And the last two, the Breaking Dawn movies, Bill Condon, the writer of Chicago, directed those movies. Yeah.
Oh.
So they got some top-tier talent for the later sequels. But yeah, it's like, again, famously, like, the book was a phenomenon. And it's funny, too, because it's like, you saw the thing where it's like 9/11 like inspired what's her name, the author, to write Twilight, which is why we got 50 Shades of Grey or something like that. You saw that? Oh no, sorry, no. It was I'm missing a step. 9/11 inspired My Chemical Romance, which inspired Twilight, which then inspired 50 Shades.
I know Robert Pattinson hates these fucking movies.
Yeah,
like,
everybody who was involved in these movies hates these fucking movies. Like,
isn't it? Was there a thing that he said that the author of the book was like really weird to him too when they were making these movies?
Well, considering the author of Twilight, do you think that's a normal person?
Yeah, I don't think so.
There you go. It's like, he was staring at me all throughout the night. It was so romantic. It's like, and we wonder why fucking teenage girls have, for an entire generation, had an entire jaded sense of romance. And why they go for like toxic stalker guys. Thanks, Twilight.
I just know that this fucking derailed Kristen Stewart until like recently, thank God.
Yes.
Like, because the thing with Kristen Stewart
back.
is that she's not a bad actress.
She's really good. She's really good.
She's not bad. It's just like when you're
Underwater with TJ Miller, cinematic masterpiece.
I like this movie.
Oh God, that movie.
Where was they were fighting spawns of Cthulhu.
Good. But yeah, Twilight is just a disaster. But it launched the YA because a few years later we had Hunger Games.
Yep.
And by the time Hunger Games launched, we were done with Twilight because they had the two-parter.
Yep.
Two-parter finale.
Thanks, Twilight.
Fuck you. We're gonna end November off with a movie. I feel like it's underrated, and it's one of Sean Penn's best movies. That's Milk.
Have not seen this. Yeah, this is the one where it's like famously like a lot of people are mad because this one because it's weird. The two Sean Penn Oscar wins this decade, it feels like he stole them from more deserving people. Because literally it's like he stole Bill Murray's Oscar with Mystic River in 2003, and then he stole Mickey Rourke's Oscar this year with Milk.
Yes.
I like this movie. I've seen it twice. And I'm not a big Sean Penn fan, but he's great in this. This is probably still his best performance he's ever given.
I agree.
Yeah.
And
my favorite Sean Penn story. Yeah, sorry, back up.
Oh no, I think that looking at the real history about who it's based on is really interesting as well too. I think they did a good job, kind of like making you want to go look that story up. But wait, what's the funny Sean Penn story?
Yeah. Basically that my favorite Sean Penn story is that like when Team America World Police came out and they were parodying him, he wrote them a letter basically like chastising them for like degrading the seriousness of art and everything. And it was almost exactly like how they wrote his character in Team America. And then the joke being that he hadn't even actually seen the movie.
That movie is such like a
Like Trey Parker and Matt Stone have talked about that at nauseum. Like they're just like, yeah, it was so funny because like he sounded exactly like how we were writing him, and we hadn't even like listened to him or anything, and then he hadn't even seen the movie. So it's like, guy, like, come on.
But we're into December, y'all. We're wrapping this up. First film, underrated in my opinion, Cadillac Records.
Never seen it.
Not bad.
Maybe. Yeah.
It is one of Beyonce's better movies. And we'll leave it at that. But here's our last parody movie. It's not Freeburg and Seltzer. It's actually Will Forte, Phil Lord, and Chris Miller, and Andy Samberg, and all these people. And it's an extreme movie.
Oh, okay. I thought we were going with Clyde with a Chance of Meatballs for a second. I'm like, what?
No, that's a year later.
I haven't even heard of it.
I've never even heard of this movie.
Extreme movie.
It's a satirical sex movie.
Oh, okay.
It's a sketch movie. It's a sketch comedy movie.
Okay.
And it has Will Forte, Andy Samberg, Kevin Hart, Frankie Muniz, Ryan Pinkston, Jamie Kennedy,
Matthew Lillard.
Yep. Andy Milonakis, Michael Cera.
Yep. All right. So this could be something.
But moving on, we have a sequel that no one watched, but it's kind of cool. The late Ray Stevenson was The Punisher in The Punisher Warzone.
Yeah, Punisher Warzone with Dominic West from The Wire as Jigsaw.
I like this movie. It was more, I like the Thomas Jane movie still, but this one was very violent, and I think it's perfect.
Also, if I'm not mistaken, I think this director went on to do something.
Lexi Alexander?
That's right. Lexi Alexander, who is, what else did she do? She's done a couple of cool things. Green Street Hooligans. That's what she did. Yep, with Charlie Hunnam and Elijah Wood.
Oh, okay.
She
directed episodes of Arrow.
Yeah, and she's a martial artist too. That's pretty cool.
Also, shout out to this one movie that I keep forgetting about. The Day the Earth Stood Still with Keanu.
Oh yeah, that movie, the remake.
They advertised the hell out of that movie, and I was like, I still have no idea what that movie's about because I never watched it.
It's about an alien coming to Earth and like predicting the end of the world, and the whole thing is Keanu Reeves is doing double duty as like the main character and the dude who comes to Earth. He like shapeshifts and like takes the form of a human or something like that, and it's all about like humanity's empathy towards like things that look like them but aren't them. You know, very veiled, subtle metaphor.
Ugh. But here's a movie I have history with, Delgo. Do y'all remember Delgo?
Don't even know what that is.
I don't know what I'm talking about that.
All right, so it's an animated movie that came out, and this is infamous for going through production hell for like 10 years because it's a CGI movie, and it's infamous because not only does it have a low rating, it made like only a couple $1,000s in theaters. They pulled this after 3 days.
Oh wow!
And like the cast for this movie, we have Freddie Prinze Jr., Jennifer Love Hewitt, Anne Bancroft, Michael Clark Duncan, Eric Idle, Val Kilmer, Malcolm McDowell, Burt Reynolds, Kelly Clarkson, Melissa McBride.
Well, that cast alone probably bankrupt the movie.
Susan Bennett, Sally Keller. Like we got like it's a disaster. It made its box office total was a range of $694,782 to $915,840 out of its $40 million budget.
Oh man.
Yeah, Delco sucks. But you know what doesn't suck? Gran Torino, the movie that Gen Zers are trying to cancel because Clint Eastwood's racist.
What? I tried watching this movie. I couldn't get into it. It felt like too like old man waving his finger at the world kind of a movie.
That's every Tarantino movie recently.
Not necessarily.
But I like Gran Torino. It's super good. I think this is Tarantino's best work.
His best work as a director?
I'd say so, yeah.
Yeah, I probably agree with that.
Because I mean, like, I like American Sniper.
I like American Sniper. For me, it's still Unforgiven is his number one.
You say so?
Yeah, it's Unforgiven.
That's tough. Yeah.
I like
and I really like what he does with Flags of Our Fathers and Letters from Iwo Jima. That's good too. Oh, and also, did you guys watch Juror Number 2?
No,
my mom
I heard good things.
That was good. That was really good.
But I know that but Gran Torino is good because it's just like I will say there are moments of like very old man waves his fingers over because there's a supercut of just all the racial slurs he says in the movie. It's like, oh God, Jesus Christ. Yeah, but I like it. I like the messaging of it because it is something of like he's an old man from the Korean War, and he's starting to like get with the time, not get with the times, but very like improve with it. But I like Gran Torino. And let's get to this one. I know Dom's been killing us with this. The Wrestler. Y'all know I'm a wrestling fan, so this movie's near and dear to my heart. This is probably Mickey Rourke's best role. he's not done anything since. He made an appearance in the Expendables, and that's it.
And that's it. This was it for him. It's his best performance. It's the peak of his entire career. It's the movie he should have won his Oscar for. And yeah, wait, you forgot one iconic turn other than Expendables. As I want my bird. There's Whiplash in Iron Man 2.
Oh my god, I just forgot about Iron Man 2, and I forgot that they cast him just on like, it's from The Wrestler.
Yep.
And he burned his bridge saying, I don't want to work for Marvel again. I'm like, oh, your job, Mickey. Your character's dead, so never mind.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like The Wrestler. It's okay. I got this mixed up with something else.
Yep, one of only 4 great Darren Aronofsky movies as well. Requiem for a Dream, Black Swan, and never mind, only 3. I forgot Caught Stealing hasn't come out yet.
I don't know why I thought Maggie Gyllenhaal was in this.
No, Marissa Tomei is in this one. Very good in this too.
Yeah, I don't know why I thought Maggie Gyllenhaal was in this. I don't know why, but anyway, yeah, this is a great movie.
Yeah.
Would you say this is Mickey Rourke's best?
Evan Rachel Wood has been good in the movie too.
What happened?
Yo, that's one of the most tear jerking end sequences of a movie ever.
Evan Rachel Wood's a great actress. I like her a lot.
She is.
You don't like her, Dom?
She's good in Westworld. She's good in 13. She's good in this. She's good in the Weird Al movie with Daniel Radcliffe. She's good at that. But yeah, not a lot of other good stuff. Oh my god, there's one. There's this one movie that she's in, and nobody knows what the name of this movie is. But it's iconic because of the scene where her dad is James Woods. And it's the scene at the dinner where it's her, James Woods, and her much younger stepmom, who's like only like a few years older than her. And James Woods is going on an anti-Semitic rant, and it's one of the funniest things I've ever seen. Nobody knows the name of this movie. I've looked it up like 13 different times. I will never ever remember the name of that movie, but I will always remember that one sequence. It's one of like the funniest things I've ever seen.
I liked her in the Weird Al movie when she was Madonna.
Exactly, because she's playing a parody part.
Mm-hmm.
We gotta find that movie. We gotta find that. I need to see what he's like.
I can find it. Just give me 1 second. I will find it. Hold on.
But movie, you did mention this movie before, 7 Pounds with Will Smith, when people were getting sick
that
of
is this year too.
Serious stuff. All I remember about this movie is that he killed himself at the end.
This movie was depressing. It is.
That's all I remember.
Isn't it the whole movie where he's like supposed to be prophetic about the fact that like he's actually been dead the whole time, and it's like been because of his organs, it's like some shit with a jellyfish.
He was texting while driving, I think, and got his kid and wife killed. And so I think he like dedicates his entire life to like finding these 7 random strangers.
That's right.
And giving it because he's
guys, I have the name of the movie also. It's called Pretty Persuasion. It's a movie that came out in 2005. So all you have to do, look up Pretty Persuasion James Woods dinner scene. That'll tell you everything you need to know. It's like I'll send the clip in YouTube in the chat afterwards. Like you guys this shit has to be seen to be believed.
But yeah, like 7 Pounds, I was just like, it's so fucking depressing. And like all I remember is like, I'm gonna kill myself with these jellyfishes, and that was that to just preserve his body parts.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. And I just know that was like, I thought, this is a pursuit of happiness. How fucking wrong with that? This is depressing as fuck. It's even worse. I mean, it was fine. I didn't really care about this movie, but
I haven't seen it.
Shout out to Tale of Despero, great animated movie.
Yep.
Great animated movie. And I think we can wrap up the year with these last 3 films. We got the Adam Sandler Bedtime Stories.
Yep, good movie. I saw this in theaters. Really enjoyed it. It's really sweet and heartwarming.
Better than Click?
I've seen it. I've seen it once. I haven't seen it since.
Is it better than Click?
Fuck Click is all that I got to say to that.
Fuck
Click.
Oh god!
Since I forgot that Carmen Electra's in this movie too.
Well, yeah. And Guy Pearce and Russell Brand. Holy shit!
And yeah, Russell Brand, Courtney Cox, Kerry Russell. It's a good cast in this movie.
We also got the same day The Curious Case of Benjamin Button.
Great movie. David Fincher's Forrest Gump, and it's phenomenal.
Yeah. Wait, what did you say? It's better than Forrest Gump?
No, I said this is David Fincher's Forrest
Gump.
I
was like,
no.
I mean,
no. Although debatable. I do kind of like it a little bit more than Forrest Gump, just because I think it's more interesting. But like, yeah, this is David Fincher's like only like really like kind of sweet movie, which again that tells you everything you need to know about David Fincher. But like, yeah, the fact that this is considered lesser tier Fincher should tell you everything you need to know about how fucking great of a filmmaker he is. Yep. And also, I think a very well-deserved also Brad Pitt Best Actor nomination. Like, Brad Pitt's doing things with this movie that, like, again, it's like an actor. He was only like 40-something when this movie came out. And I'm like, again, like, it just showed his caliber as an actor where it's like, yeah, like, he should not be as good as he is in this movie.
No, I do like I feel like, honestly, I like Forrest Gump, but this kind of does the Forrest Gump story a little bit better.
Yeah.
I'm gonna.
When the old man is telling the story about getting struck with lightning 7 times in the story at the beginning of like how the guy made the clock at Grand Central in order to like, you know, get all the World War I soldiers to come home, like, and be reunited with their parents. Like that movie hits hard. Also, breakout performance from Mahershala Ali. Taraji P. Henson, Oscar supporting actress nomination. Kate Blanchett, I believe young Kate Blanchett is portrayed by Elle Fanning in this movie. Great movie. That's
a stacked cast. Holy shit.
Yeah.
And we'll wrap up the year with Marley and Me.
Oh, love this movie.
You actually
the most depressing dog movie ever made.
It is the most depressing dog, but I love this movie. Oh yeah. No, Mac, I'm being serious. This is in my top 10 of the year. I love this movie.
Yeah. Real quick, I just wanted to give a shout out to a couple of other movies. The Clone Wars animated movie came out this year, which kicked off the premiere for Clone Wars. Valkyrie, also with Tom Cruise, directed by Bryan Singer, where Tom Cruise is the leader of a conspiracy in an attempt to assassinate Hitler. The Coen Brothers, the Brad Pitt movie with the Coen Brothers that I mentioned, Burn After Reading, which is probably their most underrated movie. It's fucking hysterical. This is a movie that is a conspiracy thriller that involves John Malkovich as a CIA assassin who is forced to retire, who starts recording his memoirs. They accidentally get taken from him at the gym by Frances McDormand, who then attempts to blackmail the CIA in order to get money, in order to get a boob job. And Brad Pitt plays her helpless, like, dummy fucking guy who is trying to help and assist her with it. Also, you have Malkovich's Ice Queen wife, portrayed perfectly by Tilda Swinton, who gets hooked up with George Clooney, who's like a ne'er-do-well fucking like moron, paranoid government conspiracy theory, who comes up literally with a dildo exercise machine. And then literally this movie is also infamous for having George Clooney shoot Brad Pitt in the face only a year after Ocean 13. You've got Miyazaki's the movie that he put out this year, Ponyo, as well as this year. Also, Bronson, starring Tom Hardy, which, if you ask me, he should have gotten a nomination for this. Yep.
That was the movie that got him banned.
Yep.
Because, like, the funniest part in Bronson was when he took the librarian hostage. He goes, Buttermilk. He's like, rub my asshole, you fucking homo.
It's so good. It's so good.
The fact that's based on a real guy just absolutely just scares me.
Yep. And the fact that like Hardy went and like had intimate, detailed conversations with this guy too.
There'll never be a movie like Bronson.
No, there will not.
But y'all, one last thing I'll ask, and we will wrap up the stream. Does 2008 rival 2019? Which year do you have the edge on more?
I mean, to me, 2019 is still the better year.
I love them both, but for different reasons. 2019 feels like an end of an era. 2008 feels like things are just getting started. Like, we feel like we're in the peak of an era. Like, 2008 is 1 year after 2007, arguably the greatest year of that decade, one of the greatest years for movies ever. And 2008, it still feels like we're very much in that era that then starts to wind down over the next couple of years. 08, 09, 10, 11, and 12. And then 13 and 14 is when things start to shift into the modern era that we're in.
I think, I agree with that, actually.
Yeah. Only other movie I want to say, because we didn't talk about it, Sam Mendes, also one of my favorite films from that year, Revolutionary Road.
Revolutionary Road, that's right.
Oh,
that's
right.
I haven't seen it. Yep. Michael Shannon, Oscar nominated for it.
His start before he did like
he'd been acting for a while, but yeah, that's the thing that kind of put him on the map before he got Boardwalk Empire.
No, Sam Mendes was directing. I mean, was that like?
Well, Sam Mendes. Well, you forget Sam Mendes won a Best Directing nomination for his debut, American Beauty, and then he had Road to Perdition right after that.
I keep forgetting he did that movie. God dang.
Yep. Written by the creator of 6 Feet Under and True Blood, Alan Ball, as well.
Let
me tell you, American Beauty does not hold up.
I was so enamored by the balls on that kid. But anyway, speaking of balls, we're gonna end this stream here. We want to thank you all for tuning in and enjoying our talk about 2008. Next time, maybe we'll do Tyler Perry again.
No, we won't. No, we won't.
We will be doing. I'm thinking about maybe doing Transformers with the recent news that a certain Bay might be coming back to do another movie.
Oh,
so
there is justice in the world. Fuck Skibbity Toilet. Let's go.
But guys, I'll start with Rod. Where can the good folks find you at?
Yeah, my personal film page is at the Cinema Gallery. That's Cinema Gallery with 3 L's. And then you can also find myself and my co-host Benjamin on the Infinity Film Podcast. Release new episodes every Saturday afternoon.
Okay. And what about you, Dom? Where do the good folks find you?
At Movie Nerd Reviews across all platforms, at Official Talkin TV Podcast across all platforms. You can see me and Luke recapping Lost every single week, as well as reviewing the latest summer blockbusters. We just did Jurassic World earlier today. We're going to be doing Superman this coming Friday morning, so be sure to tune in for that. And always more stuff from, from the Talkin TV channel, as well as a certain long-running live-action sitcom that's making its return for its 17th season this weekend. You may be seeing some stuff related to that as well soon coming on the channel.
It's nice. And you know where to check me out. Links in the description for everyone will be there. But tune in next time whenever we do this, because we do it whenever the fuck we want to do it. But until y'all have a good 4th of July weekend. Stay safe during the week, and we'll see you all next time. Bye.
Wow.
4 hours, man.
4 hours. God damn.